Hello everyone, welcome to the final part of building the brokang e-market application. So we have reached the final part of this application, and in this section we are going to be doing a lot of things, and it's going to be it's going to be fun actually building this section with you. I really love this section because we are going to be doing a lot of advanced stuff here. We're going to perform our checkout functionality here, and we are going to be integrating Stripe into our application, and we are going to be processing the user's orders here. We're going to see how we can manage our wallet. The user can manage the account, how much they earn from our application. We're going to look at the reviews, how the users can write reviews for the application, and we're going to look at chat and socketio. Finally, we're going to see how a user can chat with a seller without necessarily passing through our pay saved functionality. So they can discuss with the seller to negotiate the price of the product or some other thing. Here we're going to talk about refactoring. We're going to refactor our application and prepare our application for deployment. This is what this section is all about, because we have been building our application and we have been leaving loopholes in our application with errors. So we're going to fix all of that in this section, this refactoring and errors. And finally, we are going to deploy our application to the internet. So now, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, this is the right time for you to subscribe to the channel. You turn on the notification bell, and also you can give a thumb up to this video, because this video, I put a lot of energy in this video. Despite my tight schedule, you can even say it, we have been building this application for close to 2 months. Yes, it's because I build this application only on weekends. You see, I build mostly on weekends, because within the week I'm very busy, so I mostly build them on weekends. So now what we are going to do is I'm going to just show you some of the few functionality of this application. Then we can just get into building, just to raise your hopes up. So let me show you here. If you come here, you see this is the live application here. This is the live application here. We are in Mia store here, and the user, what you can do, if you come to payment management here, you see this user, the available balance is 0 and the account balance is 0. They can add an account. They can put their bank name, their account name, the SWIFT code and account number. They can close. Now they can view the withdrawal history here. They don't have any withdrawal history at the moment, and they can also order for goods. They can also chat with sellers. You see, Hans here is online, so they can chat with this user here. And let me on the other user. Let me on Hans. Hans is available here. If they come to chat here, you see Hans has been chatting with Mia here. Mia is online and Hans is online. Let me just minimize here. If Hans tries to send a message here, let's say a message. Yes, you see, this is the message here. So you see, everything here is just okay. This is what we are going we'll be building here, and the user can also pay for goods. If they come here, you see, if they click on this good here, they can buy, they can chat here, or they can buy the good here. By supplying their credentials here, they can choose the address. If you choose the address, it's going to appear up here. So this is what we are going to be building in this section. So without wasting much time, hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we are going to be building the checkout page. Now let me show you this section in the original application which we built. If you come to brokang here, you see, let me start from the beginning. Let's choose a product here. Let's choose this one. If you come to space save here, you see the username is automatically pre-filled with their email, because this is the currently logged in user. As you can see here, you have address 1 and address 2. You can type in the user address here, or you can choose the address from save addresses. But there is one thing you should note here. You must fill this form before you go to the next step, which is the payment page. So this here have to be completed. While on the right here, we have a summary of what you are going to be paying for. See the subtotal, the shipping price, and we have a discount here. This here is the total, what you're going to be paying in total. So you can choose from save addresses here, and your addresses will be automatically populated here. So this is how this section is going to work. Now you see that this button now is now activated. You can click to go to the next step only after you're finished filling this section. Now let's go and see how we can build this functionality here. Now let's go back to application. If you come to the application here, we're going to start with our feature section. We'll create a new feature here. We'll call this let's call this checkout. Let's call this folder checkout, and we create a new file here, and this file I'm going to call it checkout also, checkout.jxs. And here we just have to bootstrap a new React application. Let's create another file here. We say checkout steps, checkout-steps.jxs. Yes, and we bootstrapped a new React application. Great. Now we need to come to our router. This is it here, and let's copy one of this. Ctrl C, and please do not put it under the child of this follow, because this follow is a link which we have under our protected route. So do not put it as a child of follow, put it as a child of the protected route here. Okay, and now we just need to replace this with our checkout page. Checkout, okay, that is it. And the path here, don't forget to put the slash checkout. Great. With this, now we have our checkout page set up. Now we can just come and hook our usual header. This is header here. Great. And let's have a div here. And here we can put our checkout steps. This is going to be checkout steps. Let's just import it before we forget. And down here we're going to have our footer. Okay, that is it. Thank God the auto completion is coming. And here I'll just give flex and items center. And in this checkout steps, I'll say active is going to be, I'll just give a name like checkout. Great. If we move into this checkout steps now, we can just get the active states from here. Active. Great. Now let's go on to material UI, or not material UI, guys, to Daisy UI, and see how we can get our steps here. Now we're going to be using this step here, this one. So I'll go to the JXS, I'll copy it, and go back to our application. Before actually going to our application, let's just navigate to the checkout page. It's going to be slash checkout. Okay, you see we have our steps here. I just need to give a margin top off. The steps is not actually in the middle. So here we're giving an item of flags, justify content, justify center. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's in the middle now. Let's give a margin top of a margin top of 6 maybe. Okay, now let's go to the step to this checkout step and paste our code which we copied. Now you see this is just an order list with these classes here. We have steps primary. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, so this is it. But here we are going to be using our accent color, and we just need to change the names here. We'll be having 3 steps, so we're going to have to delete 1 step. So let's come here. We need to remove this step. The first step we're going to have here is our checkout, and the second we're going to have here is our payment. The third here is going to be the success page. This is when we have successfully checked out every section. We have completed every section. So here I'm just going to, let's give it template literal here. Okay, we are going to set this steps color here dynamically depending on which page we are on. So here I'm going to say if active here is equal to checkout or active is equal to payment, then that is when we want to say step dash ascent. We want to give the ascent color to that step. So we can remove this. Else, since this is an optional chaining, we need to provide the else part of that condition. Now I'm just going to have to copy this. Ctrl C. I'll do the same thing here. Ctrl V. In this second part here, we are going to be at if active is equals to payment here, Then we don't need this or here. Great. Now we'll do the same thing for the last one here. I think it's just this. We don't need this here. If active is equals to success. Okay, now let me come here and see we are passing checkout. Great. Now let's see how this is coming along. Yes, so we have checkout. This is the first step here, which is checkout. I just need to increase the width of this checkout. You see, they're very close to each other and we are unable to see the difference here. So I just need to increase the width. Let's come here. Let's go to checkout steps here. And here I'm just going to give a width. Let's say width of let's say 32. This is going to be 32. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. Let's check. Okay, this is looking better now. Let's see on small devices whether it's going to be looking the same. Well, on small devices, we can make this to be vertical instead of horizontal. Yes, we can make this to be vertical on smaller devices. And how are we going to do that? On smaller devices, let's go back to checkout steps here. On this UL here, we can say steps, vertical here, while on bigger devices, one steps, horizontal, just like that. Okay, you see? If you come on, voila, this is how it's going to look on smaller devices. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Let's begin building the other section. So we are done with the checkout steps. Let's go now to checkout here. Let's create another div here. This div I'm going to give a flex here, and here I'll give a gap of let's say 12 even, and here I'll just duplicate this one because 1, 2 div here they should have to they should be side by side. And also give a margin top here, margin top of probably 6. Yes, margin top of 6. Okay, now here I'll give, let's give a width of full here first, and here I'll say width here is going to be let's say 9/12. This is going to be 9/12, and here the width here is going to be 3/12 there. So here is going to be 3/12. Great. So here I'll just say rounded, and we'll have a shadow. There's a shadow. Let's just give a shadow of large here. The same here. Rounded, shadow, shadow of large. LG. Let me see. Okay, it's not showing because we don't have a specific height and a specific width. So let's just give some random height here. Here I'll give a height of, let's say 48. And the same here, I'll give a height here of, no, that's not star. I'll give a height of 48 too. 48. Let's check. Okay, we have them here. You see, this is the box I was talking about. You see, we have rounded, we have this shadow, this nice shadow around them here. Okay, now here we can put our items here. We can put our items and we have our summary here, our checkout summary here. Now let's begin with our shipping address. So here, the first thing I'll give here, I'll just say shipping address. This is going to be an H1. Say shipping address here, and here I'm going to have a div. And inside this div, we'll have a label. I'm going to give a label and an input to have the user's name. but the gap here, the gap for this name is just going to be 1. I'll just give 1 here, and here was going to be the name, this name, yes, ID, input. I'll give a class name here, class name. This is going to be an input. I will say input bordered. Yes, just like that. If you see, we only need 3 of this, so I'm going to like delete the rest here. I'm going to remove this 2 here. We don't need this 2 here. Yes, and here I'll just bring this one up here. Great. Now instead of city here, I'm just going to put the email. This is going to be the user's email. This is email, and instead of gap of 4 here, we'll just give a gap of 1. So the type here is going to be email. Great, and let's give a class name of input bordered. Let's do the same thing here. Address, okay, address is the same here. Just going to give a class name of input bordered. Great. Now let's give a gap of 1 here. Not 2, 1. Let's check this. Okay, so this is how it's looking. You have address, this, okay. You see, we have gone around this. So we need to give a border around this. And let me see. Yes, we just need to give a border around this, and we remove the height which is specified for this this container here. Let's give a border and remove the height. And also, I'll just say margin top here of like 3, margin top of 3. So what we'll do is we give here a padding. Let's give a padding around here of, let me say, probably 8. Let me check it. Okay, that's a padding of 8. I'm going to remove this padding here, and I'll put this padding but on this container here. Put that padding on that container, and I'm going to remove this height we talked about. Remove that height, and I'll save. Let's see. Okay, this section now is looking a lot better. Shipping address, yes, email address. Great. Now we just need to find a way to put our safe addresses down here. We have to put our safe addresses down here. Let's go and see how we can do that. Before we work on choosing the addresses, let's just let's put our default value here to the currently logged in user for the name and the email section. So here I'm just going to say use state. This is going to be use state snippet here, and I'll say name here. Default, I'm just going to give it like this. The second is going to be email, yes, and let me bring in this use state here before React complains. Now what I want to do is I want to set the name and the email to the currently logged in user, but we do not yet have the currently logged in user, so we're going to get the currently logged in user from our context here. So I'll say const here, we'll say user is going to come from use outlet context, and here we need to pass the user to this header and say user. Now let's log the user to the console. Let's say user. I love to log to the console so that I see the properties we have. We have the name here and the email. So here I'm going to check if we actually have a user, but we need to bring this user down here. Yes, and now say if we have if user dot name and if user dot email, and we just need to set the default value here to the user and the email. So default value here is going to be name, and default value here is going to be email. We can also say on click on change. Yes, on change. Here, see, we set it to the email, and we do the same thing here. Set it to the name. Now about the address, let's go now and work on the address section. For the address, I'm just going to copy or duplicate this here. I'll just duplicate this because the label is going to be, we'll say something like choose. This is going to be choose from save, just from save address, says here. Okay, let's just give some styles to it. Class name, the text here is going to be X large, and font, the font is, let's give bold. Yes, it's bold actually. Let's just give a cursor of pointer. Great. Now I'll just remove this here. Let's see. Okay, we have it here. Choose from save addresses. Okay, like this. HTML4, we need to remove this. We don't need this HTML4 because it's pointing now to the address. We don't want it to point to the address section there. So if you go to the user here, if you place your mouse over the user switch we are logging to the console, you see that we have the address here, which is an array. So we're going to be looping over this array and we'll get our respective users' addresses from there. So let's come here. Here I'm just going to give a div here. I'll give a div here, and inside this div I'll flex. So flex, flex is going to be column 2. This I'll give a gap of probably 4. And now in here, I'm just going to do like this. I'll say if user.address.map, want to map over all the addresses here, like this. Now we are having a label, and we are giving the label as the address.address type. Here, this is going to be the address type here. This address type. Let's check if that's actually address type, because if you look at the addresses here, yes, we see this address type. Okay, let's go back right down here. We need to give a key. Remember, we need to give a key here, and this is going to be address.id. You can give ID here, it's okay. Well, let's just give underscore ID. So here we need to change some few things here. This gap here I'm going to give like 6 for this gap, not 7, 6. And here instead of flex column, I'll just give flex role. So we need to remove one flex, and let's just give an item of center there, because we want them to be side by side. And instead of the type to being text here, this is going to be check box. Yes, radio button. Actually, this is going to be a radio button. Let's say this is going to be a radio here, and the name here, instead of address, I'll just say address dot address type. The same here, address type, ID address type. So the class name here also have to change, and here I'm just going to say radio. This is radio, and radio ascend. Let's check. Okay, you see this is it here. I need to interchange this. I want this radio button to be first here before this text here. You see, we have our address here, and I want them to be unselected by default here. So here I'm just going to give a space here. Now cut this. I'll place it here. Okay, we just need to interchange this. We can give on change here. Let's say on change. Here we just want to set what I'll just do in this onChange, I want to set address here to set address. We don't yet have this method here, but we're going to create this method in just a moment. I want to set it to address.address. Remember that our address field here, it has this address property which contains our actual address, which is a string. So we are just setting, when we change this input, we want to set this set address to whatever we have here. Now let's go and create that use state here. I'll say address, I'll set it to an empty string. If you come to where we are setting our address here, I need to just set value is equals to address here. What is going to change here? Also, this name, since we are having multiple inputs, I just have to set this name to like something like address here, like this. Great. Let's save this and see. Let's check this now. If you see, okay, if you click here, default, yes, you see, we have the address here. If you change here, yes, our addresses are changing. Great. See, we have the address here. Let's go now and put our button down here. But before we put our button, I want to just give a text here. If we do not have saved addresses, I want to give a text here for the user to add an address if they do not have saved addresses. Instead of just leaving it empty like this, I want to give a text here to show the user that they can add an address. Now let's go to the application back. Here, after when we are looping, let's see, where are we looping over our address? Okay, here, instead of just wrapping everything in that div, here I'll say user. If we have user dot address dot length, remember our address here. Okay, want to give this optional chaining like this, and here I just want to give a p tag here. This is p. I say no saved addresses here, and I also give a link here. I want to give a link. This, make sure you take this link from React Router DOM. Don't take it from Material UI. If you take it from Material UI, you're not going to have the same result as us. So level 2 / address. We just want to direct the user to address. When they click on this link here, I'm going to say, let's first give a full stop here. And here you say, click on this link to add new. Click on this link to save, to add an address. Let's click on this link to add an address. Now let me give a class. Let's give a class name here of underline and a cursor of pointer. Okay, after all of this, now we just have to just give our button down here. I'll say button here, say b. This is going to be continue, or just give a text continue and a class name of button, and this is going to be button primary. Great. Now let's check this. Now on this button, I want this button to be disabled if we do not have an email, and when we do not have a name, and also when we do not have an address. That is when I want this button to be disabled. Here and on click, I'll just say submit, checkout, submit, checkout, and I'm going to create that function here to submit checkout. Here, great. Okay, now let's see how this is coming along. Okay, we have the button here, but the button is spanning all the way throughout this container. That is not what we want. So here I'm going to give this is, I'll give a max width. Let's say max width of XM. No, this is max width. Sorry. Let's say max width, max dash width of SM, like that. Continue is still very big, so let's just say we want a max width of 50 pixels. Okay, it's too small. That 50 pixels is way too small. 150. Okay, this is fine. And now I just have to give the margin top. Okay, now I think this is good. We'll hit this button. We're going to submit this form, but we want this only when all of this is true. So let's try to remove this and save. Now this is not getting off because we had our value here. We are setting the value to whatever we are passing here. So what I can do is, let me come to, we have email here. This is our address, and this address, we'll just say on change. I want to set this value to this, and instead of value here, I'll set default value. Besides setting this default value, we need to also set the value. I think it's important. If not, when we change this, we're not going to get our value when we change this link. Let's check. Yes, if we try to remove this, to type our address, you see, we have this like this now. If you remove, great. You see the button is going out because we do not have an address. So we cannot continue to the next step. So what is left for us to do is we just want to put our summary here. Want to put our summary here. You see? Okay, we can now continue. But we also have to put our summary here. If we don't have our summary too, we're not going to be able to continue to the next section. Now, in order for us to get our summary, we need to know the product which the user is buying. So when we started this section, we are just navigating to the checkout page. This is not ideal. We don't know the product which we are trying to buy. So we need to go back here. Let's go to this. Let's check this product. When we click on this space safe link here, this is when we want to call our checkout button. We'll just navigate to this checkout page with this product URL appended to the checkout URL. So let's come here. Let's go to products details. Control P, products details, where we have our link for checkout. This is not, let's go to, I think it's the right section here. Let's look for checkout. This is change state. This is edit product. This is like product. This is chat, and yes, this is the button for us to navigate. I'll just say on click here. I want to navigate the user to /checkout, and here we need to give the product ID. So product, I'll just say ID here. The ID here, what I'm going to put here is the product. Okay, it has to be like this. This will be the product underscore ID. Okay, like this. Now, if the users come here, okay, you say we are now directed to this checkout page with this product ID here. So let's go back to our application. I'm going to first get the URL here from this method. That is the URL search parameter here. So, and to do that, we're going to use this const, comma use, this is search param. I'll say set. We can just get only the search params here because we're not going to be setting anything. So use search params from React router. Get it from React router. So here I'll just say const id is equals to search parameter dot get id. Let's log this id to the console. Okay, we have the id here. Now what we need to do is we need to call our get product with this id. Let's say const use product, and we pass the id here. Okay, now we need to get a product from here. This is not. Here we need to get the product, and let's log the product to the console. to see if we're actually getting the product here. Yes, we are having the product here. Is the Under Armour white t-shirt, which we are currently working with. So with this set now, let's calculate our summary. What are we going to be having in our product summary? For that, I'm also going to create a new folder here. A new file, not a folder actually. I'll create a new file here and I'll call it checkout summary. Checkout summary.jxs here. So rfce. And now we just need to call this checkout summary somewhere here. Let me see. Let's come right down here. Yes, I'll call it here. Also checkout summary here, and we need to pass the product in that checkout summary. So if we come here, we need to get also the product from here. The product. Great. Now let's see. Yes, we have checkout summary here. You see, this is it here. So what we have to do now is we just have to put our summary here, just the same as we have here in the main application here. So you see, this is the summary page here. Now let's come and build that summary. The first thing I'll have here is an h1, just checkout summary, and I'll give it class name, the margin top of let's say 6 with yeah, a margin top of 6. Let's give a text of 2x large here, and bold, a text of bold. Font, sorry, this is going to be font of bold here. Great, that's a checkout summary. And here I'll just give a padding. I'll say class name. I'll give a padding of 6. 6 is too much. I'll just give 3. I think 3 here is going to be okay. Now we need to give another div. Let's give another div here. Like this. Great. This margin top here is going to be 4. This is going to be flex. Yes. I'm going to remove this flex from here. Okay. Now we have another div. This is the one we're going to put the flex on. And item here is going to be center. Justified center. Justified space between. Yes, justified. Justify. Dash between. Okay. Here we'll just have a p tag. I'm just going to give a p tag here. And I'll say sub total. While here, I'll give also a p tag here. And I'll just give a price here just for now. And I'll give some class names here. So text here is going to be x large. Here font is going to be semi bold. Great. Let's check this and see. Just the first one. Here, okay, like this. Checkout summary, subtitle. That's okay. It's not looking bad. So what we can do is we can also remove the height. We can also remove the height which we placed here. Let's remove this height. So if you come down here, I'm going to give a break. Here, I'll give a break like this, and I'll just duplicate down this line. Control C, Control V, and instead of subtotal here, I'm just going to give shipping. This is going to be shipping. Here, and I'll just allow it like that. And now here we have another break, and this here is going to be discount. Let's say discount. Okay, just like that. And after the discount here, we're going to have a divider here. This is going to be a div with a class name of divider. Okay, and lastly down here we're going to have another div here, and we're not going to have any title. Oh, we can still put like set total. Okay, like this. And this here, I'm going to push this here to the right. The text here is going to be to the right here. So text right. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, now we have this is moving way down to the bottom of the container so that it has the same height with this, but we do not want this to have the same height with like this container here. So what I'm going to do is come here. Let's go to checkout here where we have a checkout summary here. I'm going to just say self start. If you go and check, yes, it has come up here. So this is the checkout page now. We have subtotal, shipping, discount, and we have the total here. I'll make this total to be a bit bolder and a bit bigger here. Just give it class name here of, let's say, bold, font, semi-bold, and the text here also is going to be X large. Okay, just maybe like this is okay. Yes, I think this is okay. This is the checkout page now. What we need to do now is we just need to calculate the respective amounts for the discount, the subtotal, and the shipping, and the total. We just need to calculate them here. There's no need for me to go and do that in the checkout page. We're just going to do that here so that when we reach where we're going to pay, we just need to pass the product here just as we are doing here now. So if we come here, also I'm just going to say const original. I'll say original price, original price is equal to product dot original price, product dot original price here. And the discount price here is product dot discount price. Now I can say the discount here is going to be the original price minus the discount price, and this here is going to be if only we have the discount price. If only we have discount price, if say discount price here, then we want to say the discount is going to be original. Discount is going to be original price minus, yes, the discount price. Then the shipping fee is going to be so const shipping fee is going to be, I'll just say product dot shipping fee. Let's just go now to our checkout. Let's come right down here and just substitute the values we have here with these values here. The subtotal here is going to be our original price here. Shipping fee here is going to be our shipping fee, of course, and the discount here is going to be our discount. Now the discount here, if we have a discount, we're going to say if we have a discount, if discount here, then we just want to say discount, else we just want to give a dash like this. Okay, now here with our total price here, this is just going to be the total price like this. Let's check if we are having everything. Okay, you see we do not have the shipping fee is 0 and the discount here is 3 here. So in addition to this, now if you check this, okay, now we can submit this form like this so that we go to the next part, which is the payment. We actually pay for the product. Go to the next part by clicking this pay product here. So let's go back to our application and see. Okay, now there is one thing here. For us, because what we want to do is we want that when we click on this button, where is our checkout button? Yes, this button, this submit checkout. When we click on this, we want to store our values into local storage. We want to store all our values in local storage, and we need the original price. We need the original price here, the total price here, And we have the discounts also. We need the discounts, we need a shipping fee, we need all of that information, the other items in general. So we need to move this functionality we have here in this calculating all of this. Let's move it to the checkout page here, and we just have to we just need to pass them here down as props. Rather than passing the product, we just need to pass this here, this we are calculating here, down to the checkout function here. So I'm just going to cut all of this here. I'll cut all of this, Control X, and I'll paste them here just after we have our product here, not just before the handle submit here. Yes, we have the original price, discount, and now this, I'm going to send all of this down to our checkout summary. This is checkout summary here. So if we come down, checkout summary, apart of taking the product, we're not even going to need the product again here, because we're going to be sending in our say total price. It's going to be total price. We're also going to be sending in the shipping fee, which is shipping fee. We are also going to be sending in the discount, which is discount, and we are also going to be sending the original price here, which is original price. So these are the main things we're going to be sending down to this method here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy all of this, or I'll come to checkout summary here. We don't need this product here anymore. Yes, so what I'll do is I'll set original price, shipping fee, discount, and total price. All is going to be coming from this checkout here. Let's see. Yes, everything is still the same. Yes, everything is still the same. Now we want to submit this form. I want that when we submit this form now, we need to store the value of our submission into local storage, so that when we go to the page where we are going to be paying for the product, we just take our other items from local storage and we use it. Yes, so here I'll say local storage, the set item here. I'm just going to call this other items here, and in these other items we're going to be you know, when we are storing items into local storage, you need to convert it into a string, because the local storage only accepts string. So here we have address, and we have our email, we have the name, we have the total price, we're going to have the discounts, we have the shipping fee, and we have the original price also. And we are also going to pass in the user ID. Rather than passing the user ID, I'm going to be passing by the product ID. I'll leave the user ID for the moment. I'll pass the product ID. Product.id. This is product ID. Yes, I'll pass it like this, because the user ID, we're going to get the user ID from the currently logged in user when we reach. Now we just need to redirect the user to, after all of this, we just need to redirect the user to the payment page. So we say navigate. We don't yet have navigate here, so we need to bring it. We need to bring in navigate from React router. So navigate, it's going to come from use navigate, and here we need to import it also. Here I'm just going to bring down this navigate here. Yes, we import the navigate, and now we just need to navigate to the payment page. We are navigating to the payment page here. Now we do not yet have the payment page, but we can just create it here. Let's create a new folder here. We say payment.jxs, and we just create a new file here, and we call it payment.jxs here. This folder here, I need to change it. Let's rename this folder to payment here. Okay, like this. And here's a RFCE to initialize a new component here. Okay, now let's go to our router. And after checkout here, we're going to have payment. This is going to be payment. And here, this is going to be payment. Great. Now, yes, if you come down to the application here, we cannot submit this page here because we do not yet have this, our address. So we can just click here to get our address from here, or you can change it to this address, to our home address. Now, if we click submit here, let's see if it's going to take us there. Yes, it's taking us to the payment page here. Now, let's check our local storage here. This is F12. If you come here, local storage, let's go to let's go to our application. Sorry, if we go to application here, let's check. Yes, you see these are our other items here. So you see here we have our other items here with all the information that is needed. So now we can just come and begin to build this payment page. We are going to continue working on our payment page here. So if we go to the application now, I'm going to begin with our header here. We get it from component, and we need to pass in the user here. And we all know where we're going to get the users from. This is from context, outlet context, and here we just pass the user here. And in addition to user, it's good I should just also get the other items here as a const. Other items, we'll get it from local storage also. Okay, now here, what we're going to have here is, let's say with full item, let's flex items center, justified, center to. So we're going to have our steps here, and the active field here is going to be the active property here is going to be payment, because that's the current step we are in, the payment step. And here I'm going to have a div here. This div will set the width to full, flex, yes, and here inside this flex container, this is where we're going to have our two items. I'll just give a gap of 10 here, and here I'll give a margin top of probably 6, while in this one I'll give a margin top of 4. Now in here we're going to have a div. This div, I'm going to give a width of this first div is going to be 9/12, yes, and I'll give a shadow of large and rounded also of large, like this, and a padding. This is going to be a padding of 4. I'll duplicate down this line. Let me just give a text here. I'll say right. I'll duplicate this, and here I'll just say left. Instead of 9 here, this is going to be 3. Okay, and the padding here is going to be 2. So while down here, we're going to have our footer. Let's check how this is coming. We have use context is not defined, so we need to bring in our use context from here. Oh, checkout steps. Okay. Let's make sure we are bringing down everything. We have footer, checkout steps. Okay, I think it's going to work now. Okay, you see, this is it here now. Let's increase. I'm kind of going to increase the height between these steps and this here. Instead of margin top of 4 here, I'll just give 6 too. Okay, now let's begin to work on the right hand. On the right hand here, the first thing I'm going to have is a div here, an h1 actually. I'm going to have an h1 here, and I'll give a text of pay with debit or credit card. Last name is going to be text x large, font bold, Okay, like that. And here I'm going to have a margin bottom of 4 pixels, margin bottom of 4. And just after this h1, we're going to have a div here. Great. And this div, I'm going to have form. Here inside this form, we'll have another div. In this div, this is where we are going to be having our individual items, where we're going to have a label and our input field. The first I'm going to start is with the card. This is going to be card name. This is card name. Type is text, and I'm going to give a default value of user dot, if we have a user, dot the name. And let's say here I'll say flex. This is going to be column. Actually, this is going to be flex, and a gap of 1. We'll give a gap of 1. Yes. And inside this, I need to wrap all of this in another div, because this other div, I'm going to give it a flex and flex of column. I'm going to give a gap of, let's say, 5, perhaps 6, a width of full, and a max width of SM, like this. Then I'll copy this other div. I'll paste it in here. Okay. Let me see how this is. Okay. We need to work on this input. This input it doesn't have the properties which we want. So here I'll just say input border. Okay, great. We need to make the width here to be full. Yes, it's already full. So we need to make the width of this input to be full too. Width is full. And here, this width here also has to be this width here. I need to apply these styles, but down here. So here, this max width has to come down here, and the width here is going to be full, like this. Okay, let's check. Yes, like this. Now we just have to we need to say flex here is going to be wrap, like this, and we duplicate all of this. I'm just going to copy down this line. I copy this line around 3 times. Instead of cat name here, I'm going to say cat number, and there's no default value here because we're going to be using stripe elements, and we're going to change all of that. There's a placeholder. The next here is going to be, after cat number, we're going to have expiry date. It's going to be expired date, and we're going to have a placeholder of data name. The next is going to be, okay, let me just copy down this like this. After the expiry date, we're going to have the cat CVC. So cat CVC. Okay. Now after this, we have interchanged this here. So what I'll do is I'll just bring this one up. Okay, like this. And after this, I just need to have our button. We just need to have our button. I'll give it class name of btn dash asset. And actually, this is not going to be a button. This is going to be an input with a type of submit. The class name is going to be the same, and an input is a self-closing tag. So we need to do it like that. And I'll just give a value of, let's say, submit payment. submit payment. So let's check how this is coming. Okay, you see, this is it. Okay, this is fine. We need to give a margin top here. Rather, I'll just give a break here. Okay, so force a margin on top of here. Good. Now we have this section. What is left is this other section. And you know, we already have that section. So we just need to plug in, or we just need to plug in our summary here, our other summary here. I'll say check out summary, check out summary. So here we are going to need a few things, and we're going to have all of this here: the discount, the original price, the shipping fee, and the total fee. All of this is going to come from our other items here. So we have discount, and we have the original price, we have the shipping fee, and also we have total price. Yes, all of this, we're going to destructure all of this from other items here. Say const, this is going to come from our other items. The total, we had address, email, the name, total price, discount, shipping fee, and original price. So here I'll just say discount, and here I'll say original price, and here this is going to be shipping fee, and here this is going to be the total price. Let's say this. Yes, so we have back everything here. So you see, this page is done. We are done with this page. What is left now for us is to submit this payment. It's left for us to submit the payment and set up our Stripe. So for us to do that, we're going to go to Stripe. Let's just Stripe here. Let's come down to this link. So I'm going to log in. If you don't have a Stripe account, you can create one for free, and you log into your account. So when you create an account and log in to Stripe, you'll be presented with a dashboard like this, depending on actually when you are implementing your own depending on when you're watching this video, this dashboard here might have changed. So we have a lot of things here. You can create a new account, a new business, and you can come to the developer page here to get the developer key and all of that. You can see the past payments for this account. Say succeed, incomplete. So this is what we're going to be doing here. Now, what I'm interested in here is this developers page, where we can do a lot of things. You can integrate you can integrate Stripe into your application. You can use webhooks also. Yes, this is after you've deployed your application. You can receive real-time notification and communication with the Stripe server. So the Stripe is really a big company. So the documentation is very explicit. Yes, it's really easy to look at the documentation and understand everything. So you can go ahead and look at the documentation. So here, this is just an overview here, and we have the API key here. This is our API key, our publishable key, and our secret. We're going to be needing this publishable key in the back end. So I'm going to copy it by clicking on it. I'll go to the back end, Control P, and we go to payment. I think it was payment controller. This is it here. Okay, we have Stripe here, and we are calling Stripe, and we have the Stripe key here. We needed to pass a Stripe key here. So we said process.env.stripe. Let's see if we are passing the Stripe key in our .env file. Let's come to the back end here. Is it env? We do not have a Stripe secret here, so we need to pass it here. We need to pass Stripe. This is going to be, let me just copy what we had here for consistency, and I'll come to the .env here and I'll paste it here. This is just the demo one, but I'm going to copy the real Stripe key, because we have this Stripe secret and the Stripe key. The secret is for the back end, while the publishable key is for the front end. So I'm going to copy this secret. I'm going to copy this secret here. So here I'll just, please do not copy my own secret because I'm going to change it after. So here is copied, and I can come back here and I'll paste it here. Yes, this is the secret key. Now, with Stripe, when we are working with Stripe and React, we need to set up Stripe in the front end. We need to set up Stripe in the front end also. So we're just going to do that right away. So let's go back to Stripe. So if we click here, let's come to learn more about the API here. This will take us to the API documentation. Here we have this for the API key. Let's come to overview here. You see this, you can use the Stripe CLI tool here and set up the integration with Stripe. So the documentation of Stripe is really, really good, as I told you earlier. So you can start with the Stripe CLI here. This is how you can get up and running with the Stripe CLI. This is a command line tool which you can use. Let's say these are all the various commands which you can use in order to get started here with Stripe. Now, let's come to payment here. We can accept online payment here. You see, you can choose the frameworks which you're using. We are using React for front end, and back end we're using nodejs. You see, we already did this here. You see, look at our Stripe. We called Stripe and we passed our secret API secret key here. This is our secret key. We passed it here. And if you read down through this page, you see all the instruction. This is how you can install Stripe library for Node.js. We already did this. This is creating a checkout session. All of this. Now, this is what we're going to be doing now. So here in the front end now, we can build our checkout page. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building our checkout page using the Stripe elements. We're going to use Stripe elements in order to build our own checkout page. Yes, we're going to use the Stripe element to build the checkout page. So here you can also see the packages which we're going to be used to build for the front end. We have Stripe, React.js, and this Stripe.js. We're going to use these packages to build our front end using Stripe element. Here, we can use Stripe element in order to build the front end. So this is what we're going to be needing. If you come to this page, you see, look at this documentation. You read through this documentation. It's really, really self-explanatory. Yes, just go over this documentation and you'll see how everything is being done. So let's just copy this command here. This is what we're going to be needing to install Stripe in the front end. So here, we'll come here. This is the back end. We did everything that we had to do in the back end with our payment processing here. So we just need to come to the front end now. Let's kill this terminal. And I'm going to paste the code which we just copied. So we are installing two packages, Stripe React-Stripe-js and Stripe/Stripe-js. So those are the two packages we're going to install. This one specific for React is going to, that's the one that's going to allow us to use React Stripe elements. So we have a problem here. Let me check what that might be. Okay, I had to reinstall it. It installed without any problems here. I'll just start up my server back. npm run dev. Okay, the server is up and running again. So what we need to do now in this, if you check here, let's come to the Stripe element. If you check here, you see that we are importing Stripe from React Stripe here. That's importing elements from React Stripe here, and we are also loading the Stripe. We're getting this load Stripe method from Stripe-js. We're going to use this method later, but what we should do now is we should get this Stripe here from this element, because we're going to wrap the portion of our application that contains Stripe with this Stripe element here, with this element coming from React Stripe here. So you see, this is it here, and we are going to be passing the Stripe secret here in that method, in this element, and we'll pass in some options to customize the way we want the element to look like. So this is how it's done here. Let's go back to our application and see how we can do something that's similar to this. So I'm going to come back to our payment here. But actually, what we're going to do this in our router here, because this is where we need to wrap this payment here. We need to wrap it here. So what I'm going to do is, the first thing I'll do here is I'm going to get, I'll say import Stripe. The first thing is going to be Stripe. Okay, this is not coming. Then say load Stripe. This is going to come from Stripe. Okay, and the other one is going to be elements, which is come from Stripe react-stripe elements. Here in this load Stripe, now we just need to pass in our Stripe key. We just need to pass in the key, which is actually our publishable key. So here I'll say const Stripe key is going to be, we're going to take it from our .env file. So we need to create a new file at the root of your application. Let me just give this one empty string here. You need to create a new file in your application in the root of your front end application, and we call it .env.local. So the reason we are calling .env.local is that so that when you're pushing your code to GitHub repository, this file is going to be excluded from your files on GitHub, so that you should not leak your secret to the public. So here, this is the file. Just create this .env.local file. If you don't yet have it, you're going to create it. So here, I'm going to put in our publishable key. I'm going to put in the publishable key here. So here, I'll just say vite, and make sure you start this with vite. So I'll say vite underscore react publishable key. I'll just say publishable key, publishable key. Yes. And now this publishable key, we need to get it from our Stripe dashboard here. This is it here. I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. Let's save. Let's come back to our router here. We are going to get it from, we're going to get it now with vite. Vite store the environment variable in this meta property. So we're going to say import .meta. This is meta.env.vite publishable key. This is going to be publishable key, publishable underscore key. Okay, like this. Vite publishable key. Yes. Now we can just call now load Stripe as a const load Stripe promise, and we call this load Stripe, which we're getting from Stripe.js, and we pass our publishable key to it. And now we just need to wrap our application, this our payment here, with that element, with the Stripe element which we were getting earlier. So here I'm just going to wrap as an element here. We'll pass the Stripe like this, and you just bring this in here. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, you see, we are just wrapping our payment section with this Stripe element here. So what we need to do now is we need to go and get our Stripe secret, our payment which we created, our payment endpoint which we created from the back end, our payment intent we created from the back end. We're going to call it now so that we can have our Stripe element, we can have our client secret, because we only want to run the Stripe elements when we have our client secret, because without the client secret we cannot make a payment. So we're going to get the client secret now from the back end. What I'll do is I'll go to let's go to the agent here. I'll just create a new as a const payment here. I think this section here is going to be alone. Let's say get payment intent request the post payment data. Let's check the payment route. There's a payment. Okay, this is not it. Control P, payments controller. Now in the payment controller, what we are sending in here is just the amount from the request body. We're sending the amount from the request body here. You see, so what we're going to do here is let's check payment route. So it's just slash payment and supposed to request. So I'll go back here. I'll say get payment intent. Yes, this is correct. Payment. Let's let me go to app.js and see if that's the correct endpoint. Payment route and /payment. Good. So everything is fine. Now, with this, we just need to pass the payment here. And now let's come to our payment section here. We'll create a new file. We'll call payment API. So payment API.jxs. And here, I'll just say export const. This is going to be, I'll call this get payment intent. And here, just a try catch. And if an error occurs, we just need to throw the error here. You just need to throw this error like this, and I'll await. So agent dot payment dot get payment intent, and here we just need to pass our data. Here I'll just say data. We'll pass the data here. Now let's create another file here. Oh, sorry guys, this is not .jxs. This is just .js. Let's create another file here. We'll say payment.js. Now we'll say export const use payment intent, and we're going to be running a mutation here. Let's say const use mutation, and the mutation key is going to be payment intent. We don't really need a mutation key here. So here I'm just going to cut all of this. Need data here, and we call our get payment intent, and we just pass the data here. So now we just need to get here our mutate, and I'll call it payment intent, and here also is loading payment intent. We just need to return the payment, and it's loading payment intent here. What I actually even need here is not the entire payment intent. We only need the client secret. So what I can remove this payment intent here, and here what I'll do is I'll say client. I'm going to destructure the client secret. I'm going to just destructure this client secret from our payment intent here. Client secret, and this is going to come from mutate. Oh no, what is this? Let's just say mutate. Let's call mutate here. But if we come to payment API here, we need to do what I wanted to do there. We are not even returning anything from here. So I'll say const result here, and we just return result dot. This is going to be client underscore secret, because this is the only thing we need from this method here. This is what we are returning. So let's come back. Let's go to payment here and just call this use payment intent. Let's come to payment here. We're going to call the use payment intent right here. As a const. Let's do it actually here. Const use payment intent mutate, and now I'm going to use a use effect here in order to get our payment intent. Let's say mutate, and here we need to pass in our amount. Here, amount is going to be amount here. Amount is going to be the total price which we are getting from here. So with this now we can get our mutate. We can get our mutate. You see, we are just writing the mutation here. We're just writing the mutation here. So we need to actually get the client secret. Because this is a mutation, what we're going to do is, let's come back to payment here. And instead of mutation here, I'm going to have another field here because we can get our data from here. And I'm going to just call it client, call it client secret. Okay, this is what I was intending for us to send from this method here. It's client secret. Now, if you come to payment here, I'm going to receive that client secret from here. The client secret. Now let's log this client secret to the console. This is going to be CLG client secret. Now we need to call this in the use effect here. The use effect. And now here, this is where we need to call this the use mutate. So here also we need to pass the total price as the dependency. Total price. And there is one important thing here we need to do too. Here we need to call this if only total price is available. Let's say if only we have total price here. This is when we're going to need to call this mutate function here. And also Stripe uses this in send, so we need to multiply this value here by 100 here, like this, because you use Stripe. So make sure you multiply your total price by 100. Let's try and see. Okay, our client secret is showing us undefined here. So we are getting this error from Stripe, and this is coming from our back end here. If you check, it's an unauthorized error. What is this saying here? Let me see. It says that you do not provide an API key. You need to provide an API key to Stripe. But we just, okay, you know that whenever we are working with the environment variables, we need to restart our server. But we didn't do that for the back end when we changed our environment variables in the back end. So what we need to do is, let's come to the back end here. We have our key here, quite all right. But we need to restart our development server here. You see there's the error here. Let's say npm run dev once more. Okay, it's not coming. So npm run dev. Okay, our backend server now is up and running. Let's come back here. Let's try to get our API key again. I'm going to close this. Let's go back here. Let's refresh the page. Let's check our console. Okay, it's still undefined. We are not still getting the client secret. So the problem was that I had a problem with my API secret. I copied it with a mistake, like I omitted one value. So I had to go and cross check. So you can see here, everything is working fine. We have our API secret here. This is it. If you come, let me show you. If you try to refresh, it will load and load our API secret. So if you come here, you see this is our secret here. This is what we are going to use in order to make our payment. This is our client secret, sorry, not API secret, our client secret or payment intent secret. So with the client secret, now what I'll do is, let's come to our form here, remove this action. You don't need the action on that form. And here, I'm just going to give an onSubmit, and I'll say handle submit, handle submit, and here, this cons handle submit. For now, I'm just going to say, yes, I'll just leave it like this for now. I'll come up here and import a few things from Stripe, Stripe React, yes, and I'll use, this is going to be use Stripe, and we'll say use element. These are some few hooks which we can use, and I'm going to have our card CSV element. We're going to also have our card expiry date, card expiry date element, and we're going to have our card number. Those are the three things we're going to need from Stripe. Card number. So yes, we need these three things. I just need to come down here now and replace our various elements with the elements with what we have here. Instead of this input here, I'm going to have a card. This is going to be card number element here. And this, we don't need all of this here. It has its own placeholder and all of this. So I'm just going to remove all of this. I'm going to just be left with these class names here. Let's first leave this last name and see if these last names are going to work. Good and fine. If not, we're going to write normal CSS for them, or we're going to follow the convention of Stripe elements. So now, oh, this is card number, the expiry date. This one now is for the expiry date. This is going to be card expiry element. I need to remove all of this too. And the last one here is for the CSV. So let's check this now. Okay, you see, it has changed, but it looks like our styling is broken. See, we cannot click on this input here. We cannot click on them. So our styling is broken. So something is surely conflicting between the Stripe element and the styles which we are given here. So what I'll do is, I'll go to here. I'll just write some custom styles here on these elements here, because with Stripe element it has an options here. With these options now, I can just specify classes here, and on these classes I want to give a focus. When this input is focus, I just want to give this class name of focus, or let's just say element focus, which stands for EL. I'll do the same for all the other elements. I'll copy. Now we have not written the styles for this. I'm going to write the styles for this in the index.css. So I'll copy this, come here, paste, paste. Okay. Now let's go to index.css and write the styles here. If we come to index.css, now we need to write the styles for .el focus. So here what I'm going to do is, I'll just say outline, outline styles, actually outline styles. Here is going to be solid, and outline width here, I'll give it to 2 pixels. This is almost what we are doing, tailwind CSS is doing. And the outline offset, I'll give it also to 2 pixels. And also we'll have the outline color, what I'll say edge, Ctrl Z, as a var. I'll inherit the background color, and I'll just divide it by 0.2. This is 0.2, like this. Now let's check now if something was changed. Okay, nothing. Let's go back to our application and check here if there's something we are missing. Let's go to route. Let's try to lock this stripe key to the console if we're going to get it. Okay, the stripe key is giving us undefined here. It's actually undefined here. So let's try to restart the server for the front end here. Let's serve. Server connection lost. Okay. Well, you see, nothing is happening yet. Let's go back to the application. Okay, you see, it's still undefined. Why are we not getting this here? So let me check what we have in the environment variable. We have publishable key here. Let me just copy it. Maybe we're making a step publi. Okay, you see, here is publishable. Why is this supposed to be publishable? There's supposed to be an hash here. Publishable key. Okay, let's go back to our route. Here is publishable. Okay, now let me try to save this. Okay, guys, look, this is already working now. You see, we have our data here, but this here is not in the center here. All of this, we are not having this in the center, so we need to try to make this to be in the center. All of this, you see, it's working now. Everything is fine. So we had a problem. What was giving us this problem is this here. So we have our API key now. Everything is set up now. It's just left for us to hook it up. But let's go and fix that problem. Now I'll close this. Let's go to our payments here. To try and center those texts, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give a padding Y, padding top and bottom of 4. I'll just copy this. We need it here. Okay, that's not good. I need to paste it back here. And we need to paste it here also. Okay, great. Let's check. Okay, you see everything now is centered to the middle. Okay, we have our form now to pay for our goods. What is left for us is to just hit the submit button and we submit this form and our payment is being processed. And to direct us to the success page, which is the last step. Before we go and create an order, there are some few things we need to change in the back end. So let me show you. If you come to the back end, let's start with the order controller here. Order model, sorry. Now in the order model, the shipping address here, we are setting it to an object. I don't want it to be an object. So because we are just sending by the string, so I'll just say here string instead of an object, right? And also I want to add another field here, which is going to be for the seller. Add another field for the seller. Now, why am I doing this? Why am I adding this field, this seller field here? Because I want to query the orders for both the user and the seller. When you buy something, you want to see your past orders. But here we are dealing with an e-market situation where the buyer can also be a seller. So we also want to get all the goods that were being ordered from a particular seller who can also be a user. That's why I'm adding this field for seller here so that I can query for both the user and the seller their payment history. Yes, so that's why I have to add this seller here. What another thing we can do is we can come to let's go to the user. Let's go to the user model. Now guys, this is pretty normal when you move back and forth. This happens when you are working with the back end and the front end. It's normal to go back and forth because sometimes you have a picture of what you want to do. but along the line it get changed. You find a better solution or you find a better way of doing it, and at the end you need to come back and change your schema. So that's what we are doing here. Now we need available. We need to get the available balance here, and available balance is a number, and the default I'm going to set it to 0. I'm going to have another field also, which is going to be the account balance, which is also going to be a number. Great. So we introduce these two fields to the user module, the available balance and the account balance. Now, what's the difference between the available balance and the account balance? The available balance is what the user can withdraw, and the account balance is what, whenever a user order for a product, we're going to have this account balance being populated or being incremented whenever a user orders a product. But with the available balance, until the user receives that product and they confirm that they've received that product, that's when we are going to increment this available balance. The reason I'm doing this is because in case of a return, the user returned a product, we have to pay back the user their money without even informing the seller, because the seller have received back the product which that user ordered. So that's why I'm keeping track of this available balance and the account balance here separately. Let's now go to the order controller. There are a few things we need to change there because we have changed our schema. So let's go to order controller here. An order controller, we need to pass in that seller. The seller is going to come from this product to order.user. Remember that our user schema has this property called user. Let me show you. I hope you haven't forgotten about that. So we have ID, store name, introduction, non-product, and I think, no, the product is the product model. Sorry, control is a product model. It has, yes, this user here. So that's the product model we are bringing here. This product to order, we are just setting the seller to the user of this product, the owner of this product. Yes. Now, what I can do again is I can bring in the seller here. There's a const seller account is equals to await user dot find by ID product to order dot user here. I just need to bring in our user from the user model here. Okay, this is fine. Now, what are we going to do with this seller account here? This seller account, we want to increment the available balance. So whenever a user creates an order, we want to update the available balance here. So how is that going to work? Let's say seller account dot available balance is equals to, this is plus equals to total price times 0.98. I'll say times 0.98. Why am I timesing it by 0.98? Because we want a situation where for every sale that a user in the application make, we want to give the brokang application 2%. The brokang application is going to have 2% for every sales that's been made through brokang, that's been made through the pay safe button. We're going to give it 2%. We deduct a 2% from each sale that's been made through brokang. So that's why I'm giving the discount there. So here we need to just okay, what is this? Okay, I'm going to times it by 0.98 because I want to give a 2%. I want to give that 2% to brokang. It's only 2%. And here, let's say yes, dot fix. I want to fix it to 2 decimal places because when you do something like this, it can give you a very long string. So we just want to fix it to 2 decimal places. Yes. And let's just put this like this. Okay. This is fine now. We can just await and save the changes here like this. Okay, with this now, this order controller is completed. The order controller is completed. So there is something also we have to do here. We have to add another endpoint here, which is to get all the sellers orders. Let's say get seller orders here. Yes, we have to get the seller's order here. So what we are doing here is we are just finding this order by the seller, and the seller is going to be the currently logged in user here. Request.user.id, and here we are populating the product field because we want to populate the product field. There's certain things you're going to need from the product field, but I'm not going to limit what we'll be getting from the product field. So I'm going to remove this. We're just going to populate the product field, and we send our order, respond to status, and we send the order here like this, like we've been doing. So this is how we get the seller's order. And the next thing is we're going to try to update also. We're going to update this. We're going to update the order. That is, when the user finally receives their product, the user can now, the seller can update the order that the user have received their product. So here I'm going to write that endpoint here, update order status. Here also export const update order status. Okay, this is just a bare bone of what this update order status is going to look like. Now, the first thing is we are getting the status from the request body, and the order, we are getting the order from the request parameter. That's the ID of the order from the request parameter. We are finding the ID from the database using order.findById. Now let's get rid of this. We don't need this here. Okay. We need this. Yes. Now let's work on this order first before we get working on this order. So we need to bring in our order product and our seller here. Let's say seller account here. This is going to be order.seller. We're going to get the seller account here from order.seller, or you can also get it from the currently logged in user. Is still fine. And also we're going to get our order product from, yes, here. Great. Now what I'll do here is I'll say if we'll set the order to whatever we are getting from the request body here. We'll set the order for this because we want to update the status of this order. So I'm going to say order.status is equals to whatever we are getting from this request body. We'll update the order status to it. And also deliver time, we're going to set the deliver time order product order dot, no, this is order dot what order dot deliver at, here it's going to be datetime dot now. Yes, and now we can just await the order and save the changes here. Right, now here we can say seller account dot, now the available balance. This is where we are going to update the available balance. This is when we're going to be updating the available balance. So we say dot available balance. This is plus equal to here we just say order dot total price times 0.98. 0.98. Yes, and here we just want to fix it to 2 decimal places here. And here we can now just code our save changes here. So await save changes. Great. Now after this we need to, if our order product is not set to sold out, we need to set it to sold out. So here I'm just going to say product. This is order products. The status here is going to be sold out. Sold out, yes. And here we just need to say save changes. Good. Now why we are doing this because we just want to make sure that the order of this product is set to sold out when the user is setting the available, when the seller is setting the available balance. Here we just want to make sure that the status is set to sold out. So with this we are able to update our order status here with all of this. Now let's go to the controller, to the router. Sorry, we're in the controller now. Let's go to the router and see how we can add those two endpoints which we just added here. Let's go to order, route. Okay, down here we can add the two endpoints here. Also router dot seller. There's going to be a get, and here we have get seller orders. Yes. Here I'll just say slash item. Okay. Now we need to add another endpoint. This is going to be for update. So router dot route. This is going to be for updating this. This is going to be a put dot put. And when it's authenticated, so order controller get, I think this was update, order. Let me check what we had here. Let me just bring it in here. I'll say update order status, and here also update order status. Let's go now to the agent. Let's go to agent. Let's create a new object here. Call this order, and I'm going to say create order. It's going to get the data of type. No, we are not using TypeScript here. So request dot post. When you're creating a new order we're posting, data, I'll pass the data there. The next is going to be get user order request dot get order. Here we just want to get order, get a specific order, sorry, ID request dot get there's going to be a particular order, and we'll just pass the ID of that order here, and get, this is seller order, no, get seller orders, here we say request dot get is going to be order slash seller slash items. The last is update order status. This is going to be a put request. So it's a request dot put we're going to bring in the data, because data and ID here. Let me just give a template literal here. So order slash pass in the ID, and we'll pass the data here. Now we can just send the order here too. This is order. I think here is going to be slash user here. Let's check order routes. Yes, with slash user. Yeah, or perhaps we could just remove this. Let's just remove this user here. And let's go to agent. Instead of adding this, I'm going to remove it. Wait, like this. Let's go to order. Order. Okay, we do not yet have our orders here. So let's just go to our features product here. Let's go to features, not component, features, where we have our payment here. I'll create a new file here. Now call this order.js, and I'll create another file with the order API.js. Even though we don't need these two orders only in this payment section, but let's just put them here. Let's start with the API. So export const async this is create order, not async. Create order before async. It's going to take a data. So try catch. And down here, we just throw back this error. And in here, there's a const. So response is equals to agent dot order dot create order. We need to pass the data. And here, we just need to return response dot order. Let's copy this. Let's do the same thing for getting an order. Get user orders. Get user orders. And when getting the user orders, we don't need to pass the data. So we're going to remove this data here. Remove it here too. And here will be orders. Let's copy. Get a user order. This is a particular order. So just say agent.order dot get order. Yes. Here will be order. And getting the particular order, we need to pass an ID here. And here, pass the ID here. Now is updating a particular order. Okay, we need to get the seller's order first before we update a particular order. So this is going to be get seller order, and here get seller order. Is it expecting anything? No. Since this is an asynchronous, oh, I'm forgetting the await here. So you need to put await here and await here and await here. Last, we need to update this order. Update order. And here we're going to pass in our data and ID. It's expecting, this is update order. Update order status. It's expecting data and ID. ID. Great. And now we just need to have an order. So here we are returning the order, returning orders, and returning order here. The same thing here. Okay, now let's work on the order section here. I'll start by, let's say, export. I'll just give some more room here for us to see what we're doing. Export const. We're going to start with the use create order. Use create order. This is going to be a mutation. I'll say const use mutation. This is coming from tanstack-query, and here we're going to have the mutation function. And here we just call create order. It's expecting a data, so we need to pass data here, and we get the data from here. And on success, just need to on success, what I'll do is there's no need for us to pass this data on success. On success, I'll just give a toast that success, and I'll say order completed successfully. And if an error occurred, we just log the error to the console. But let's just leave it, because if an error occurs, we are going to cache that error. Since we are intercepting the errors, we're going to cache the errors. So let's just leave it like this, and here we just get our mutate as an order, and it's loading as is ordering. Now we just need to return this to return order and is ordering. Okay, we are done with the use create order. We need to update the order now. Let's work on the update. So I'm going to copy this. Since it's also a mutation, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. Instead of create order, I'll say update order. And here we're going to have update order. Please take it from the order API. Don't take it from our back end. Take it from the order API. And with the update, it's expecting a data and an API and an ID. It's expecting the data and the ID of this order. So I'm going to send all of them in this data property. So what I'll do here is I'll just say data dot data and data dot ID like this. Yes, on success we'll say order updated successfully. Updated successfully. At this time, when we update an order, we want to revalidate some queries. We want to revalidate the seller's order. So here I'm going to bring in there's a const. I'll call this query client. Query client is equals to use query client. And here on success, here I want to say query client dot invalidate queries. Let's give a query key here, and whatever query key here we give here for the seller orders is the same query key you're going to give when you are getting your seller orders. So I'll just say seller orders like this. Okay, this is fine. Now instead of order like this, I'll just say update order. I'll say update order, update order, and here is updating order, update order is updating order. Okay, we are done now with the mutations. Let's go and work on the queries. So here, also export const use get order. Use get order, also const use query. So we need to pass our query key, our query key. I'll just say order, and I'll pass the ID here because we're going to be needing the ID. Take the ID from here to get a particular order. We're going to need the ID, and now we need to pass our query function. This is going to be get order. Don't take it from the backend, take it from the order API here. So get user order, get user orders. So it is this one here, get user order. We need to pass the ID here, like this. Okay. And here we just need to return is loading and our data. This is loading data, and this is just going to be order. I'll say return is loading and order. I'll just copy this. Since it's a query too, instead of get order, I'll say get user orders. Here we're going to have loading is loading. Here is going to be loading user orders, and data here is going to be user orders. And here the query key, we don't need an ID here. We need to remove it from the query key here too. And here instead of order, here we'll just say user orders. And we remove. This is going to be get user orders. Yes. Loading and user orders. Let's say this is orders. Now the last thing we're going to do here is we're going to get the seller orders. Use get seller orders, and it's loading seller orders, and here is going to be seller orders, and the query here is going to be seller orders. Let me see, let's check this get okay, this is fine. Get user orders, okay, get seller orders, and here instead of user we'll put seller here. Now make sure this seller orders is the same key which you are invalidating up here. Let's go up here. Yes, make sure it's the same key because this is what we want to invalidate. This get seller orders. So here we're going to say loading seller orders, and here we're going to have the seller orders. Okay, now we are done with our queries and our mutations. What we need to do now is we need to go to our payment. Let's go to payment here. and we need to call them here. I think here we just need the create order because this is where we actually create our order. So here, the first thing I'm going to do here is I want to give okay, this is our secret here. Let's make this a little bit clearer. Let's give a use state here for our name, because if the name the user is using in our application, if it's not the name which they have on their credit card, so we just want to give an option for the user to change the name. So let's give a local state here for the name. Const name set name is supposed to use state, and we're going to just set the name here to whatever we're getting here. Let's say name. Here I'll say username, and here it's going to be set user name, or you can still put name on card. Either way, it's the same thing. I think we don't need this email here, but we're going to be needing the address. Yes. The product ID. Yes, we're going to be needing the product ID. Okay. So here, let's come to on change. When we say on change here, we want to set username to e dot target dot value. Okay, that one is taken care of already. Let's come to where we are submitting this form. This is it here, our handle submit form. Let's go there of 12. Okay, here we're just locking this text here. There are a few things which we need to get also from here. We need to get as a const stripe. So use stripe and const element supposed to use element. All of this is coming from our stripe here. This is it. Use stripe and use elements here. Great. Now here the first thing I'll do here is just say e dot prevent default, and I'll check if we do not have stripe, if the stripe is not being loaded, or okay, or there is no element, there's no stripe element, right? I'll just call this elements, and here elements. Yes, then we just want to return. We don't want to submit this form without having the stripe and the element. We just want to return here, and now I'll say const result here is equals to await, because this is going to be an asynchronous action here. Therefore, we need to make this method. Okay, we already made this method an asynchronous method. That was good. So stripe here dot confirm cut payment. Confirm cut payment. Now this confirm cut payment, it takes a client secret. If you look here, it's expecting a client secret, which has to be string and some data here. And the data here can be something like the payment method, which you can set here. So stripe.confirm cut payment is expecting our client secret. And we already had our client secret somewhere. Let me show you. This is it here. This is our client secret. We are logging to the console here. So here, I'm just going to pass our client secret. And let's give some options here. The payment method here. Payment underscore method. Stripe uses the same convention. Like this, you just need to put an underscore, then you put the next. It doesn't use the camel case notations. You just use this. You put the first word and you put an underscore. It's the same throughout the whole documentation. So here I'll just say cart element dot get if there's an element, because you see the reason why we are checking if we have elements or stripe here. So just say elements dot get element, and here we need to pass this get element is expecting an element type here, so we need to pass here the card number element. If we have the cap number element, Okay, this is a payment method. Now we have our result here. With all of this, we're going to have our result. If you log this result to the console, it will return you either true or false. Now, if it returns an error, we can just log the error. But if it returns a payment intent, which the status is set to true or succeeded, then we can do something with it. So that's what we're going to be checking for here. Now I'll just say if the result here dot error, what I want to do is just want to give a toast and say error. This is toast dot error, and I want to give a message, and the message can come from the result dot error dot status. This is not an asterisk error. This error is coming from Stripe itself. So here, so else, if this result here, if an error does not occur, this result is going to have a payment intent property here. Yes, with the status either set to true, to succeeded or processing or anything here. So here we're going to check if result dot payment intent, if it has a payment intent dot status equals to succeeded. Else, if this is the case, then we want to create a new property here. Let's say I'll just do it here. I'll just create a new property here. So const payment info is equals to, let's give it to an empty object there, and here I'll just say payment. This is going to be a let payment info equals to this, and here we just need to change back the payment info here. So payment info is equals to, I'll just say ID here is going to be our result. The payment intended ID result dot payment intent, no, not payment info, the payment intent dot ID. The status goes to result dot payment intent dot status. Guys, all of this implementation here, something like you just need to try to reason a bit to make it fit your needs, because all of this is available in the Stripe documentation, which I show you. You can go and check it out. Yes, so you just need to try to make it work to your need. And the type here, I'm just going to set it to credit card. Okay, fine. We have the payment intent now. What we need to do is we just need now to create our order. So here, I'm going to bring in our order. I'll say const. Remember, we had the use mutation. It's called use create order. And here we have is ordering and order. I need to come now here. Let's come down here. And here we'll just say order. No. Okay. There's going to be order. Oh, why is this? Okay. Here we need to pass our order info. Let's say order info, payment info, sorry. This is payment info. Here, and we need to pass other things here. We have the user's name. So the name here was, we called the name here was user name, like this. Yes. Let's check our order schema if this is actually what you're passing. Okay, this is our order model here. So we need this user, which is actually an ID. We're not passing the entire user, it's just an ID. We don't even need the user name. We're just passing the user with an ID. We're passing the seller, the total price, the status, on the paid at is a date which I set to now, delivering at datetime.now, yes. And we have that payment info here, which is an object. Okay. Now here we also need to pass the shipping address, which is a string. So let's go back here. Here we don't have a name. Here we have the shipping address. Shipping address here. Where is shipping address going to come from? It's going to come from address. It's going to come from the address field here. It's going to come from address. Address, shipping address. So make sure you type this correctly. Shipping address. We have product. Product. Here it's going to come from the product ID. Remember, you know where the product is, the product ID here. Yes. And the user is going to come from the currently logged in user. That's the user making this transaction. It's going to come from user dot underscore ID. And the seller, we already passed the seller in the back end, so we don't need to send the seller here. What we have again is total price. Total price is the same thing which we are sending here. The total price, yes. And what we have again, I think this is all. Let's check again. Our shipping address, product, delivered at. Let's check this delivered at property. Now, when we create the product, we're setting the deliver at to date.payment.now. Let's check our order controller. So okay, let's go back to payment here. Okay, here we're just creating the order. We don't need to set the deliver at yet, the timestamp for the deliver at property. So we don't need to set it yet. So I think this is all. This is everything we need in order to create that order. Yes, so now we can just navigate. I'm just going to create another property here to navigate the user. So, oh, this is username. So this username here, we're not needing this username here. We want to see how I can remove it, or we can do something else with it. Now, what I want is I want to get as a const navigate. I don't think we already brought the navigate here. Let's say use navigate. I want to navigate to the success page. So when our order is completed here, we'll say on success, yes. I just want to navigate to /success. Okay, when the order is completed successfully, we want to navigate to the success page here. You can also delete the items you have in local storage. So say local storage dot set items, and we called it order items, and let's just set it to an empty string, empty object here. Let's just set it to an empty string like this. Order items. Let me see if that's what we called it up here. Order items. I'll just copy. We are just setting the order items here to an empty string. Now we do not have this success page here. We need to go and create this success page. So I'll head over to, let's come here. We'll just create the page in this payment here. I'll create a new file here. I'll call success.jxs rfce. This success page, I'm going to make it really, really simple. I'm going to make it fairly simple here. What I'll do is I'm just going to plug in our header here, and here I'll give a div. Here I'm going to plug in also our footer. It's going to be here, our footer. Like this, we need to pass in the user here too. And here is a const user, yes, outlet context, and we just pass the user here like this. Okay, and now we need to put our steps here. This is going to be payment. We call this step, I don't know what we call this step. Was it ordered steps or checkout steps? I think it was checkout steps. Check out steps, yes. And here we need to pass active. We just set it to success. So since we are passing, we need to make this with full and item. Let's set flex first. Item center, justified center. Okay, like this. Let's give another div. Let's give another div here. I'll say the width here is going to be full too. Width full item center, yes, justified center too. And here I just want to give a margin top of probably, let's just say 20. And here I want to just give a text here with an emoji probably. I'll say your order is successful. Here I'll just give some emojis here. This. Let's go to our router. Let's go to the router. This is a protected route. Under the checkout here, let's just copy this, and I'll just set success. We'll go to /success here. Okay. Yes, this is good. Now there is one more thing. If we go to our checkout steps, let's come to checkout steps. I think this is it. Here we also need to add one check here. Let's say I forgot this. All active equals to success. Okay, great. With this now, I think let me give a margin bottom here of 20, of 10 maybe. Okay, this is fine. Now let's go and check this now, because if you hit the payment button here, we're going to see if we can create our payment. So let's check if everything we've done so far is correct. Let me just increase the text here. Let's just set text touch. Just set it to 2x large. 2x large, yes. Let's come here. Okay, we are here. This is the name of the cat. We can type any cat here. This cat number is being provided to us by Stripe for testing. You can put any date in the future here. And the CSV is usually 3 digits. And there is one thing with this payment too. What I want to do with this payment before we continue, guys, that payment, if you come here, if it's ordering, we need to use this. If it's ordering, where do we have our button? Let's see. Here we just want to set this about if is ordering. Okay. Also, if you look here, you see that we are not using this username, and if you check here, we are not calling this use stripe here. We need to call this use stripe here. I need to call this use element. If not, we're going to run into an error. And now this username, what I'll do with this username is, let's come down here where we have our stripe. Here, I think it's here. Yes, we're going to set the billing details. I'll just set the username here like this. Okay, fine. Now let's go and try this and see if this is going to work as expected. I really hope this work. So let's go here. Okay, everything is gone. Now let's start back refresh 4.2 and the CSV here. Let's hit payment. Okay, you see your order completed successfully. Your order is successful. You see our message. Now we need to set this to the middle. I want to push this to the middle here. This have to be centered. Okay, this. Okay, look our payment here. Look at our timeline here. You see, we've skipped payment. When we are on the last, we're on success, we need to set also the payment here to be checkout and payment. So we're going to adjust that. But for now, you see, your order is successful. Let's send this to the middle. And for that to be in the middle, I'll just come to success here. I'll just say text centered. Text centered. Okay, it's in the middle now. Let's go and fix this one here, this payment here. Let's fix this. Let's go to steps. Where's the other steps? Let's go to checkout steps here. Okay, checkout steps. Here, when we have payment, we need to set this also to or. This have to be or active. Here is or active is equal to success. Okay, now you see we are done with this success page. Now we can just go and check from our database if we're going to have this order here. Let's go to the database here. If you come here to our database, this is my compass here. Let's just check the orders. Yes, you see we have one order. See the total price. The status is processing. Here you see the payment information here. You see success. Type is credit card. So you see, guys, we have everything we need here. Now let's also check the user. Let's check the user who made this payment. I think it was okay. Is this user who made the payment? But what we want to check for is the user who had the product. Let's check. I think that product belonged to Hans here. You see, it belongs to Hans here. You see the available balance here. This is the available balance here, 78.4. You see, this is it here. That's the available balance, and we have the account balance here. If you see, if you check very well, you see that 2% is deducted of this 80 because the price of this product was $80. So if you look at the order here, it was 80. Now, but there is something I'm noticing here, guys. If you look at this Hans, what is this? Was Hans? Okay, if you look at the available, instead, what we should have now is the account balance, but we are having the available balance. That means there is something we interchange this in our order controller. So let's go and check. Let's go to control P, order controller. Here, when we are creating an order, here, okay, I said it. Look, here, instead of this is supposed to be account balance, not available balance. Here, it's going to be account balance here. You see, we need to change this. Thank God here we are still testing here. So you can go to the database and you change it, you interchange the values just so that you have correct data working with. What again? Let's check. Let's go to update. Yes, update here is correct. Is the available balance, but don't forget to change. Make sure you change this to account balance here. So with this, now this section is done. We are done creating our orders. If we go to our Stripe dashboard, you will see that this order also was successful. Let me show you. Let's go to our Stripe dashboard. We have Stripe dashboard here. Let's come to payment. In payment here, voila, you see we have $80 here, and the status here is succeeded, and this is the customer name. You see, so the payment was succeeded. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to list. The next thing is we're going to list our orders. Let me show you that section here. I say we're going to build in this section now, the order details page here, and the user can also get all their orders here. These are the ordered items this user have ordered, and here these are the sold items. Here, these are the items that this user have sold. See, so we're going to be building this section now. So let's go and see how we can tackle this section. So what I'm going to do is, let me just clean all of this. We are left only with the agent here. I'm going to go into the features folder. I'm going to do everything in this payment, or let's just create a new let's create a new folder here. I'll say order. There's a folder, and in this order folder I'm going to create a new file, and this is going to be order list.jxs rfce. Now let's bring in our router, and here I'm just going to duplicate this, and this is going to be order list, and here we'll just go to /order. Great. That means let's just go to the header at once. Let's go to header. In the header here, this is our novu. Let's go to where this is settings, profile. We want where do we have this address. I'm just going to copy down this. Instead of address here, we're going to have order, and here is going to be orders. Let's see. If we click here, you see we have this is the application here. Let's click here. You have orders here. If we click here now, yes, we have the order list here. Okay, fine. We can close this. Let's begin to work on this order list. Let's work on the order list. So the first thing I'm going to bring here is our header. Okay, IntelliSense is not coming, so I'm going to say import header from components header, and this is expecting a user. And where is our user going to come from? You already know that our outlet context. Use outlet context, and here we just pass the user here. I'll just say order list, and here have our footer. And where is our footer going to come from? The same thing, from the components. Let's see. Okay, we have the bare bone here. Now we can begin to place whatever we want to place here. Let's see what we're going to be building. Here we have this order items. We have this tab here. Now we can switch between the order items and the sold items here, like this. And in this order items, we have this eye icon here to view the order details. We can go back to the order list by clicking on this button here. You see. Now there's one thing here. We are going to put a button here, either around here or here, that if the user have received their order, we can show a button here for them to write a review here. in this order details, we're going to show them a button here to write a review. So you're going to take note of that. The user is not seeing this button here now because they probably have written a review, or they have not yet received the product so that they can write a review. So let's go back to the order list. So this is what we're going to be creating in this section. So let's go and begin with this order tabs here. So I'm going to start here by giving a div here, and this is going to be a section. Oh, section, yes. And in this section, we are going to have another div. Class name is going to be tabs. I'm going to say this is tabs, and we have tabs dash boxed, and the max width here is going to be xs here. Good. Now before we proceed, I want to first give a local state here for the tab. I'll say const. This is going to be, we have tab set tabs. This is going to be the initial state is going to be 0. Rather than put this in a plural form, let's just say tab set tab. Okay, this is okay. Let's continue here. So this div, we can give it a rule of I'll say tab list, like that. Let's give some more space here so that we see what we are doing. And here I'm going to give an a. This is going to be a element. The href, we're not going to be having an href, it's not going to go anywhere, but rather we'll give a rule of, let's say tab, and on click, when we click on this button, we just want to set the tab here, the set tab to 0, like that. And let's give some classes here. I'm going to get the classes here based on this tab here. Let's say if tab is equals to 0, then we want to say tab dash active. Else we just want to give an empty object like this, and here we can just say tab. Now inside this a tag here, I can say this is going to be the ordered items. Now let's just duplicate this a tag, and this one is going to be sold items. Here we set the tab to 1, and we check for 1. Let's see how this is coming in our application here. Okay, we have it here. So if you come here, you see it's changing. Now we just want to make it dynamic. When we change to order items, we want to show a different set of items. Then when we come to sold items, we want to show a different set of items. So let's come down here. We're going to do that. Let me just minimize this. So here I'm going to say that if only tab is equals to 0 here, then we want to give a div, and I'll give overflow x here is going to be let me say overflow x is going to be hidden, and the tab, let's give a tab of content, tab dash content, like this, margin top of 10. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to say, let's just give an h1 of, I'll say this is ordered items, because we're going to start with the ordered items. And let's just copy this. Let's do the same thing for the same thing for sold items here. I'll just give this S1 to sold items. Okay, let's see. Yes, Okay, you see, when we come here now, we have sold items. When we come here, we have ordered items. So this is how this is going to work. Now we just need to put our table here, the table for our ordered items and our sold items. Let's go back to our application. We need to bring in our, let's say, const. This is going to be use. We called it, I think we called it use user order, something like that. Let's check. Let's go to the order page and check. Let's come to order. Okay, we called it use get user orders and use get seller orders. Okay, let's say use get user orders, and let's say const use get seller orders. So here we just need to get our use user order, and is loading user orders, and here seller orders and loading seller orders. Great. Let's start with the user orders. Let's log it to the console. I don't think we have to pass any ID here. Let's check the same. Let's say user orders. Okay, you see, we have one user order here. Great. Now we can now work on this. I'm going to give another check here. If we have user orders, I want to give this. This have to come up here. This will come up here like this. Okay. Now instead of this h1, we can put our table in here. We can put our table here. So I'm just going to say table. You can go ahead and copy this table from Daisy UI, but I'm just going to write. The table here because it's fairly simple. This is going to be table. /table, and here we're going to have th head. Inside this head, we're going to have like this tr, and inside the tr, we are going to have our th. And the first here is going to be ID. Let's just duplicate down this. That will be the order ID. We're going to have the status. And here is going to be the amount. And here is going to be view. I'm going to remove this. After the head, we're going to have the body. Inside the body here, we're going to be checking if user orders dot length is greater than 0 here. We want to do something else. We want to do another thing. Let me start with the else part here. I just want to give a p element here, and I'll say you have not ordered anything yet, or you have not ordered anything through, let's say through paysafe yet. You have not ordered anything through paysafe yet. And in here we can now say use order items dot map for each item. We want to create now our th. This is all not there. This is tr, like this. And the first thing we need to put here is the key, and this is going to be item dot underscore id, and let's give a class name here of hover. Now this class name of hover, we are going to put the styles of this class name in our index.css. So here, let's just give a few th here, like this. This here is going to be item dot total price. Here, why here we're going to have a link, but this is not going to be this a element. We're going to have a link. Remember to take this link from React router DOM here. So let's do something like this, and this link is going to go to order, to a particular order, to a particular order with this order ID. And now I'm going to say gr. This is a view, but a view icon which we are taking from React icons. So you can bring this from React icons. Let's say React icons, yes, like that. Here I'm going to give a class name of cursor, or just a cursor pointer. Cursor pointer. And the size is going to be 25. Also on this link, I'm going to give a class name of btn, which stands for button, btn dash outline, and btn accent. Great. Let's check how this is coming. Okay, you see it here. We have the amount is not here, but we are having okay, this view is also not showing. Okay, they're finally showing now. I wonder what's happened. Okay, these are them here. We have the status here is processing the amount, and this button to go to a particular order is here, and this is our order ID. What we can do is we can shorten this order ID. We can shorten this order ID. So let me go and show you what we can do with that order ID here. Here I'll just say slice, and I want to take from 1 to 12. Okay, now this is good. See, when we hover our mouse over, you see that hover effect, you see. You cannot yet click. If you click on this button, it will take you to nowhere because we don't yet have the order details page. So let's work now on these sold items. We don't yet have a sold item. Nobody have bought an item from Queen Store, so we don't yet have a sold item. But let's just write the code so that when we come, when we have an item, we are going to, since our ordering is already working, we can go and order an item that belongs to Queen Store and see how that works. So here I'm just going to give a comment here. This, all of this here is for this here is for, let's say, ordered user, ordered items, and down here this is for seller ordered, seller sold items. Okay, now let's work on these sold items. What I'll do is I'll just copy everything we have here. Okay, this is not here. I'll copy everything which we have in here, this order table here, and I'll paste it here. Instead of this message here, we are just going to have you haven't sold a product yet. Okay, like this. Now let's give some styles to this. I forgot to give some styles to this p tags which we have here. Let's just give some styles to them. Here I'll give a font of bold, text of, let's say, 4x large. Text is going to be left. I don't want them to be centered. Width is full, and margin y is going to be 24. Text is going to be gray. Let's say gray 400. Let me just copy this class here, because the same class we're going to need up there. So I'm just going to copy the class. Let's come to the other section, and I'll paste the class here. Okay. Now instead of user orders here, what we're going to have here is seller orders. So let's try to lock the seller orders. You see that it's going to give us an empty array. The seller orders undefined. It's giving us undefined. It's not even giving us an empty array. It's giving us undefined. That means we surely have a problem with it. So let's go and check what might be wrong with these seller orders. If you come to order here, let's check, because I think the problem is coming from here. This is create an order. There's one thing I'm also seeing in update order here. You see we are getting update order here, but if you look at update, we are passing the update order here, but this update order is being read but from this mutate here. So here I'm just going to say update order mutation, and here, yes, the update order now can read. Here we're going to pass update order mutation like this. Okay, but this is not the problem. Here is the update order. We need to go down to get seller orders. Here we have seller order here. It's of type, it has a type of any. Let's see, it's the same thing here. You see this seller orders is coming from here, this one here, seller orders. So we need to get it from our order API. Yes, we need to get it from our order API. So here I'll say seller get seller orders here. This is it here. Okay, fine. With this now, I think it's going to work. Let's see. If you come here, we are still getting undefined. Let's go back and see what is wrong. We just needed to refresh the application and everything will be fetched from the back end. You see, now we are having an empty array here. That means we can get the seller orders here. Now, let's come down here. We need to loop over this seller orders here. Where is it? Instead of user orders here, say seller orders, just like this. The header here, we're going to have the ID, the status, the amount also, but instead of view here, we're going to say validate. This is where the user can validate a particular order. Let's say validation can validate a particular order so that they can be able to cash out what they have sold. Here, this we are going to have that functionality under this validation header here. So let's come down. We have this ID here, the status remains the same, total price, yes, but now we are not going to be having the link here. Here we're going to be having something else. Here we're going to first check. We'll first check if item.product. Remember that at this point, our product here, we are populating the product. So it's going to have this status is equals to sold out. Let's say sold out, or item.product.status is equals to under reservation, not pending. So under reservation, only then this is going to be n. We can show now this button of only then we can show the button for the user to let's show a button for the user to validate that product, that order. Sorry, here I'll say on click. I'm just going to give like this. I'll say validate order. We don't yet have this function, but we're going to create it later, and I'll just pass the item here dot underscore ID because we're going to need it. And here we can pass our class name. I'll just say button outline and button arson. And now I can just give a button. I can just say this is going to be validate like this. We are done with this button here, but this is not all. We need to add another button here in case. Let's add another button. This is not actually going to be a button. This is a badge. If the user have validated the product, we just want to add a badge here to tell the user, to tell them that I've already validated this item. If item the product the status is equals to sold out, then only then we want to say, and item.status is also delivered. So what are we doing here? We are checking if if the status of the product is sold out, and if the status of the order is delivered. Yes, if the status of the product is sold out and if the status of the order is delivered, then we want to show the button to validate. Let's say want to show the span, the badge. I want to show the badge for validation here. Like this. I'll just give a class name. Since this is a badge, I'll say validated. And here we're going to have a class name of badge primary. Great. Now, if you check now, you're not going to see anything much. You see here, you haven't sold a product yet. So you see that's a message which we're expecting. Now, let's go and let's log it in as another user and buy a product that belongs to Quentin store. Yes, let's log in as another user and buy a product that belongs to Quentin store. So here I'm going to open the incognito window. Let's say localhost. Let's log in. And let me check an email which I'm going to use to log in. Let me check my users from the database here. This is Hans. And let's go with Jane Doe here. This is their email. I'll copy their email here or paste it here. And their password is the same password. Pass 1234. Okay, we are logged in. Let's scroll down. Let's check this on the armor. Okay, yes, this on the armor here was posted by Quentin store, and we are following Quentin store. So let's go to pay safe here. You say Jendo, do they have address? Okay, you see that address here. You see that message here. You say no saved addresses. Click on this link to add an address. This is supposed to be an. So if you click here, it will take us to address here. You see no address is found here. Let's add an address. I'm going to just search a random address here. I'll just say River State. I'll add this address, and the type here is going to be office. As a confirm. Yes, we have the address here. We can now go back. Let's go back. Up here. Now we have, if you look here, you see we have our office address here. You can just add it here. Hit continue. If you look here, you see we have that discount here. This is the discount. You see now that the total price is 56. This product have a discount of $6. You see the total product here is the total price here is 56. So the date here 12/25. I'll just give like this. Okay, here let's give a CV and we hit payment. Okay, order completed successfully. So your order is successful. Now if we go to let's just go to Stripe dashboard here and check. Let's go to Stripe dashboard. So processing is not a function. Okay, we'll deal with this later. Let's come to Stripe dashboard here. If you refresh the dashboard, you see that we have a successful payment here. Yes, you see, and the price here is $54. And look at the name here, Jendo. Okay, now let's go and see what is complaining here. The processing is not a function. Where are we calling processing as a function? Let's see. Okay, this is it here. So here we just need to give like this, and we is going to stop complaining. Okay, this is good now. Let's come to sold items. Yes, you see our sold items. You see, this is it here. We have validation here. We can validate this amount here, but we do not have the logic here to validate this amount. Validation is just updating this particular order here. That's validation. You can update this particular order here. And this is what we're going to be doing next to validate this order here. So let's jump right to it. So if you come here, we already have the handler to do that. Now we don't really, if you like, you can put this loading states, or you can just allow the loading states here like this. But I'm going to remove this loading states. We're not going to have something bulky for loading. So because we are already giving some checks here, where are they? You see, we already give some checks here, so I will not need that loading state there. I can just remove these two loading states. And now here, let's get our this is going to be use update order, and this update order, it takes, this is going to be is updating order, and here update order mutation. Okay, like this. Now one thing, we need to create that function, that order function which we wrote. Let's say const validate order here. Okay, in this validate order, what we're going to do is we are going to call our update order mutation. Let's call our update order mutation, and remember our update order mutation is going to take an object. Let's take an object which contains data like this, and let's just pass the status here to delivered, and also it has an ID property. Let's remove this. Let's remove one of this, and also it has an ID property here, which is the order of the ID. Let me show you. Here we are passing this ID here, this data.id. So that's why I'm putting this ID here. Upon success, let's give a success state here. Let's just give an object here and say on success. We just want to say toast that success order validated successfully. Let's just bring in toast here. We don't yet have toast. Okay. Let us also check our, let's check our backend if this order status is what we are expecting from this update function here. Yes, you see, we are expecting the status here, and we are setting the status to whatever we are receiving from our request body. So let's close this. Let's come back here. So now we can just set a loading state here. Let's just set a loading state here if it's validating. Let's just say disabled if it's updating. Okay, now let's come here and see what. Now let me show you this user in the database. You will see that the available balance and the account balance. Let me show you the available balance and the account balance in the database in our compass. If you come to compass here, okay, this is Nombo Quinton. This is the user who this is the user which we are just from buying a product from them. You see the account balance here is 52.9. You see this 52 here. That means 2% has been deducted by brokang application. It's been sent to brokang application. You see the available balance here is 0. But if we validate this input now, if we validate, where is it? If we validate now this transaction, this order here, you see that the available balance now is going to be exactly the same as the account balance. Let's validate. Yes, the order validated successfully. So we are receiving two notifications there. That means we are surely doing something wrong. But let's just refresh. You see that the state has changed. It was validated successfully. If you go now to our database, let's refresh here. Yes, you see the available balance now is 52. This available balance is what this user can now withdraw from this account. This is what they can withdraw from this account. And notice a problem when we validated our product. You see this this batch here doesn't show immediately. That means our we are not invalidating this query here correctly. Let's go and check this query, because we need to, when we validate this transaction, we need to invalidate this query so that we get our result immediately. So let's go back to order here. This is where we are updating the order, and this is where we are getting get user orders, no, get seller orders. Okay, this is it here. So this is the query key. We need to copy this query key. Let's come here. This is seller orders. I think it's the same query key here. Query client.invalidate queries. All of this here is okay. I think this was just a network error. So if you try it again, and if it doesn't update immediately, you can look what is really going on. But I think this everything is okay. It was just a network error. Now with this section done, let's come back here. So when if you hover our mouse, if you come here, let's build this other section here, this other details, this other details. We can look at the details of our order here by clicking on this button here. So here I'm going to create another file here. I'll just create another file here and I'll call this order. Let's say order. This is a component, so we need to put it in capital letter. Order details .jxs like this. And now we can just bootstrap our component here. Control P, router. Let's hook up our router. Let's copy down this. Instead of order list here, I'm going to have order details. And here, I'm just going to append like the ID here, like this, to the path. Now, with this, we can close this and let's begin working on this order details. Let's Control B. Okay, fine. We are here. The very first thing here is our header. Okay, it's here. And here we have our footer too. You can also bring it. And we need our user. Let's say user is going to come from our context. Like this. Let's bring in use outlet context. Now in here, now we can have our order details component. I'm just going to write everything in this order details here. No need to write another file or another component. I'm just going to write everything here. Now I'm just going to give a div here, and this is going to be a section here, and here I'm just going to have a header h1, and I'll call this order details. Say order details. This, let's give a class. Let's give a class name of text 2x large, and font here is going to be bold. Surely like this. And I'm just going to give a margin bottom of, let's say, I'll give a margin bottom of, no, 2 is too small, let's say 5. Now beneath it, I'll just give a break. Now, yes, no, let's not give a break because we're also giving a margin bottom there. What I'll do is I'll give a div here, and this, I'll just set this to width is going to be full. I'll set the width to full, and item center justified between, like this. And in this, I'm going to have a p, sorry, this is going to be a p. Let's have a p tag here and another p tag here. Now in this first p tag here, I'm just going to give this a text of gray. Let's say gray 500. Yes, and here I'll say order. I just want to give the order ID. Order ID is equals to, let's give a hash here, and we can just pass in our order ID here. But first we need to get this order, this particular order we are working with. So here I'll say const. Let's get a particular order. And how were we getting a particular order? Here we can just say use get order, use get order, and here we need to pass the ID of the order, and the ID of the order is going to come from, let's say const params equals to use params. This use params is going to come from React router DOM, and here we need to pass params dot ID if only we have that ID there. Now here we need to get order. Let's log this order. We are not going to receive the order right away because we are not yet in this order details page. So let's go here. Let's click here. Yes, you see order details. Order detail. This is supposed to be order details. Yes. See the order ID. Okay, this is it here. Let's check now. You see we are having undefined here. for this get order. Let's log this params.id to the console too and see if we are getting the ID. Okay, we are getting the ID. So what? Let's go to our order. Let's say Control P order here. Let's see where we are getting our order. This is to update the order. This is get the order. If you check here, you'll see that we are doing everything rightly here. So let's come to our agent here. Okay, this is where the problem is coming from this agent here. You see, we are calling an inner function here with this ID. We do not need this inner function here, so we can delete this outer function. We can delete the outer function, and this here is going to be our main function like this. Let's go back and check now. I think this should be working now. Come to other details. Yes, you see, this is our order here. This is it. You see, we have the order here. We have the product. There's the title, the images of the product. You see, there's the status, the payment info. So everything is here. Now, what we need to do is we just need now to fit them where they belong. So down here, the order ID here is going to be order dot ID underscore ID. Okay, there's one thing also. Before all of this, we need to get the is loading state. It's loading. Here we just say if it's loading, we want to return our spinner. Remember our spinner? The spinner also is coming from the components here. It's going to come from a components. Spinner, yes. Here too we can, I'll say placed on, this is going to be our date. This is order dot, let me see the date we're using for this order. We have paid at the time which the order was paid. So we say paid at, if only that order exists. Now we can say dot split 0 and 12. Let's see. Okay, you have the date here, but look at the timestamp for that date here. It's not correct. So instead of split here, I'll say slice. Let's go back. Okay, the timestamp is here. And also this string here is too long. I'm going to shorten it. This order ID, I'll just say slice 0 to 12. Okay, this is looking better now. You see, they're after one another, but I want them to be side by side. This one should stretch right to the end here. That's the main reason why we're setting this container here at flex, but we are not specifying flex, so I just need to specify flex here. Let's come and check. Okay, they're here. Let's go and continue. We are done with this, and here I'm just going to give another break here. I'll give a div here. This div, I'm going to have an image here. I'm going to have an image, and the source of this image is going to be our order, if there is an order, dot product dot images, and we want to take the first images, which is going to be the main image, and the alt text here is going to be product order dot product dot title. Below this image, I'm going to have the title of this product. So p order dot product dot title here. and also I'll have the price, which is going to be the total. This here is going to be the total, what the user actually paid for this product. I'm going to give it here. So this is just going to be the total, the total price, like this. Okay. Now I'll just make this flex, and I'll give a gap of 2, and the flex direction is going to be column. Okay. Now for this image, I'm going to give a class name of I'll give a height. Let's give a height of around, let's say 40, is 48, and a width of also 48. I'll say object cover. Now I'm going to wrap all of this in another div. Let's wrap all of this in another div here. I'll cut this, I'll paste it here, and this div is going to be flex, and we have item center justified between, and we are going to have a button here with a class name of btn dash neutral, and here I'm just going to say write a review. Okay, let's check this. Let's make this image to be rounded a bit, and we're going to increase this text, these two here, and we'll make this to be a little bit bolder. So I'm going to give a class name here. Let's start from here. The text is going to be 2x large, and the font here is going to be bold. The same here, the class name is going to be 2x large. Oh, 2x large, okay. And here, rounded is going to be SM. Okay, like this. And here, I'm just going to say US. Let's say US dollar here. I think this text here is too big. I'll reduce this one. This here is going to just be X large. Okay, this is fine now. So what we want is when a user if a user click on this button, if a user click on this image, we want to navigate the user to a link to this user store, to the user store. In that case, we need to make this div here a link. This div here have to be a link, and I'll give a class. I'll give every link has the to property. Let's just bring it from React router. Then we can say to, and here let's give a template literal here, or say slash seller, then slash. We're going to go to our order dot product, if we have one, dot product dot user. It has a property of user. This user here is the ID. Remember, let's check if we have that property there. Yes, this is it here. This user here is not actually the user of this particular product. So let's call by the seller. This is the currently logged in user. We need to call by this seller here. So instead of order the product that you just say order dot seller. Okay, like this. Yes. Now remember that this route here, we have to go to a particular tab, because a tab is equals to products. So let me show you. If we come here, let's click on this. Let's go to this store here. You see, this user store here. You see, we have seller, the ID, and the tab is products. So let's come back to our orders. Let's come here. If you click now here, yes, we are in this users store. You see, this is the order here. These are all the users 5 products. This is what we just bought. Now, in few, we are also going to put like some batches on this product to show that this is already been purchased. Yes, this is already been purchased. Right now, we cannot query for this product because it's already been purchased in our all products. Because if you go to all products now, you're not going to be able to see that product here. Okay, we still have it here. That means something is not right because we are still having the product here. We'll fix this later because right now we are not supposed to see this product here because it's already been bought. So I think our filter for this home page is having a bug. We need to fix it. But let's finish with our order first. So let's come back to our orders. Let's finish up here first. I'm going to give a line below here. So after all of this, I'll give a line. This is going to be a div. I'll give a class of divider. Okay, after this divider now, I can give a break. Okay, like this. And now, I can have another div here. And this is going to be flex, item center, justified between. Here we're going to have an h1. I'll just say this is going to be shipping address class. We're going to have text of x large, and font of bold. Below this, first let me give a margin bottom of, margin bottom of 2 of 1. Below this, we're going to have like the shipping address. This is going to be shipping address like this. Okay, here I think let's just put this here in another div because what we want to is this is what we're going to be sending to the left side. And here now we need to give another div here, and I'll just say I'll give it just a p element here. I'll just say order dot status. Just want to give the order status here, and here I can just say status. Let's make this here. I'll put all of this p here, and I'll make this a strong just so that it stands out. Okay, let's try and see. Okay, we have the shipping address here. You see, this is shipping address. The status here is processing, but we want the status to be here. So I'm going to move all of this. I'll move all of this here. Okay, now below this, I'm going to have a button. Class name is going to be button primary, like this. And here I'll just say order list. We can go back to our order list. So if we click here, let's say on click, we want to navigate. We don't yet have navigate here, so I'm just going to bring it in. So const navigate, use navigate, and we just say navigate. Where are we navigating to? To orders. Let's say Ctrl P. Let's go to router. Let's check if orders is where we have to go to. Let's see. Order. We have order for order list. Yes, it's correct. Okay, now let's see. Yes, we see the button here to go back to the order list. And let me just do something here. Let's give a margin bottom a bit. the class name. This is text.xl and margin bottom of 2. Okay, this is better now. So this is the order details page. We have the address, is the status, it's processing. The status here is processing. If you click on this order list, you see, you come back to the order list here. So if you click here, yes, okay. Now let's click here. Okay, this is the user store. Let's write this review button here before we continue. Let's just write this review button so that if we click write a review here, we're going to have a pop-up here that will appear for us to give a review for this product. So let's come here. I'm going to give that pop-up right down here, just before the footer here. Let me just get that pop-up from let's search for model. Let's use the one for dialog here. Yes, something like this. And we just paste it here. We don't need this button because we have our own button. So I'm going to remove this button. Remember here, we're using document.getElementById, but we can also use something. We can use ref here since we're using React. I know we have been using document.getElementById, but here we can also use ref. So here, I'm just going to say ref here. And with this ref, I'm going to say model. I'm just going to call this model review. And the ID here is going to be model. Oh, this is going to be ref review, sorry, ref review, and this is going to be model review, model underscore review. Fantastic. Now we need to create this reference here. Let's say review ref, set the default value to null. Now let's come to the button where we click, we have our review. When we click on this button here, this is it. This is where we are going to have our review. So here we can say on click. We can say ref review dot current. Say dot. Remember that this here, this method, the current value, we are going to let me show you here. We are going to be call this show model. We're going to call this show model here. So we need to call the show model on that current object. So here, say current dot show model like this. Let's see it in action. So if you click here, yes, this is it. If you click here, it's going to close. We need to also give a button here so that the user can close it here. So I'm going to delete all of this. I'm not going to need this here. I'm going to leave this like this. And here I'm going to give this a div. And here I'm just going to give it close. I'll say md close circle position. This is going to be absolute. Top is going to be 3. And right is going to be 3 also. Okay, the size is going to be 25. Let's check. Okay, this is it. Maybe I can increase the size. Let's increase it to 30. And on clicking this button here, let's give an on click here. On click. We want to do the same thing here. We want to close the model. Let's say ref review dot current dot close like this. So if you click here, it closes. Okay, now here we need to place our review items. Now in this modal action, not in this modal action here, I'm going to give a break. and I'll have a div here. Here I'm going to have an image. This is going to be, we're going to, the source of this image is going to be our product. The source is going to be our product. So say order dot product dot images, and we want to take the first image, and here we just say flex. Let's give a gap of 4. Down here we need to have the text, but before give it that text, let's give a class name of let's say a height. Let's give a height of probably 28 and a width of 28 to rounded sm. And here let's just have a div where we have the order, the title, and the total price here. Okay, with this now let's check. Okay, something like this. Yes, and now we need to have below this. I still have this hello text here. I'm just going to turn this hello text here into our header, which is going to read give a review. So here, let's come back here. Where do we have that hello header? Okay, where is it? This is our pop-up here. Okay, this is it. I'll just say here give a review, and text here is going to be centered. This is going to be X large. Okay, give a review. Now this is looking better. Below here, we can begin to give our review items here. So after this, I'm going to have a div here, and inside this div, we'll have a label. Let's just give a text, not a label. Let's give let's say p, and I'll say give a rating. Give a rating, and here all of this. I don't need all of this, so I'm going to remove this. What I'll do here is I'll just give a strong here. This is strong, and I'll just put a star here. Now, what's the purpose of this star here? This is just to tell the user that this field here is required. Therefore, I need to give a class name of text-red. Text-red, red 500. Okay. Now below this, I'll have a div. So flex width is going to be full, margin left is going to be 2, and pattern top is going to be 1, like this. And inside this div, I'm just going to give an array of 1 to 5, and I'll map over that array like this. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to check if the ratings which we have chosen here is greater than one of these items here, then we are going to give a star according to the ratings the user have chosen here. So we need to give we need to give a state here. So const ratings, set ratings. The default is going to be 1 here, and if you come down here, let's come here, I'll just do that check I was talking about here. I'll say, let's just say rating is greater than or equals to item. If rating is greater than or equals to item, then we want to, let's have, this is going to be AI outline star we don't have this yet, so we're going to get this from we're going to get it from our font library, which is React icon. So let's come up here. We need to import. Okay, like this. Let's come back down. You see, we also have an error here. Let me see why we are having that error. We need to remove one of this. Let's copy this actually. This is outline, but this one here is not going to be outline. This here is going to be field. This is going to be field. So let's bring it into. Okay, now I'll just say key is equals to item. The same here, key, item, and class name. Let's say margin right is 1, cursor pointer, the size is going to be 25. On click, not on load, on click, we just want to set written to whatever we have for the item. So I'm going to copy most of these properties here and I'll paste them here. Here I'm just going to give a background color, or let's see text dash primary and text primary here. Let's see this if it's going to work. Write a review. Okay, we have them here, but look at how these reviews are coming. Oh, we still have those here. We need to remove this here. We don't need all of this. Our rating is here. We need to change all of this. So let's come here. We need to remove all of this. We don't need this one here. Okay, now for the button, this button here, I'll say BTN neutral. I'll have to remove this modal action. The modal action is giving us that problem, so I'll remove that modal action, and I can give a margin top here. Let's give a margin top of probably 5. Let's see. Okay, this is looking better. We need to give a margin bottom also. Instead of this, I'll just give a margin top and bottom of. This is going to be Y, margin top and bottom of 5, which is MY. Okay, this is looking better now. If you click here, you see the stars get incremented, and if you lock the ratings to the console, you see that it's going to be changing. So let's lock the rating. See, now it's 4. See, we are here. If you click here, it's going to be 5. Now it's 5. Okay, we have the ratings now. What we need now is we need to just put our text, or our text input here. We need to put our text input to collect the user reviews from here. So in here, I'm going to have a div, and this div, we're going to have a label for review, and here we're going to have a text area, which is going to serve for our reviews. I have a name of review, and ID is going to be review. Column, I want to give a column of 20, and role is going to be 5. Let's write let's give another state here. for our review. So const review and set review. You can either call it comments or review, because that's going to be our actual review. That's why we're just calling it review. So here, the value is going to be review. Here, and on change, we're going to set the review. So on change, set review to whatever we're going to pass in here. This is e.target.value. The placeholder, let's give also a placeholder. Let's say write your review about this product. Let's just tile it a bit. Margin top of 2. A width of, let's say, let's give a width of 4/5. Border, I'm going to give a border and a padding of 2. Outline, none. Let's see. Write the review. Okay, this is it. But we have this. This is our label here. We have it here. We are not supposed to have it here. We need to have it up here. Instead of this border here, I'm just going to remove it like this. I'm going to remove this border here also. I don't need it, because here I just want to, even this padding, I'm not going to have this padding. I want to use, let's say, text area, and text area bordered. Okay, like this. Okay, this is fine. And here also flex column and gap of 1. Let's see. Okay, this is looking better now. The user can write now the review here. For this button now, we can just I'm just going to set this width here to full. Let's just set this width here to full. And also for this button, I'll give a margin top of 6. Okay, I think this review now is done. Here, I'm just going to write here, review. Let's say, yes, review. Now, since this here is, since we are inside a form here, okay, we are inside a form here, I'm going to give here but an input, and the text, the type is going to be submit, and the value is going to be review. And we know that an input is a self-closing tag, so let's remove this. This is a string. Okay, now when we submit this form, I just want to say on submit as a handle review. So I just need to come up here, say handle review. Either prevent default, and let's just log the review to the console here. Right, now with this, I think we are done styling this section. So let's just try to see if we're going to receive something. If we log this, let's just write some review, something random. But before we actually, so let's click. So if you go now to, yes, you see, we have the rating here and we have the review, which we just wrote here. So everything is set up successfully. We want to close this form when we click on that button, because here we are saying prevent default. So the default action is to close that modal, but we cannot close that modal at the moment. So after we log this to the console, we need to be able to close that modal. So we say ref.close like this. So if you click now, great. Let's go to the console. Yes, we have them here. Fantastic. Now, what is left for us to do is, I just want to make sure that this button here is shown only when the status of this order is delivered, and only when this product here is set to sold out. When the product is set to sold out, when the product status is set to sold out, and the order status is set to delivered, that is when we can write a review. So let's go and write that logic. So let's come right down to, I've written a lot of things here. Let's come down to where we have, I'll remove this rating here. Okay, this is the write a review button here. Here, since we do not yet have a review of a particular product, what I'll do here is I'll just say if order the status is equals to delivered, that is when we can write a review here like this. Great. If order the status is equal to delivered, that's when we can write a review. We can also give an or here. Let's say or order dot status, no, order dot product dot status is equals to sold out. Let's wrap this like this. Okay, so this is when we can show this write a review button here. So if you come here, see the review button is not showing here because this order status is still processing here. Order status is still processing. Now let's lock back our order. It seems as if we were not sending the status of this order, of this product, this order details here. So let's lock back the order to the console, in the console, and see this is our order. I'll lock the order here. So what I want to check is the product, because this is the product here. We are having the ID, the title, the images. These are the images, and it ends. We are not having the status of that product. So we need to bring in the status of the product. We need to bring in the status of that product. Since the status is not available, let's go to the product, to the order controller. So here we need to find where we are getting an order here. You see, we are sending only the title, the image, and user ID is supposed to be the user, not the user ID. And also, we need the, no, we don't need the price. We need status. We need the status. Okay, we need a status. Okay, that is it. Now, if this product is being set as sold out, we are going to see this button here to write a review. Here, we're going to see the button to write a review. So let's try that. Let's try it. Let's see the owner of this product here. This happens to be Hans, I think. Yes, this is Hans. So what I'll do is, I think I'm logged in as Hans somewhere. Let me check. Okay, yes, I'm logged in as Hans in my incognito window here. What I'll do is I'll just validate this product. I'll set, instead from under reservation, I'll set to sold out. I just changed the state for this user here. You see, now we have our write a review here. So the user can now write a review by just providing their details here and hitting this button here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure a user is able to write a review. Let's go to the agent to write a review. So I'll go back to the application here. Let's come here. I'm going to clear all of this. Okay, we are here. Let's check our review controller and our route to see what we're doing there. It's been long since we went there. Let's say review controller and review routes. So if you look in the review route, what we're going to be needing is this route here to create a review, and this route to get seller's review. To get seller's review, not get us review. So we need to pass the product ID and the seller ID in order to create a review and in order to get the seller review. So let's see what we are doing here. To create a review, we are passing we are passing the product ID from the request parameters, and from the request body we are sending the user, which is coming from the currently logged in user, and also in the request body here we are sending everything. We are sending everything inside the request body to this create method here. So this is what we are doing for creating, and for getting the seller, we're just taking the seller ID from the request parameter and we are finding that review based on the seller ID. So remember, you need to pass also the seller ID when you're creating the review. You need to pass the seller when you're creating the review. Yes, the seller, this is here. So let's go to the agent file here. Here I'm going to create another object here. I'll say const, let's say review, yes. And in this review, we're going to say we're going to have create review. We'll not need to get all review, and we are not going to be deleting the review. So we're just going to need this tool here to create a review and to get seller's review here. We are going to review slash the product ID, and we are passing the data here. And here we're just passing the seller ID, which is review slash seller ID. So if you check the route, it's the same here, review slash product ID, and here review slash seller ID. Okay, we are done with the agent. Not done. Let's pass this review down here. I'm going to pass the review down here. Now let's go to our order details. Let's go to order details. Here I'm going to write all the reviews here. So I'll create a new file. I'll say review.js, and I'll create another file. I'll say a review api.js. So let's start with the API here. We have been doing this, so it's almost the same thing like the other API here. What I'll do is I'll just copy this from the other. I'll just copy this here, and we'll come to review API, and I'll paste it here. So what we need is, instead of create order, I'm going to have create a review, and instead of get user order, I'm going to say get seller reviews. So reviews like this. Now with this agent here, this is going to be review slash create review, and you're passing the data, and here this is going to be response.review, and here this is going to be the same agent.get seller review, and here we need to pass the seller ID, and here we pass in the seller ID. Okay, and this is going to be reviews. Okay, this is fine. Now we just need to bring in this agent here because I'm not sure we are importing the agent yet. Yes, let's bring in the agent. Now this is fine. Now, what we'll do is we're going to write now our mutation and our query. Let's come here. I'll go to order, this order.js here, and I'll copy this update mutation and this get query here. I'll copy the update mutation and the get query here. This is just to save us some time. Okay, so here instead of use update order, I'll say use create review. Use create review here, and this is our mutation. Where is our mutation function here? This is going to be create review, and remember to take this from our review API, not from the backend controller here. Take it from our review API, and here we're just going to pass the data here. Upon success, we're going to write a different message here. Let's say review updated successfully, and here we're going to validate the seller's review. This is seller's reviews like this. We need to bring in this used query client, and we need to bring in our used mutation. Where is it? Yes. And now what we need to do is just adjust what we are sending, what we are returning from this method, which is this mutation here. Here I'm just going to say create this mutation. I'm going to name it create a review, create a review, and here also is creating review. Okay, just like that. Since we are copying and paste, make sure you changed everything. So I'll say create review, and it's creating review. So let's double check again before we leave this method. Here we are calling create review as a function. We're already getting our mutation. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's come now down to get user reviews. Here, let's come to get. I'll say use get reviews like this, and we're expecting to pass. We'll get our seller ID from here, and inside here, this function is going to be get reviews. Oh, I'm sure this was get reviews. Let's check. Get seller reviews. Yes. Let's say get seller reviews, and here we just need to pass in the seller ID. There's a seller ID like this, and the query key here. Remember, you have to change the query key here also. So the query key here is going to be we called it seller reviews. I think seller reviews. Yes, seller reviews. Okay, seller reviews. Great. And okay, here we just say instead of order here, the data here is going to be reviews. I'll just say seller reviews here, and we'll pass the seller reviews here. Okay, with this now we can come to our order details page here. Let's come to the order details page. Here, this is where we are handling our reviews. What I'll do is I want to let me just call those two methods there. Let's say const let's say get use get reviews, and here we need to pass the seller ID. And where is the seller ID going to come from? It's going to come from the order dot seller. So order dot seller. Now our order, we are defining our order down here, so we need to move this order up. We need to move the order up here. So I'm going to get the order here, and I'll bring it right up here. Okay, like this. Now here we need to do something also. Let's bring in is loading and seller reviews. We already have is loading here. So here, in fact, in this method we don't even need this is loading, so I'm just going to remove it here like this. And let's also bring in our use create review. Use create review. Yes. And here we have create a review, and we also have is creating a review. Now there is actually one more thing we need to do in our review.js here. Why is that? Because if you check here, this for getting the seller's review, we are depending on get order query here. So we need to make sure that this use get order query is executed first before we can get our reviews. If not, we are not going to get the reviews for this particular seller. At first, it's going to give undefined before it's going to try again to get that review. So we don't want that. So what I'm going to do is let's go back to our review here, and this seller, what we want to do is we want to say enable if only seller ID. Here we need to convert this into a boolean by just giving this double sign here. Now let's come back to our details here. Let's try to lock the seller's reviews to the console.c. I'm going to just say, let's put our cursor here. I'll say clg, this for console log, and I'll say seller reviews. Okay, you see it's giving us this empty array here. It's giving us an empty array, which means okay, everything is we are getting it. So what we need to do is we need to just create now this review. Let's create a review for this seller. Remember, to create a review, we need to pass 3 things. Let's go to that review controller here. We need to pass the request body. And if you look at our review route, you see that we need to pass the let me show you. Review model. Come to review model here. You see, we need to pass the product is already taken care of. The product, we need to pass the user. We need to pass the seller. The seller is already taken care of. The user is already taken care of already. So we need to pass the seller, the review, and the ratings. These are the main things we need to pass in this review model. The seller, the review, and the ratings. So let's come back. Let's go here. Let's go back to product details here. So let's call this create review. So I'll say create a review here. So remember, we need to pass the product ID also. We must pass the product ID. Why are we passing the product ID? We are passing the product ID because we are sending this product ID to our request parameter. We are sending this product ID to our request parameter. Let me show you. Let's go to agent. I'm showing this to you so that you should not get lost with what we are doing. So if you come here, you see that this is the product ID. We are passing it through the request parameter and we are taking it from data.product ID. So let's come back here. Let's continue working. So we are passing the ratings, we are passing the review. We need to pass also the seller. Yes. And the seller is going to come from order.seller. Okay, good. And now after all of this, if this is successful, on success here, I just want to close this model. So I can safely remove this console log here. So with this now, we can create a review. We just need to make use of this is creating a review here. Let's come to where we are creating that review. Write a review. No, this review model. Where is it? Okay, this is it. Yes. So here we'll just say disable if it's creating a review. Okay, fantastic. Let's see if we're going to create a review now. Let's come to this our application. Let's write a review. Here I'm going to give a 5-star. I say product was as described. The product was as described on the product page. So we are giving a 5-star review here, and let's write the review. Okay, something went wrong because this page didn't submit. So let me check. Let me open my DevTools and see. Okay, we have an error. Toast is not defined. Okay, we didn't. If you come here, let's go to review here. We are calling toast here when we successfully create a product, but we are not getting our toast from our toast library here. So we need to get the toast. Let's save. Let's go back and try. Let's create. So object ID, this user object ID. Okay, we are getting an error here. What does it say? You have a bad request. So it is telling us that we have product object ID, this ID and this user already exists. Try different values. That means when we first had that error, that order was created successfully. So just because it didn't display a toast, that means the product wasn't created. It was created. So if you come to the database here, I mean, let's go to reviews. Okay, this is review stop here. Let's refresh. You'll see that this is it. This product was as described on the product page. You see, this is our rating star here. Fine, 5. That means it was created successfully. So if we come, let's come here. Let's come to application here. Let's go to product details here. Let's see if we're going to get our product details, which we are looking. Our seller review here. Okay, you see, we have a seller review here. This is it. You have the user, product, this is the review, this is the rating. Yes, everything is here. Now, what I want to do here now is, I want that when, let me show you. Let's close this. We'll do with the review. You see, we have written a review here, but we still see this button, write a review here. We don't want that to be, we don't want to see this button after we've written a review, because the user can still write another review for this particular product. So we need to hide this button here so that the user will be able to write a review only once for a particular product and for a particular user. So we need to hide this button here. And to do that, we need to check if this user has written a review for this product and for this particular seller. So that's what we'll be checking for. So let's go to our code. I'll come down here. Okay. After here. Okay. Let me do that here. Also const is reviewed. I'll say seller's review. If only we have a seller's review here, let's say sum. You know what the sum method does, right? It will loop through all of the array. It will loop through the arrays, and the sum method loops through an array, and you check if any element in the array matches our condition. Then it's going to return true for that particular element. So let me see seller reviews here, not sum. Okay. In here, we need to say, let's just call this review. Yes, like this. Now let's say review dot user dot product ID. You know, our review has the user property, right? So our review has the user property. So we say review.user. If review.user is equals to order, this is order.user. So let me hide this to see what we are doing here. Okay. So here we're checking if review.user is equals to order.user here. And if review here dot product, which is also the product ID, is equals to order dot product here. If this is true, that means this user have given a review to this product. Because if the user ID is equals to this user who wrote the review, and if the product is equals to the product ID here, that means this user has already written a review for this product and for this user here. So let me see if this condition here, our review is having these properties here, this user and this product. I think maybe we are virtually populating them. Let me see. We have our seller reviews here. Yes, we have the properties here that are just ID, users and product here. Also with the sellers, that are just IDs here. But for the order, let's see here. Let's check for the order and see. The order, the product here is, we need to go one level deep to get the product ID here. See. So we need to go one level down here. Let's say dot underscore ID. Okay. Like this, now we're going to get this property is reviewed. Let's lock it to the console. Let's say is reviewed. Yes, you see, it's giving us true here. That means we have already reviewed this product. So now we need to check if this is if it's reviewed is true, then we don't want to display that button there. So let's go. So I'm going to remove all of this. Let's come down to the button where we are writing the review. Let's just add another here. Let's say if it's, I want to show this button if only it's not reviewed, like this. Great. Now let's check. Okay, you see the button now is gone. We don't have that button again. So with this, I think this product details section is completed. Now, if you come to product order here, one thing you can add in this product order is the image. You can just add a column here for the product image here. Yes, I think that would be nice. You can add an image or the title, but I'm not going to do it. So I just wanted to tell you if you can do that too, so that the user can know actually the product which they are validating and the product which they sold, apart from the ID here. Why am I being lazy? Let's just do it. So let's go to our order list. I'll say order list. Oh, it was just order. I think this is it, order list. Yes, this is the body, the head. After the ID, before the status, you can just add here another th here. I'll say product. Let's just add the title of that product title, or the image. Let's say image. Okay, let's just say image. And after the ID, this item here, we're going to have another td here. And here I'm just going to add img like this. This is self-closing. and the source here is going to be product, let's say item dot product, dot images, and we want to take the first image. Now let's just give it class name here, and the height here I'm just going to give something like, let's say 10, and the width here is also going to be 10. Object, I'm going to give it to contain, and object, let's put rather, this is rounded, let's give it a rounded, yeah, rounded of sm, like this. So let's check. Okay, the image is not here. Okay, it's here actually. Okay, this is it. We have the image here. This is a product image here. So let's try to get on smaller screen. Okay, it's not looking bad. So you see, you can just add the product image here or the title. You can do the same thing for the order on here. Now let's go, and since we have our orders now, we can go to this user store here. Let's go to a particular store. Let's first click here. Let's go to this user store. You can see our reviews. This is the seller reviews here. This is the product we just from buying here. We are going to add some text here on this cart here to show that this product is already bought here. And let me see here. If you come to seller reviews here, these are just dummy reviews. But now we want to get the actual reviews. So let's come down to the product here. Let's come right down to where we have. Where is it? Let's go to was it my store? This, we have the store wrapper here. And this sales and like. No, I don't think this is my store. I think it's we need to go back into seller store. This is going to be the seller here. I think. Yes, this is the reviews. We need to come into this reviews here. So here now we can just call our we called it use get reviews, and we are expecting to pass a seller ID here, and the seller ID is going to come from this seller here. This is a seller. So let me just lock the seller, this seller here, to the console. Let's see. Seller. Okay, we have to go to, in this seller object, we need to go to the user, and we get the ID from here. So we need to come here. Let's say seller, user, and ID. So we can get rid of this now. And here we need to get the is loading state here. Or we need to get its loading state, and we need to get the seller reviews. I'll just rename this to is loading reviews. Okay, we need to send these two things down to the review tab here. I'll say is loading seller reviews, and is loading seller reviews, and here the seller reviews, we pass the seller reviews. Okay, let's go into this method and get these two things here. I'll say seller review and is loading reviews. Let's say if it's loading reviews, we want to display our spinner here. Let's bring in the spinner. Great. Else we just want to loop over this seller reviews, and we display the seller's information. So here I'm just going to say if we have seller reviews if we have seller reviews dot length is greater than 0, we want to do something else. We just want to give, I'll just give a p tag like this. You have not ordered any item through pay safe yet. No, here I'll just say you have no reviews yet. Okay, and now here I'll say seller.map. In here now I can bring one of this or copy one of this and I'll paste it here, and I can delete this one. Okay, in here there is something I'm noticing here, because our review here, the user is just the ID. The user is just the ID, but we need to populate the reviews. We need to populate the reviews so that we can have the user's image and the user's name in the reviews. So we need to do that. But let's just, what we have at hand, let's just put what we have at hand here. Here, this is going to be the title, and here is going to be the message here. I'll just say this is review seller. This is review, yes, review dot review here, and okay, I think here now here we need the title of this product, and we need the product, the user's name and their image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the review model, and we're going to change, we're going to populate on every request. We want to populate this user, their name and their image, their profile image, and also for the product we want to do the same thing. So let's head over to review model. Here in the review model here, what I'm going to do is, I thought we did this, but to my greatest surprise, we didn't do it. So let's do it now. So here I'll say a review dot pre is going to be on every find here. So as we said before, this regex here is going to run on every find. Whether it's find one and find many, find one and update is going to run on every, wherever we have a find query, a mongodb find query. So here we can just say this dot populate. We want to populate the user, the name and their photo, and also we want to populate for the product. So we just need to change the populate method here. Let's say populate. We just change the populate here, and here we are going to be populating. The part is going to be product, and we'll just populate the title, and the title and the user for this product. So if you come now to seller review here, let's get our review seller. Let's say, let's lock our, oh, why is this my lock taking a long time to show up? So seller reviews. Okay, let's see. Okay, if you look, oh, we are still having the user, and this is the user. Okay, it's still not coming up. Let's check the review model again. Everything is fine, I think. User, product. Okay, let's just try to refresh the page. Maybe it's okay. You see, it's here now. You see, our product here has this title and the user ID and the product name and their photo, and with the user ID. So we can use this now. We can use this in our review here. Instead of this static image here, we are going to pass our, let's say, review dot user and photo. I think we called it photo, like this. Yes. And the next thing is going to be the product, the username. This is going to be review dot user dot name, and here we're going to have the title of the product, review dot product dot title. Now let's check this. Okay, you see, we have the review here. You see, now we just need to put the reviews here according to the ratings here. And if you see here also, we need to give the total length of the review here, total number of reviews. Now, and also you need to know that if you go now to our, let's go to our order details here. Our order details is now broken, guys, because if you look at this review here, this review, we are checking if the user, if we are checking if review.user is equals to order.user. But now this review.user is not more a string, it's an object, because here we are also querying, it's an object. So here we need to say dot, this is going to be dot underscore id here, and we'll do the same thing for the product here. It's going to be dot underscore id dot underscore id. Okay, with this now, yes, with this I think we are good to go. So now we need to create a rating component, because we're going to be using that rating component in many parts of our application. So we need to go and create this rating component. So I'll come here where I have our components here. I'm going to create a rating component. I'll create a new file and I'll call this rating.jxs here, and I'll just bootstrap a new React component here. So what are we going to be doing here? I'll start by getting the rating here as a prop. This is the rating. The rating can be 5, 4, 3, and whatever. And here I'm going to create a variable here. Let's just say stars as a constant. Stars here. I'll just give it to an empty array like this, and we're going to loop over the stars. Let's say for each, yes, like this. And what we're going to do here is we're going to just check if I is less than or equal to a rating here. This rating coming from this props here. Now, this is not how we do this. We need to wrap this in curly braces like this to receive this rating from prop. And here I'm just going to import this field star, and I'll import this like this, and also change the text here. This is not going to be yellow. This is going to be our primary color, and this here is going to be the primary color also. Okay, fine. So I can also give something like let's give a size of 23, and here size of 23 I think is too big. Let's give 20. Let's also give a size here of 20. Okay, so right now we are only checking the case. We are only checking the case where I is less than ratings. This I assume that you already know how the for loop works. The for loop, we are initializing this I here with 1, and we have our condition here. We are checking if I is less than 5 here. We're going to be incrementing this I. So I'm assuming that you know how a for loop works here. Now, you see here we are only checking for 2 conditions here. If I is less than or equals to rating, else we display our outline stars. But we have another condition which we can check for. If I is equal to rating, if I is equals to rating, what do we do? That means is we have something like a half star. So what are we going to do in that situation? Here we need to give another if else. This is going to be else if like this, and we can do something like this. Yes. So okay, now we can put our condition here. We can put now our condition here. We'll check if I, okay, yes, this is perfect. This is the condition which we are going to pass here. If I is equals to the rating, and we are converting the ratings here to, we are rounding up the ratings here by calling this mat.ceiling method here. And here we are also checking if this here pass here is an integer. Else, if this condition match returns true, we are going to display this other star here. But this is not going to be this very AI field star. I'm going to give something like a half star here, and this is going to come from BS field. I'll say BS star, I think it's star half. This is it here. BS star half, okay, like this. I need to give some more styling to this here. So I'm just going to select all of this. How is that selecting going? I think we need to press the Alt key and you click here. Here I'm just going to give a cursor of pointer and also a margin right of, let's say 2, like this. Okay, this is okay now. And also I'm going to give a key. You press Alt and click to select multiple lines. I'll say key. Here is just going to be our I. Here, I. Okay, like this. Don't forget to give this key here. If not, React is not going to be able to pass this here because we are looping over an array and we are displaying a component. So with this now, I think we can now go. Let's go to our seller review. We need to delete this. We don't need this span here anymore. Here we can just pass in our rating. And remember, don't take this rating from Material UI. Take it from your component. And we pass the rating here, review.rating. Now, let's go and check if this is working. Okay, you see, this is our 5-star rating here. The product name is Nike, and you see this is the product was as described on the product page. So you see the rating is working fine. We just need to give the number of reviews here. So for that, we'll come to the seller here. Let's check where are we going to do that one. It's not here. Let's check it in the seller reviews here. Okay, this is it, I think. Yes. Instead of these hard-coded numbers, we're just going to get our seller reviews.length here, like this. If you check now, yes, all reviews here is 1. So our review here is completed. We also, the ratings here, we need to also put the ratings here. Now we can bring in the correct ratings inside this sidebar. We can bring in the correct ratings inside the sidebar. I'm just going to remove this console.log here. Okay. Now let's come to the seller here. I'm going to copy this get review here. Now there is one thing. Wherever we are calling this profile sidebar, we can call this use get reviews, and we pass it into this profile sidebar. But that is going to be too much work for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into this profile sidebar, and here I'm going to do the call here. So I'm going to just paste the code here. This will get reviews. Use get reviews, yes. And here we are not going to need this is loading. We can just remove it. And the seller here is going to be our user. This is just going to be the user underscore ID, like this. Now let's see if we're going to get the seller here. So seller review. Okay, we have it here. We have the seller review here. So what we're going to do with this review is let's go to where we are having our reviews. This is follow. This is our image. Where are we having our reviews? Okay, this is it here. I'm going to just delete all of this or remove all of this. I'm going to remove this, and here I'll just bring in our rating. This is rating. Don't take this from material, I take it from a component, like this. But now, where are we going to get this rating value from? Let me show you. Since this rating here, where is it? Since our rating here is an array, what we need to do is, I'll say const rating is equals to seller reviews dot, if only we have the seller review dot reduce here, and want to get the accumulated value and the actual review, and we are setting the default here to 0. We have done something like this before, so this is not supposed to be new to you. Here I want to return the accumulated amount plus the review.rating. Review.ratings. This is going to give us now the actual rating which we have. Let's say rating here, ratings. Let's log these ratings to the console. Instead of logging the seller reviews here, let's pass by this rating here. You see, it's going to give us 5. I think so. Why is it not coming? Let's try to come here. So we have a problem here. Okay, we have a problem. It's because here, let's come down to the rating. We're not passing anything here. Let's just pass that ratings here for the moment. Let's pass the ratings like this. If you come up here now, you see that this ratings here is going to be 5. Yes, you see, it's 5. Now, what we want to do is, we want to divide, we will divide these ratings by the length of the review, the total review. So because here it's giving us 5, and we have only one review, the length of the review is 1. So to get the actual rating, which we are going to be sending to that rating component, we're going to divide these ratings by the length of this seller review here. So let's do that here. Where is the review component? Okay, this is it. Here, instead of just passing 5 here, we need to divide it by the seller reviews dot the length here. Okay, like this. Like this, now we are going to get our total reviews. And here we can say seller reviews dot length, like this. Okay, now this section is done. Let's check. Yes, you see the reviews here. You have 5-star review here. This is like a 5-star review, and the total review here is 1. If you add a review here, you're going to see we're going to try to add another review that is not 5 to see how this ratings is going to appear in our application. Now, where do we need this review again? We need these reviews. Let me show you. Let's come to the product here. When the user clicks on this product here, you see this ratings here. You see this ratings here. We are going to change it. We're going to put our own rating. We're going to put our rating component. So let's go to the product details. Let's copy what we have from here because we're going to be needing exactly the same thing. So I'm just going to copy all of this. Let's go to the product details. Product details. No, this is not it. Let's go to product details. This one here. Let's scroll to where we have our, this is the left side. This is our shop, user shop. This is the section here. But first, before we get into that section, I need to okay, I'm going to do everything here. Check is follow. Yes, I'll paste it here like this. And here our seller is going to come from, the seller here is going to come from product.user. It has a property called user. This user is an object. I don't know whether this user is an object or it's just a string. I've forgotten the structure of that user. Maybe we are populating it. Yes, we are populating that user. So it's an object. So like this is correct here. Let me see. Okay, it's fine. Now, what we have to do again is, let's go down to that component and just call this rating, our seller ratings. Let's go down to the component here. This is it. And we need to remove all of this. And we have to bring our rating here. Let's remember to take this rating from, this is rating, not ratings. Let's take it from our component. And here we just pass the ratings divided by seller review dot length. Okay, like this. Let's check. Get review. Okay, we are not importing it, so we need to import it. I thought we were lacking something, but I quickly forgot. Okay, let's bring it in. Okay, now you see our ratings here, but it shows that we are not sending the right value to the ratings here. Let's check. Okay, this is actually, let's see, rating. If you check here, we are actually sending the right rating here. So let's check if this user has a rating. Let's check who this user is. Maybe we have not rated any product for this user. Okay, this is Gen Store. We have not rated any product for Gen Store here. Let's confirm that by locking the ratings to the console here. Let's lock the rating. Okay, it's giving us 0. That means we haven't done anything with this user. The user, nobody has wrote a review for Jane Store here. You see, this is the ratings. We can also put the ratings quantity beside this ratings here. We forgot to put that. Let's just do it. So to do that, what I'm going to do, I'll just wrap this in the div, and here I'll just bring this one here, and I'll just put a p tag here. Here we're going to have our rating, and I'll give a class name with a margin left of let's give a margin left of like 20, and here this is where we're going to have our seller rating, seller review dot length, and font bold, like this. Let's check. Okay, it's coming down here. So we need to make this, we need this quantity to be here. So what I'll do is I'll just say flex. Okay, it's far to the left. So if it's that far to the left, I'm just going to remove this margin left here, and I'll give a gap here. Let's give a gap of probably 3. Okay, this is better now. I'll try to align them because they're not aligned. Just say item center, item center. Okay, they're fine now. Good. So I think we have our ratings everywhere in the application now. Let's check. Let's come to the profile here. You see, this is the ratings of this person's profile. You have 0 reviews. Let's go to, let's see, where again? Let's come to my store here. My store the same, 0 reviews. Now let's find a product that belongs to someone which we've written a review for. Like this one here. If you click here, if you come here, you see, voila, hands here have 1 review. See, and this is the rating here, 5. Great. So there is one thing I wanted to do. I wanted that if a product has is being bought already, like this product which is already been bought, we are seeing the product here. I wanted that we should remove this product from the search query of the home page here. But again, I thought that why not? Let's just allow the product here for some time, and let's just display a message on top of the product that this product is sold out. Let's display a message that this product is sold out or it's been reserved. Just like the same thing we did with the My Store. We're going to do the same thing here. So we're going to display that message on this card here. And also, there is one more thing. I want that if the user clicks here, they will not be able to see these buttons here to interact with the product because the product is already sold out. The product is already sold out. So rather, we're just going to display a message here telling the user that this product is sold out or this product is under reservation. So I think that's a better experience. So let's go and do what I just said. Let's come back to the home page here. We are going to go to our cart. Let's Control P. Let's go to our cart here. This is where we are going to be doing that work. This is where we have our image. This is our cart image here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to wrap this in color braces like this, and I'll give template string like that. So here we are going to check if the product coming in here, if product dot the status is equals to, is actually different from sold out, not equals to. If it's different from sold, if it's different from sale, yes, we want to give some set of style here. We want to set a filter, and we want to set I think it was brightness. I want to set the brightness here to, I'll set this to 0.23 like that. Yes, let's see if this is already working. Yes, this is already working. Now we just have to place a text here to tell the user that this product is under reservation or it's been sold out, depending on the status of the product. So I'm going to give below here I'm going to check if product, the status is different from sale. If it's different from sale, then I'm just going to give a p tag here. I just want to give a text. Just a p, and the text here is going to be product dot status. And I'll give some styles here. Class name, text is going to be x large, and text is going to be centered. Let's see. Okay, you see this is the text here. But we need to place that text here on top of this image here. Therefore, we need to make this here absolute. Okay, you see it is here, but it's not visible because we need it's a dark text. We need to change the color. So let's say text that's red. I'll go with the red 500. Okay, now you see it's visible here. We have sold out. Now when we click on the product, we want to do the same thing here, something similar, not the same. Let's go to the product details again. These are product details here. Let's go to where we have our image, product images. Let's go into the product images. Where do we have that big image? Okay, this is it here. So we need to do everything here. So what I will do is, let me come back here. Let's go to Daisy UI here. I'm going to copy this alert here. I'll copy this alert. I'll just copy it. That's the code there. And I'll bring it here and I'll paste it here. Okay. The class name is alert. Here I'll just give another class name here of absolute. Absolute, I'll say top. Let's, instead of top, I'll say bottom. Bottom 0 and left 0, right 0. Like this, so that it sits at the bottom of the page. And this alert class here, I'm going to give let's give another, let's say alert neutral. Okay, we don't have alert neutral, we only have alert info success. Okay, since we don't have absolute neutral here, I mean alert neutral, I'm going to give a background color here. I'll say background, I want to give this slate color. Okay, yes, this slate color. And here for this stroke, instead of stroke info, I'll give stroke let's give stroke red 50, like this. Yes, and let's check it. Okay, this is it. This is how this is how it's looking. Another thing we can do is this text here. This text is not really visible, so we're going to change that. Let's change the text also. The text here is also going to be white. So let's say a class name with the text of white. Let's see this. Okay, this is looking better. Now we just have to position this now in the center here. And to do that, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say left. I'm going to change this left here. I'll change this left to be 1.5 here. And if we have 1.5 here, I'll set the width here to maybe 80%, like 80%. And here we have something similar here. I'm going to translate the whole of this container. I think this is it here. We'll say transform translate. I'll just copy and I'll paste it here. Transform translate, instead of y, I'll say x. Now let's say how this is going to look. Okay, you see this is it here. Okay, fine. It's looking better. We can remove this border around here, around there. For the text now, we can say, for the text here, I'll just say this product is, now I can give like this. I'll put the status here, and here, I just want to say if product the status, if only is different from sale, that's the point where we need to use this. Okay, like this. Let's say this product is the status is not coming. Let's see if we have product the status, sorry, product dot status. This product is sold out. Okay, now we can do the same thing here. So for here, I'm just going to copy like this. Let's go to the right side. Let's go to product details here. We're going to need it in the product details here. Let's go to the right. This is right side. Yes. Let's find where we are using. This is where user is equals to. This is where the product.user is equals to the login user. We can change the state here, but we don't need to change anything here. What we need to change is here. Okay. So we are going to be changing here. I'll say and product dot status is equals is different from sale. We want to if it's different from sale, or if it's equals to sale, we want to show all of this. Else, we want to show all of this. Else, we want to show something else, which is this. Yes. Here we don't need to set anything here like absolute. We need to remove this absolute here like this. Let's remove all of this. We don't need that. And also we don't even, let me see. We don't need this transform and translate. And the width here, I'm just going to set the width here too. Let's leave the width like this. Or perhaps let's set it to full. Let's set the width here to full. Border none, okay. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, like this. So this product is sold out. The same like this here. I want to just give a margin top here. Let's say margin top of 6. Yes, margin top of 6. Yeah. Okay, this is fine now. You see, like this. With this now, everything, I think this is everything we had to do here. Yes. Okay, this is everything we had to do here. Now, okay, we apparently it's not everything. When we scroll right down here, you see we can still do some few things here. This is the product. Well, I think this is okay like this. We can leave it like this for now. Yes, if you scroll down, you see we don't display anything here. Yeah, this is better like this. Let us buy one more product from Hand Store here to see the full functionality of our review, to see how our review, to see if our review is working in full capacity. Let's check this address out. Let's click on it. Okay, it's not clicking. Yeah, we need to make these links here clickable. Let's come to seller order items. We need to make these links here clickable. So let's just go and do that now. Go to P. I'll say seller order items. Here, this is a section. We need to make all of this a link. All of this. Let's see where our cart starts from. Okay, the cart starts from here. So I need to make this a link like this. And here I'll pass the 2. You need to get this link from Material UI. No, from React Router DOM, sorry. Please don't take this from Material UI, take this from React Router DOM. Yes, and here we'll just say product /product. Yes, we'll go to the specific product. Let's go back here. Oh, the seller product. Okay, let me see. I think the problem is coming here as a result of this link. We are not having a corresponding closing tag for the link here. So here we need to pass it manually. I think my extension broke here. Let's go back. Yes, you see, if you click now here, we are back to this very page here, but this time around we have this seller product here. There is actually one thing we need to fix in order to for our payment to work here. Let me show you. If you come to the back end here, we have this the order controller we are in. Here, let's come to where we are setting this account balance. You see, we are calling to fix here, and to fix it actually return a string, so representing a number. So we need to pass this into a floating point number. If not, MongoDB is not going to be able to compare those two values. So this, let's say pass float. We just need to pass this to a floating point number like this. Great. And let's come where we are updating our order here. We need to do the same thing when we're updating the order. This is order, and here. Okay, I think this is here. Yes. This is the point. Here we just need to pass float to. That's a pass. Float. Okay. Now I think with this, if we go now, we are going to be able to create our order. So let's come here. Let's click on pay save here. And the address, I'm just going to use my home address here. Continue. And put the card number. Let's put the CSV. And the month here is going to be like this. Let's click. Okay, our order completed successfully. So your order is successful. If you come to the database now, you'll see that this is our orders. You'll see that an order was created. This is the total price is 95. Let's go to the user. The user is Hans. Yes, if you see that, you see the account balance now is changed to 171.5. Okay. Now let's go back to application here. Let's go to this user's orders. Let's come here. If you come here, you see that this product here is under reservation. You see, this is under reservation. It shows this product is under reservation. If you click on it now, let's go back to the product. You see, you cannot buy back this product because it is under reservation. You see, this product is under reservation. Okay, let's check the user's orders here. Yes, the status here is processing. The status of the product here is processing. So if you view here, you see that we cannot write a review. We cannot write a review here. Status is processing. We'll go back to the list here. Everything is okay. These are the user sold items. Now, what I want to do is you can log in as Hans and you validate this product here. Yes, you can update the status of the product by telling the user that this product is already been updated. Yes, it's already been delivered. The product is delivered, and after the user have received the product. Yes. So what I'll do is I'll just log in as Hans. So the product was validated successfully. If you check here now, you see that the status here is delivered. Status here is delivered. If you click now here, you see now we can write a review here. This is what I wanted to say. You can write now a review. Let's give a star of 3. Let's just say took too long to arrive. Let's just give something like a sad emoji here. Like this. Let's write a review. Review is updated successfully. You see, when a review update, that button here is gone. To write a review, there is gone. Now we can let's go to this user store here by clicking on this. You see that the number of review here is 2, and look at the ratings. The ratings here is no more 5 stars. It's like 4 stars. Why? We had a rating of 5 and a rating of 3. See, the rating of 5 and the rating of 3. If you try to work out the mathematics, you see that it's close to around 4. It's close to around 4 because Come to think of it, 5 plus 3 is I think 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 divided by 2 is going to give us 4. You see, that's why you're having 4 stars here. So if we had a fraction, what we're going to show is going to show us a fraction of a star, the fraction star which we placed. So I think the review is okay. The review is actually okay. Yes. So what we have to do now is let's work on there's one thing. If you come to my store, let's click on this product here. Let's say, for example, the user want to change the state here to under reservation here. It's not working because we have not yet implemented it. It's not working. We have not implemented the change state section here for this for the owner of the store. So let's go and do finish with that. Let's go to the product details here. We are going to be doing the work here. Let's see where we are having this where we have this user shop. This file is too big. It's difficult to see to see what we are looking for. Okay, I think this is the point here. Yes, this is it. We can change the state here. We are having the on click here, but we are not doing anything with the on click here. So here I'm just going to say handle status, and here I just passed the st here. Remember, this st is the product status. This st is the product status. So let's go up. Let's copy this method. We're going to create this method up here. I can do that just after all of this. I say. Now the first thing I'll do is I'll first check if status is equals to product.status. If it is, I'll just I'll give a toast to the user. I'll say toast.error. Remember, I think I'm getting this toast here from the wrong place. Let's see, where are we getting this toast from? Need to remove this. We don't need this here again. Okay, React hook toast. That's correct. Just wanted to make sure. So else, what we want to do is we want to just update our product. We want to update our product, and we need to call the update product route. Let's go to, I think this was in seller. Let's go to sell. Let's come here. I think we did all of this in this cell, in this create product. Yes, it's in this create product here. This is how we edit a product, by calling this use edit product, and we need to pass in data. And if you check this data here, we need to pass a product ID to this data too. Let's check. Let's go to agent here. If you go to agent, you see that we need to pass in the product ID into this data. This is it here, data.product ID. So don't forget that when you're passing the status, make sure you pass the product ID also. So yes, let's call now this use edit product in our product details controller here. Let's come right down here. Say use edit product. I think I'm going to call that around here. Say const use edit product, and here we're going to get edit product here. Let's come right down here, and we called our edit product. On success, we say status changed, yes. And here we are just passing, we are passing the status to whatever we are receiving from this status here, from this parameter here. And here we are taking params.id, which happens to be the product ID here. Now what I'll do, this is not correct here, I'll just cut this like this, and here, okay, on success like this. Okay, here I'll just say product ID. Remember, we need to pass the product ID like this. Yes, product ID. Okay, like this. Now with this, now we're going to be able to edit this product. Let's go and try. Let's try and see if this is working. With this working now, there's one more change we can do. There's one more change we can do here. Let's go to our application here. Let's go to our order list here. Here we need to first of all, we need to remove this on success here because we are already passing on success. That's why we are getting two messages earlier. We are already passing on success down. Let me show you. Welcome to update order here. If you see, we're already passing on success here. Now what I'll do is I'll to invalidate this query before I send this toast like this. Okay. Now let's go back to order list here. The main thing I wanted to change here is this. Let's scroll right down to where we are showing this button to disabled here. We need to remove this under reservation. If the product is under reservation, we do not want to invalidate it. Yes, we can remove this. Remove this now. Okay, and this. Okay. Now here we only want to validate this product if item the status is equals to processing and if the product status is sold out. With this now, I think this section here is done. We are done with this section. Yes. What we're going to do now is, let me check what we're going to do. I think there are only a few sections left for us to complete. Let's go to the original application here. Let me see the sections left for us to apply. This user is not available. Okay. Let me see the section left for us to complete. Let's come to, we have chat. We need to complete our chat. We need to finish up with this chat. But this is the last thing we'll do. What I want to do now is this payment management here. You see this payment management page here. Here the user can give a request to withdraw what is available in their available amount, the available balance. They can give a request here to withdraw it. If you select an amount, like you can select a bank, the bank which you want to withdraw from, the bank which you want the money to be sent to, and here you can input an amount. Let's say if you input 130, but look at the withdraw request. You can only withdraw $3.93. So what we can do is if you send this request now, we're going to receive an error here that enter a valid amount. See, you can close this. You can add an account. You're going to be able to add an account. If you add an account, you see the account is going to be available down here. What you can also do is you can see your withdrawal history. You can view the withdrawal history here. See, this is the withdrawal history of this user here. And since this user here is the admin, they're able to see this button here to withdraw. That means they can actually validate the request to withdraw this amount. If you come to withdraw here, you see no withdrawals request yet. So these are all the pending. Here you're going to see all the pending withdrawal requests. We're going to see all the pending withdrawal requests. So if a withdrawal request arrives, the user, this user is the admin. They can now validate that withdrawal request. They can validate the withdrawal request. So this is how this whole section is we're going to be building this section in this. So let's just go and begin building this section. Yes, it's not that difficult. It's just we're just going to write some boilerplates and we'll finish it very quickly. So let's go back to our application. I'm going to close all of this. Yes, we've been working on this and now we can close all of this. I'm going to create a new folder. Let's go into our this is not component, features here. I'll create a new folder here. I'll say payment management, yes, management, like this. This is a folder, and here I'm going to create a new file and I'll call this, I'll say payment management.jxs rfce. And now let's call our route, and this is going to be a protected route. Okay, I'll just do it after here, after this. Say payment management, and here this is going to be payment management, like this. And let's also go to our header, should be header, and we need to add another link, or duplicate this. This is going to be payment management. So payment management, and this is going to go to / payment management. I need to remove this one. Okay, like this. If we come now to our application, let's go to the payment management here. Yes, we have it here. Now let's just build our skeleton. We're going to have a header. It's coming from components, and we need to pass in the user here. It's a const. Our user is going to come from outlet context, and here we need to pass in the user, and down here we need to pass in our footer. Right, for us to write in this component, I already have a snippet for this component. So what I'll do is I'll go and copy that snippet and bring it here. Yes, I'll copy that snippet and bring it here. You can find the snippet in the asset folders, or you can copy it from the GitHub repository. So let me go to the snippet. This is the snippet here. I'm just going to copy it. I'll bring it right inside this. So Control A, and I'll paste it here. Payment management. We have some errors. I think we have one error. Let me see where that error is coming from. Let me check. Type annotation can only be used in TypeScript at line 26. Line 26. Okay, we need to remove this. Okay, fine. Let's close back this. Let's save. Okay, so here we just have a table that has our withdraw accounts, and some few buttons. Yes, so let me show you. You can go over the code and look at it. It's fairly simple. So we have some errors here. Use outlet context. Okay, we are not importing all of this. We need to import, bring in this. So we just copied some code. So we need to bring in, but this trash. So here we need to bring in this use outlet context from React Router DOM. Yes. And what do we need to bring in here again? You have the trash icon here. It's already there. Let's see. We have this. Okay, it's complaining that this is not available here, and also that this here is not available, our footer. So let's check our footer. We need to get the footer from here. It's going to be, it's not layout, components / we need to move one level up again before we go into the components. So here we say like this, / we have our footer. We need to move one level up here too, / components, and we have our header like this. Okay, let's check now. Okay, we have everything now here set up, nicely set up. See, this is the withdraw request button, and this is the add account button. These buttons are not working for the moment. At the moment, we just have this design here like this. If we click withdraw request, we want to call up this portal here for withdraw request. We want to call this, and if we click also add account, we want to have this. we have done all of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the codes here and bring them here, because we've done nearly all of this. So I'm just going to copy the CSS to save us some time. And the withdrawal history also is just a list of, it's just a table. So this button is only visible if the currently logged in user is an administrator. That's when they can use this button here. So let's see. The first, I'm going to start here with this withdraw request button here. I'm going to start with the withdraw request. So for that, I'm going to create a new file in the payment management here. I'll create a new file and I'll call this withdraw request. So withdrawal request.jxs here. I'll say rfce. So I'm going to copy everything from our snippet. I'll copy this and I'll bring it here. I'm just going to replace all of this with the snippet. We're going to have some errors. We need to fix that. This here is of type withdraw account, but we're not using TypeScript. As I told you before, this application was originally built with TypeScript. Okay. So now we need to bring some things from props here. We need this withdrawal ref and withdraw accounts with this mask number. Yes, like this. We need all of this. The user set payment. Okay, let's see what we need here. We need the mask number. Yes. We're going to write this method. I think we already wrote this method. If not, we're going to have to write it. And we also need the user here. So let's remove this. User.available balance.to-fix. We also need set payment info. Set payment info, yes. We also need set withdrawal amount. Where is it? Set withdrawal amount and the withdrawal amount. And the withdrawal amount. Okay. Yes, we need all of this here. So we need to send down this as props to this method here. So let's come to payment management here. And what I'm going to do is immediately after this is the mask number I was talking about. This mask number, what we are doing here is we're just taking the last 4 digits of the account number and we are replacing all the rest of the numbers with a star, and we are making only the last 4 digits to be visible. So okay, this is where everything goes. So now we can give here that this is a withdrawal request here, and here let's say withdraw request, like this. So we are going to pass in a few things here. Let's pass in the withdrawal account. Let's first pass the mask number. We don't yet have set info. It's a mask number. And we also need to pass in set payment info. So I'm going to create it here. Where am I going to create it? Let's create it here. So const, let's just say use state snippet, and let's say payment info and set payment info. It's going to be like this. Set payment info, yes, and here we'll pass in the set payment info. We also need to pass in the user. So we'll pass in the user, and also we need to pass in the set withdrawal amount. So we're going to create that also. Withdrawal amount and set withdrawal amount. Now say set withdraw amount and withdraw ref. We're going to create the withdraw ref too. The withdraw ref is going to come from our use ref hook. So come here, say use ref will be withdraw ref. And now we just need to pass in the withdraw ref here. This is withdraw ref. And we are also going to get the withdrawal accounts. Pass it from withdraw accounts here. We also need our withdraw account. Oh. So we need the withdrawal amount, not withdraw account. So the withdraw amount, we're going to get it from the withdraw amount here. We are passing it here. So when we click now this button, let's see, when we click this payment ref, when we click now on this button here, there's the button to withdraw for the withdraw request. Let's build an on click here. Let's say on click. What we need to do is, let's say E here. No, we don't even need this E here. We just need to say withdraw ref dot current dot set I think it's open. It's not open, it's not set open, it's show model. Yes, show model, not set open, it's show model. So withdraw request. So let's check if we are doing everything right here before we proceed. Okay, so if you come here, let's come to application here. We're going to see some errors. Use state is not defined. So I need to bring in use state from here. Let's check again. React is not defined. Okay. What? All of these icons, we need to bring this icon. So now I think all of the errors are done. So if you click now on this withdraw request here, yes, you see this model pop up like this. Okay, here we can select the amount. These are the accounts. The accounts here are still static. They're still static. Yes. So you see that we don't have any bank name here. We don't have the bank names here, but we should have the bank name. That's probably because here, let's check the withdraw request method here. Here we are using bank, but if you check here, we are using the bank name. So I need to just say here that this is bank name, like this. Okay, now I think we're going to have the bank names here. Okay, yes, these are the bank names. You can select like this, and we can put an amount here. So this withdraw request here is done. Now let's create another component to add an account. Let's create another component to add an account. So I'll come to payment management here. Immediately after the withdraw request here, I'm going to create another. This is going to be, instead of withdraw request, this is going to be our add. I'll say add account. Add accounts. Yes. Add accounts. Here I'll just say add accounts, like this. We don't yet have this, so I'm just going to create it now. I'll come here. I'll just duplicate this. I say add accounts .jxs. Let's go into this method. You prompt us to create this file. Yes, we'll just create it like this. Let's come here to see if it's okay. Yes. Now in this add account, what I'll do is I'll just do the same thing. I'll copy the code and bring it here, and I'm just going to edit it. So what we are doing here now is we are just building the CSS. So we'll go to the back end, because I know that we didn't build the back end for this payment management. The reason was because we didn't have everything at hand here in order to build that section, but now we do. So we can go to the back end and complete that. It's not difficult, just some, I think it's 3 endpoints. We're going to build like 3 or 4 endpoints and we're done. They're fairly simple. So let's, what we'll do here is we just need to, I'll pause this video and I'll copy and paste what I have here. If you see here, I just added another component here. This is just a dialog with some inputs here, text inputs. You can look at the code, a dialog and some text inputs. And here we are getting all of these values here from ref. We have from our props. Here we have add account ref, the user there, and here is to set the account name. Here, let me see where we're using this user. Okay, so here is going to be username like this. Okay, so this is how we are doing this section. And if you come to payment management, we just called that section here. First of all, we hook our onClick method here with add account ref, and we call the show modal button. And these are all the fields we are passing here: the set account name, set bank name, set swift code, and set account number. We are passing them all up here as our local states, in our local states. So if we come down here, this is where we are adding them here. So you see, it's the same thing we did previously. So if you go now to our application, let's click add account. You see, everything is here. You can add an account and you can do, the user can also close here. So what we're going to do is we're going to add another button here. We're going to add, I think, probably 2 buttons here. We're going to add some more 2 buttons here. So let's go and do it. If we come here, let's come to where we have the buttons. First of all, the first thing I want to do here is I want to just add some icons to these buttons here. Like this first one, I'm going to say BI money, BI money withdraw, yes. The size is going to be 23. And for this add account, I'm going to add what I add here is MD account balance wallet account. This is MD account balance wallet. So we need to get this from, let's come right up here. Let's duplicate this. Jovi, this is going to come from MD. MD account balance wallet. Okay, this is it. I was not spelling it correctly. So I need to get it from here. MD account balance wallet. Okay, great. Now we need to add some more 2 buttons here. I'll just copy this one here. I'll paste it here. This FA history. We don't have this, so I'm going to copy this. And this is going to be FA. The next one is this, the admin button. This is the admin button. Okay, all of this. We don't yet have this withdraw list ref and this withdraw validate ref. We are going to bring them shortly. Okay, now let's just deal with this refs here. Let's say we have all the refs here: withdraw list ref and withdraw validate ref. Okay, now if we come and check, you see the buttons are leaving this container. We don't want these buttons to leave this container. So what we can do to fix that is, let's come here and we just need to give a ref. Let's just wrap this. I'll reduce the size here to 5 like this, and I'll say flex wrap. Okay, this is looking better now. Yes, this is looking a lot better. Okay, we just need to make now this withdraw history and this withdraw buttons to have some HTML and CSS in them. Let's go back here. I'm going to create another component here, and I'll call this withdraw history. New file. I'll say withdraw history. Withdraw history.jxs, and this or the other one is going to be validate withdraw.jxs. Okay. Now let's begin with the withdraw history here. So just like before, I'm going to provide you with the code. So I'm just going to copy and paste it here. Okay, here I just have the withdrawal history. I've just given the withdrawal history here. You have this user withdrawal where you have the ID, the amount, the payment info, and this processing state here. So all of this is static at the moment, but when we deal with our back end, we're going to have them being dynamic here. So we can come here. If we click withdrawal history now, yes, you see we have all our withdrawals. This is how our withdrawal history is going to look like. So again, I have all the codes in Google Drive. You can copy it from there, or you can copy it from the GitHub repository. So now let's go and work on this withdraw here, this validate withdraw. So come here. Here we are just passing the withdrawal list and the max number. So let's create another file, and I'll say, okay, we already created another file. We already created this withdraw validate here. Where is it? Is it this withdraw history validate withdraw? Yes. I'll just say rfce here. And now I'm just going to copy the code. Okay, now we have our validate withdrawals here. This is our validate withdrawals, and we just have this static array here for the list of withdrawals that have come into the application. We have this button to close, and this table here is basically the same thing, and we are just calling it in the payment management. But here we are sending this handle approval and handle reject buttons, and they are on clicks here. So it's the same thing of what we've been doing. So let's check it out. If you click withdrawals, yes, here they can either approve or reject. The admin can approve or reject this payment request here. So depending on whether the user is fulfilling the obligations of the website, they're providing all the information they need in order to withdraw their funds. So with this, I think the designing part is done. We can go now and work on the back end, which is the most important thing. And here now, I think here we can just send our available and account balances here. As it stands now, we can send the available and account balances here. So let's just do it, because we have that. So here, this is going to be user dot account. If only we have user. We want to check if only we have this user here. If only we have user dot account dot available balance dot available balance here. Then we want to send this to user dot available balance, else we just put 0. So let's check this. Yes, this is the available balance of the user here. So this is the available balance, and also we need to do the same thing for account balance. We'll copy this, and for the account balance here, this is, instead of available balance, this is going to be account balance. Okay. Okay, so in this instance, the account balance is the same as the available balance here. So we need to center this. Let's put this to the center. I will say text is going to be center. The text here center, and text here center too. Text center. Let's check this out. Okay, this is better now. Okay, I think with this now we can go and work on our backend. Without wasting any much time, let's just go to the backend. Here, I'm going to remove all of this. Now we can go to here. Let's go to our module. We're going to start with our module. Create a new module, and I'll call this payment. This is a payment module. .js. Oh, so here now we're just going to bring our mongoose as a const. Mongoose, require mongoose, and here also const payment schema like this. We need a few things in here. Here we need the user. We need the user, which is actually going to be an object. Required is true. Yes. We'll need the amount here, which is going to be a number. I'll also need the status. The status, the default here is processing, not pending. Default is processing like this. Yes. And also we need payment info, which is just an object. The payment information, which is just an object. Let's say payment info, which is with a type of object. Type object. Okay, like this. We have processing, amount, status, payment info, the user. Okay, this is fine. Now we can just say const payment mongoose. We'll pass the payment schema. You'll just say module.export payment. Okay, we have our module. Now let's come to our controller. Let's come and create. Before coming to the controller, we need to let's create the controller first before we hook up everything. I'll create a new file here. I'll call this payment controller.js. Okay, we already have this payment controller. It's already existed. So what I'll do is I'll just say withdrawal. This is going to be withdrawal controller. Withdrawal controller. Withdrawal controller. And here also we're going to rename this payment module here. Let's rename this to withdraw. The schema even here, I'll just call this to withdraw. Okay, and here this is going to be withdraw, and here this is withdrawal like this. And this will be withdrawal schema. So withdrawal schema. Okay, I think this is good now. Let's just rename this file too. Instead of payment model here, this is going to be withdrawal module. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Now let's come to the withdrawal controller now. So the first thing we are going to be able to do here is we want to first of all create our withdrawal request. Let's say exports dot create withdrawal. export.create withdrawal request. Okay, this is not correct. Let me give some more room here. Remember, we have cached async. Cache async. We need to get this from our cache async. And cache async is not coming. So what we need to do is, let's go and import it manually. So we need to bring it manually from, I think it was utilities, right? Let's get our cache async from our utilities. So cache async, util/cache async. Okay, that is good. So in here, what are we going to do here? The first thing we're going to be doing here is we're going to first get the amount. Let's first start by getting whatever we're going to be sending into this create withdrawal request from our request body. So it's a const payment. We need the payment info and the amount from the request body here. And also we're going to get the user. It's going to be await user.findByteID request.user.id. Because at this point we're going to have the, let's bring in this user. So user is going to confirm as a const user module, going to come from modules.user modules. In fact, this is not modules. It's like this. Let's just make sure this is correct. User module, yes. And now we need to check if amount, we need to check if amount is greater than user.available balance. We need to check if amount here is greater, not less than, sorry. If amount is greater than user.available balance, what we want to do is we don't want to send this error, we want to just throw a new error. So we want to return here, next, and we'll pass in a new app error here. I will say insufficient balance. And this is going to be a BAT request. So let's bring in this app error. It's not coming, so we need to call it from here. It's a const app error. Okay, fine. If we do not enter into this if statement, what we're going to do is we're just going to create our payment. So I'll just say const create withdrawal. I'm going to say await.create withdrawal, and the user is going to come from request.user, the amount, and yes, everything is like this. Now, I'll just say user.available balance, want to decrease it by the amount, and user.account balance, want to also decrease it by the amount. And here we just need to say await save changes, and now we can send our response. So we've done this many times, many times. So I don't think this is going to be a problem for you to understand at this moment. So here now we can just send our withdrawal here. I'm not going to wrap this in the data again. I'll just send our withdrawal like this. Okay, now we are done with the creating this with our create withdrawal method here. The next thing we're going to look at here, this is create withdrawal. I'll just give a comment here. This is create withdrawal request, and down here this is going to be get. First, I want to first update the withdrawal request before we can get our withdrawal request. So I'll say here update withdrawal request. For the update withdrawal request, we'll say export. Let me just give this skeleton here for updating the withdrawal request. We're going to change what the things we need down the line. So we have update withdrawal request cache async, and here we're going to need the status and the user ID. It's going to be the user ID here. And now the withdrawal, we're going to get the withdrawal. We're going to get our withdrawal using the withdrawal ID. We're going to get our withdrawal using the withdrawal ID. So here I'm going to pass in. First, we need to get this withdrawal module. Yes, from like this. We're getting the withdrawal module here. We're checking if there's a withdrawal. We want to return this error here. If there is no withdrawal, we are first getting the withdrawal. We check if there's no withdrawal. We want to return this error. Withdrawal request not found. Here, I will pass in this 404 error here. We need to remove all of this. We don't need this. We don't need this one here. Now we just need to set the withdrawal status to equal to the status here, and we await and save our changes. But here we don't want to run validation. Here I'll say validation false, and this is going to be a new document here. We want to get a new request with the updated values. So after this, now what we can do is we can send now a message to the user after we have validated their account. We can send them now a message. We can send them a message. So I'm just going to write. You already know how novu works. So we're just going to send a message here. So I'll just give a comment here. Send message to user email, informing them that they try to byte, informing that the account has been credited. Yes, that's what we just want to do. We just want to inform the user that the account have been credited. So here, I'll say try catch here. If an error occurs, I'm just going to log the error to the console here. CLG error, and here we can log the error, and we can also return next. So error sending message like this. Okay, and now here we are going to call novu. Await novu. It's not coming, and I think we need to get it also. There's a const novu utilities / novu. Okay, so I said novu.trigger. We want to trigger. What are we triggering? Here we need to pass in our workflow ID. So I'm just going to call this workflow payment. Let's say payment underscore brokang YouTube. Let's say YouTube. I'm going to call this payment like this. Yes. And now here we need to pass a tool where we need to specify our subscriber ID here, and it's going to be just the user underscore ID. Now there is something we need to do first before we send this message here. By the way, look, we need to send this message after. We need to send this message after we have set our withdrawal state. So let's cut it and paste it down here. Now there is one thing we need to do here first. Let's get our user. We need to get our user here. There's a const user. Here is our way to find user. We're finding the user by passing in the user ID here. And if we come here, what I want to do is I want to check if the status is equals to rejected. If status is equals to rejected, then we want to change some values for the user. So let's say if status, if the status coming here, status is equals to, let's say rejected. If the status coming here is equals to rejected, we want to set the user available balance to be equals to withdrawal.amount. Whatever amount you're passing to this withdrawal, we want to set it back. If we rejected this status here, if we rejected this transaction, we want to credit back the user's account. Yes, we want to credit back the user account with the amount which we were attempting to withdraw. After that, we just have to save our changes here. So yes, after that, we have to save our changes. If everything works according to plan, now we can set our withdrawal status to whatever we are getting from the front end. So with this now, we can set our subscriber here to be user dot underscore ID. If we have a user dot underscore ID, and we can set the email to email is equal to user dot email. So That one is taken care of. Here we can also pass a payload to this. We can pass a payload to this trigger method here. I think, okay, we already have it like this. We need to pass a payload. This payload, I'm just going to pass the amount. It's going to come from withdraw.amount. I'm going to pass also the account number. I'm going to pass the account number, which is going to come from withdrawal.paymentinfo.account number, like this, withdrawal.paymentinfo.account number. But we don't want to send the whole account number. We don't want to send the whole account number. We just want to send the last 4 digits here. So slice -4, like this. Let's remove this one. So after all of this now is done here, let's check if we're passing everything. Yes. Now after all of this is done, we just want to send our status code here, success, and we pass our withdrawal here. So okay, we are done now with updating our withdrawal request. Now let's just go and configure this email sending functionality, this payment brokang YouTube payload workflow. Let's go and configure this workflow in our novu dashboard. So if we come here, I'm going to come to, I'll say novu. Let's get started. It's been long since we opened novu, so okay, my novu page is taking a long time, probably network. Okay, it's here. So what I'll do now is I'm going to copy this workflow name. This is the workflow name. I want to name this workflow just like this, payment brokang YouTube. So if you come here, I'll need to create a new workflow. Let's create a blank one, and I'm going to name this payment brokang YouTube, and I'll update. If we come to settings, we can also change the trigger identifier here, like this, and I'll also update. Okay, here what we can add now, our email. Let's add our email here. So I'm going to click here to add the email. The sender name here is going to be, I'll say brokang, and the subject here is I'll just say payment approval. This is going to be payment approval. So here now we can write our message. I'll say hello, and we'll say subscriber. Okay, we are missing an S. Subscriber dot first name. Okay, like this. And now here we can just paste in this code. Thank you for using our platform to sell your goods and services. Your account number ending with, this is where we have that account number, has been credited with the amount of this. So check your bank account for confirmation. So this is the message we're going to send to your user after we've confirmed that we have debited the account which they gave us. So here, I think this is everything we need to do here. I just need to update. Okay, if we update here, let's try to preview. Okay, this is how it's going to look like in the email. So let's come back to edit. We can just leave this section now. Let's leave this place. So one more thing, let's just, the last change we did here, this is it. Let's approve it. Okay, it's been approved. So finally, we can go back to our application here. Let's continue working. We've already set up our payment. Let's finish up with, let me see. Here, we're going to get our withdrawal request. So to get our withdrawal request here, I'm just going to say export, like get withdrawal request. And here, So we can populate the user here, but it's not really necessary. So let me check. Yes, let's just leave the user being populated here, because we can check other information about the user when we want to get the withdrawal request. And also what we need to find in this method, we need to pass the status here. So what I'll do is I'll just select, let's say const query object here is equals to request.query. Let's say request.query.status. Else, if you request the query the status, want to set the status to request.query.status. Else, we just want to set it to an empty object like this. And here we can just pass in our query object here like this. Let's pass in our query object like this. So with this, we are going to get our query request. We're going to get our withdrawal request, and also we need to get our user withdrawal request. Let's get our user. This is user withdrawal request. It's going to be user withdrawal request. Here, get user withdrawal request, and here we're just going to be finding the user. So here we're just finding the user using the currently logged in user by passing the currently logged in user request.user.id here, and we just pass in, and we just send everything to this withdraw. We just send everything, the withdrawal list here. So I think we are done here. What we can do next is we have to, let's go to our route. Yes, let's go to our route. Here we have our controller. Yes, our controller is having a problem. Let's see what that problem might be. Okay, we have problems importing app error. So app error is not coming from here. / app error. So apparently this problem is not even coming because of this user controller here. It's because of this withdrawal controller. Because we are getting the app error here, we need to, this have to be a capital A, like this. Yes, I think the error is going to go away now. It's gone. We can close this. Now let's go to our route. Here we need to put a withdrawal route here. This is going to be a new file, and I'll just say withdrawal route.js. So here the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to bring in our express, const express like this, require express, and here as a const router. Yes, and now we need to bring our is authenticated. We need to bring our is authenticated, and this is going to come from controller or the auth controller. Yes, controller / auth controller. Yeah, I don't think this is coming from auth controller here. It's actually coming from our middleware. Remember, our authentication is coming from the middleware. Yes, middle. I think so. Let's say middleware, and here we have our auth here. Okay, now we can get is authenticated here. Now you need to bring this up here, and let's also get our this is our withdrawal controller. Yes, okay, this is correct. Now we can begin working with this router. I'll say router.route. The first is going to be to create a withdrawal request. So the second here is going to be say router.route. Here we're going to be updating our, we are going to update. Here is just going to be / we'll call this ID. We're going to update our withdraw dot put, and here we need to pass is authenticated, is authenticated, and also only the admin is allowed to update this section here. So what we're going to do is, apart from is authenticated, our middleware also expect restrict to admin here. So we need to pass restrict to admin, and it pass a role. The role here is going to be admin. So if you're not an admin, you'll not be able to access this route here. We are doing this for the post. We don't have to do this for post. You have to do this for update. Okay. It has to be here. Okay, this is good. And the next here is going to be router dot route. This is going to be forget, and forget here to get all. We're just going to give a slash, and is authenticated. You have to be authenticated, and withdraw dot get withdrawals. Was this called withdrawals? Let's check. Our withdraw controller is not even getting imported here. Let's see. Withdraw controller dot nothing is appearing. It's not coming because let's come to withdraw controller here. We are not, see, we are exporting everything from here. Let's go back to withdraw routes here. We have withdraw controller dot update withdraw request. Withdraw controller dot, here is, okay, we have update withdraw request here. Okay, we have get withdrawal request. This is it, get withdrawal request. And I just have to duplicate this. For this other get, I'll just pass here user, and this will be get user withdrawal request. Okay, like this. Okay, now we can come to our app. Instead of payment here, this is going to be withdrawal, yes. And we need to bring down this. This is withdrawal route, withdrawal routes, and here this have to be withdrawal route. Okay, I think this is good. Let's come to withdrawal routes. We need to export it. We are not exporting it, so we just need to say module.export router. Okay, with this now, I think we are done with the backend. Let's check. Let's check to see if our backend, okay, our backend has crashed. What happened? Let's check here. Server cannot find module routes, withdraw routes. But we are exporting it here. Let's go back to app here. Withdraw routes. Say withdraw route. I think this should work now. Okay. Now let's just come and set up our front end with this router here. With this route, let's set up our front end with this route. So I'm going to close all of this. Now let's come to the agent here. We need to create another const. I'll say withdrawals. Here we're going to create withdrawal request like this, and we get withdrawal request like this. Yes, we get user withdrawal request like this. Yes, and we update withdrawal request like this. We have data, the ID, we pass the ID here. Okay, like this. So let's just bring in this that withdrawal request here. Let's just pass it down here. So withdrawals. Great. Now let's go to our payment management here. This is where we are going to be. Let's create some new files here, and I'll call this withdrawals, withdrawal.js, and I'll create another one, withdraw API.js. Now let's just start with the APIs. Let's start with the APIs. I'll copy the APIs from this order here. We still have it selected. Let's copy. I'll come to withdraw API here. I'm going to paste this here, and we just need to bring in the agent here, and we can begin working on this. Instead of order here, this is going to be .withdraw .create withdraw request, and to create withdraw request we need to pass our data like that. Yes, we need to pass the data there. And here we need to get our withdrawals. This withdrawal, not withdrawals, withdrawal. The same thing for update. I'll copy. This is going to be not, this is here is not create order. This is create withdrawal request, or let's just say withdrawal request, withdrawal request request API. Okay, and here let's say update withdrawal API. Here we need to pass the data and the ID. Data and ID. And here this is going to be update withdrawal request, and it's expecting us to pass the data and the ID, and that is what we'll be doing. And here we need to, everything remains the same. Now let's come to get withdraw request API. Agent.withdrawals.get withdrawal request. We don't need to pass anything in here. And here this is going to be withdrawals. Okay, this is for users. Get user withdrawal request, and everything stays the same. So we are done with the withdrawal API here. Here I'll just say create. So create withdrawal request API. Okay, like this. Now let's come to our mutations. Let's come and work with the mutations. For the mutations, I'm also going to copy. I'm going to copy this update on and this query on here. just to give us something to start with. And I'll paste them here. Now let's work on the withdrawal. So I'm going to start by using this method here, by renaming this here to use create withdrawals, create withdrawal, yes. And let's bring in our use clients, use query client. Okay, IntelliSense is there's a const. Okay, let's bring them. Now what we can do for this query function, this is not going to be update order, so I'm going to remove this like this. This is going to be create withdrawal request API, and now we just need to pass our data to it. And here, what are we going to be validating? We're just going to validate the user. I doubt if we called it user. Yes, I'm sure. And here we can say withdrawal request created successfully. Say withdrawal request created successfully. Okay. So another thing we need to change here is this mutation here. This is going to be create withdrawals, create withdrawal, and is creating withdrawal. Is creating withdrawal. Create withdrawal is creating withdrawal. Now here we also need to invalidate. We also need to invalidate user. There's a query client is not withdrawal, is get user withdrawals. I'll call it get user withdrawals. So get user withdrawals. And so make sure that when you are creating the get user withdrawal, you need to name this query key the same as you're naming it here. If not, we are not going to be able to invalidate this query. So yes, it's okay like this. Let's see if we've changed everything. So I think we have done everything here. So yes, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and I'll do the same thing for update. I'm just going to change a few things. Here, let's start with use update withdrawal instead of create. Use update withdrawal, and here for this mutation here, I'm going to say update withdrawal. It's going to be update withdrawal, and here I'll say it's updating. Is updating withdrawal. And for the query function here, this is going to be update withdrawal API, update withdrawal API, and here is expecting the data and the ID. So data is going to come from data dot data, yes, and data dot ID. And also we are going to be invalidating another query here, which is going to just be our get withdrawal. So make sure you name this get withdrawal the same also, and say withdrawal updated. I'll say withdrawal updated successful. Updated successfully. Okay, now we can just pass our update withdrawal here, and is updating withdrawal. Now let's come to use get withdrawal withdrawal. We don't need to pass an ID here, so we can remove all of this. And here so is getting. We don't even need to pass the loading state here. Let's just forget about the loading state. And here we just need to say get withdrawals. Get withdrawals. Here just say get withdrawals. And now for the query function, here is going to be get withdrawal. Remember to give a query key that's the same like this one here, get withdrawal. And for the query function, this is going to be get withdrawal API, get withdrawal request API. Yes. Let's copy and let's do the same thing for get user withdrawal. Get user withdrawal. Yes. And here we call use get withdrawal. Yes. So this is going to be get user withdrawal API. So the query key here is going to be this other one. Okay, this is get withdrawal. No, it's going to be this one here. This is get user withdrawal. So I'll copy this and I'll bring it here. Okay. Remember that in this withdraw controller, we are passing this status here. We are checking if request the status. But if you come to our withdrawal here, we are not passing the status anywhere here. So what I'm going to do is let's come to the agent where we get our get withdrawal request. Here I'm just going to append status here. Status is equals to processing. This is processing like this. So we only want to get the request whose the status are processing. Okay, that is fine. Now there's also one thing before we go and call all of these endpoints which we have before we go and implement all the endpoints which we have called here. Also, we need to be able to create an account. We need to be able to update the user's profile by creating an account. So what I'll do is, again, we need to go to the back end. There's a user module here. We need to pass in another property in this user module called accounts. Yes, I think. So I'm just going to call this withdrawal accounts. I'll say withdrawal accounts. This is going to be withdrawal, not balance, withdrawal accounts like this. And here we'll just pass this object. We'll have the account name, the bank name, the account number. We don't need the country and currency. We just need the bank code, which is actually the Swift code. I'll just say Swift code. Okay, Swift code like this. Okay, we need this for property here. Withdrawal accounts. Fine. We need to come. Let's go to our user module. User controller, sorry. And we need to add some 2 endpoints here to delete and to create an account. It's similar to address here. So I'm just going to copy it. It's a similar thing to address because our address was an array field. So we are just pushing whatever we're taking from the request body. It's similar. It's just similar stuff. So here, so now we just need to hook up our routers. Let's just hook up our routers. Let's go to user router. User route. So here we're going to have these 2 endpoints here. We have this account /add and account /remove. All of these are post. This is post and this is a put here. So this one is a post and this one here is a put. So let's save. Let's go to our agent and modify the agent accordingly. So I can delete this user module like this. Router. Let's come to the agent. Here we have our account. We can pass in the 2 endpoints here. We have done this many times, guys. So I'm just going to be copying the code and I'll paste it here. So because we are using TypeScript, that's why we are saying this two errors here. Here we're just passing the data. The first one here is a put request to update the account here. And this other one here is a post request. So let me differentiate this like this. This is going to be user, not users. User slash account, yes. So I'm just going to come to withdraw here. For the tool, I'm going to, let's start with the API here. We'll do the same thing we did for to create here. I'll just go copy and paste here. Instead of create, here I'll just say update account. So update, withdraw account, update withdraw account API, and this is going to become from account, and this will be update. Let's say add account is expecting data, so we need to just pass the data in here. And here for the response, what I'll do is I'll just pass this response. Let's say response dot since we are just passing the messages here, there's no need to store this in a variable. We just need to return from here directly. I'll just return from here. Okay, like this. This is update withdrawal account API. Or instead of say update withdrawal account, I'll just say add account API, and the next one is going to be removed account API. This is remove account API. Here instead of this, we're going to be remove account, and it's expecting an ID here instead of data, so just pass ID. Okay, like this. Now like this, now we are ready to come to this withdrawal and do some changes also with this inside this withdrawal. So inside this withdrawal, I'll just minimize all of this like this. So here we have create, update, get, and now I'm going to write use account, the one for our use account. I'm just going to paste the code here. So here we need to remove this, and here this is going to be add account API. Add account API. We need to change something here also. This is remove account API. Okay. So here is add account API, and we need to pass in our data. That's why we're just passing the response here. So, okay, this is fine here. I'm going to do the same thing to remove. I'll do the same thing to remove an account. Here we need to remove the string. So we have done this, I think, more than 50 times, guys. So this is nothing new to you. That's why I'm just copying and pasting like that. So here it's going to be remove account API, and we pass the ID here. And here we just say query clients dot invalidate our queries. Okay. I also noticed something, guys. When I minimize this, you see that here we are taking this use query client here from we are taking the use query client from React query here. This does not have, this isn't React query. This is at tanstack-query. This is coming from tanstack-query here, not React query. So make sure you change this. You're going to take this from tanstack-query. I think this is the reason why when we were updating our reviews, when we were updating our reviews, we were not revalidating our queries. So with this now, we can, with all of these endpoints here, we can go and work on our withdraw. So let's come here. Let's come to the first thing we're going to start with is adding accounts. We're going to try to add accounts so that we can get the user's accounts. So let's come to add account here. What are we doing in this add account? All we have are this bunch of inputs here. There's nothing fancy going on here. And this button is adding account, and this button for handle submit account to add an account. So let's come to the payment management here. This is where we are going to be calling everything. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to say const here. This will be use add account here, and I also call use remove account. This two is okay for now. And here this will be account, and here say it's adding account. Here this will be is removing account and remove account. I think this loading state here, we don't even need this loading state for removing an account here. Adding an account is okay. Now handle submit account here. To add an account, we're going to pass in the account. Let's either prevent default and add account. We're going to pass the account number, account bank name, the Swift code, and on success, what I'll do on success is, so on success here, I'm just going to remove or set back all of this. Set account name to empty string, account number, bank, and Swift code like this. And here I'll just say at ref.close model. This add account ref.current.close model here. Actually, this is not going to be close model. It's going to be just be closed, not close model, close. So with now we are able to add an account. We just need to pass this slot here. Let's come to where we are adding an account. We are passing handle submit, and it's adding an account. This is coming from here. We need to pass is adding account. Okay, now we are able to add an account. Now let's just do the case where we want to remove an account. If we want to remove an account, let's come to, let's just see if this functionality of adding an account is working. Yes, so for us to test that, we're going to log the user to the console. User like this. So let's come back here. Okay, see, we are being redirected to a login page here. That means our server is not working. So let's go back down here. Let's come to our server here and see. You see, not one of scratch. Our application of scratch. Now, the reason that is, let's check the error message that's given us here. So user module is not defined. This is coming from the user route. So if you go to user route, so let's say user route, okay, this is it down here. You see that here we are just passing the user controller, but we are not getting the user controller from this class here. So what we are doing is we are passing everything to this object here. So we need to get, what we need to get here is the add withdrawal account and add and remove withdrawal account like this. Remove withdrawal account, and here we need to remove this user controller here, and we remove this user controller here. With this now, our server is going to be running. Okay, our server is now running. Let's hide this. Let's go back to our front end. Let's go back to payment here. Okay, if you come back to payment here, everything is fine. Now, about adding an account, if you click here, let's see if we can add an account here. I'm just going to say this is Hana Bank. The account name here, I'm just going to give some random account here, like this. It doesn't really matter because we are actually just testing the Swift code here. And oh, this is account number here, but here I'm going to put the account name. Account name here is going to be Quentin. Yes, and let's try to click. So nothing is happening when we click here. That means this form is not even getting submitted. Let's see. Yeah, not let's check our withdraw. Let's check our withdraw here. Okay, I'm noticing how did I miss this? Here we are using but required here. We are using required here, which is not right. So what we need to do is we need to use from. This is going to be from like this, and remove this bracket. And here is going to be import, because actually we are using the import module, so there's no need for required. With this now, let's go and say, let's add back an account name. I'll start back. Okay, still nothing. Let's check our dev tools. We said toast success. Toast is not defined. Okay, toast is not defined. Okay, account created successfully. We have the message now, account created successfully. Let's check if that is true. Yes, we have the user here. If you look at this user, withdraw account. Okay, you see this is a withdraw account. We have 3 withdraw accounts here. Why are we having 3 withdraw accounts here? That means our accounts were actually created within that time. We are receiving those errors. Those were just front-end errors because of our toast problem. The accounts were created. So we have 3 accounts here, but we can delete some of these accounts. So let's go now. Instead of using our static withdrawal accounts, we're going to receive our accounts from the user. So let's go back to our application here. We cannot safely delete these static accounts we have in the payment management here. We have withdrawal accounts. I'm going to delete this, and here I'm going to get our withdrawal accounts from the user. So let's say withdrawal accounts. Here, this check also, if user have withdrawal accounts, we need to make this check here also. Here, instead of passing withdrawal accounts here, we'll pass user.withdrawal accounts. But first, what I'll do is I'll come up here. I'll say const withdraw account is going to come from user.withdraw accounts, or it's going to be an empty object like this. And for this message, which we are sending here, to check if user has withdraw account, this message, let's just bring the message down here. We have withdraw account here, okay. This boolean here, which we are checking if user have withdraw account, what we're going to do is we're just going to find the withdraw account dot length. If it's greater than 0, then this is going to be true. But if it's not greater than 0, this is going to be false here. So now what we can do is we can use now this withdrawal account everywhere. We have a withdrawal account here. So has withdrawal account. So everything now is going to work fine. Let's come here. Yes, you see, these are our accounts here. We have the 3 accounts here. Hana. So this Hana Bank. Okay. Now let's go and make the functionality to delete some of these accounts so that we are left only with 1 here. We can add an additional one. So let's come here to delete the account. To delete the account, we need to come right down to, okay, here, this button, this trash button here. Here we say on click, handle, delete account. Okay, let's just say handle delete account. Actually, we're going to pass the ID here. Remember the ID we're talking about? We need to pass the account ID. Here now, we just need to call, let me minimize this. We just need to call that function down here, delete account. And here, we're just going to say remove account, and we pass the ID here. So let's see if this is going to work. Let's come here, let's click here. Invalid parameter ID undefined, okay? Let's check how we are sending this ID. If you check here, we are having the ID of that account here. Let's check. Let's go to accounts. This withdraw account, and look, we have ID here. I'm not sure. Why are we receiving that error? So if we are receiving the ID there and the ID is not coming, so let's check in withdrawal here. If we check in withdrawal here, we're passing the ID to the remove account here. Let's check in withdrawal API. Okay, this is where the problem is coming from. We need to pass this ID to this removed account here. So yeah, we need to pass the ID to this remove account. Okay, so now let's see. Let's try to delete this. Yes, you see, it's removed successfully, and it's removed from here too. Yes, it's removed successfully. We are left now with one. Let's add another. I'll just say account name also is going to be, and here the bank name is going to be, I'll say IBK. The Swift code here, I'll just say something like this, and the account number is going to be something here, like so. So we have two accounts here. We have Hana Bank and IBK here. So we can add and we can remove accounts now. What is left for us here is to give a withdrawal request based on this amount here. So when we give a withdrawal request, we can select the bank here, and we can select an amount here. So let's do that one. If we come here for withdrawal request, we're going to bring the other endpoints which we created. I can remove this user now. We don't need it again. If we need it, we're going to lock it back. But what I want to do here is I want to bring in, I'll say const. Here is going to use create withdrawal here, and also the const use update withdrawal. Yes, and we're going to need also const use get user withdrawals, and const use get withdrawals. Okay, now here we're going to get is creating a withdrawal, to create a withdrawal, and here we say is creating a withdrawal, and here is updating withdrawal, right here we get withdrawals, and here we just get withdrawals. Okay, we are getting get withdrawals here. So we need to rename one of this to get user withdrawals. So get user withdrawals. Okay, let's start with the withdrawal request. Control P. This is withdrawal request. So here we are sending all of this here. The withdrawal amount, the set withdrawal amount, the set user info, the max amount, withdraw account. So when we click on this button, this is where we want to actually set our withdrawal. Here I'll just say handle withdrawal request, handle withdrawal request, and we are going to get it from here to the handle withdrawal request. Let's come to withdraw payment here, and down here this is going to be handle withdrawal request. So I'll come up here and I'll create another method here. Down here is a const handle withdrawal. So here the first thing I'll do here is I want to check if we do not have any payment information here. I just want to return a toast. Let's want to return a toast here. I will say select an account. Now if here, if withdrawal amount is greater than user dot available balance, is greater than user dot available balance, or withdrawal amount is less than 0. Yes, now we want to give another toast here, toast.error invalid amount, like this. Yes, want to return invalid amount. And if these two conditions are being met, what I want to do is I'll just log, I'll say const first, and I'll say account JSON.pass the payment information. We're going to pass the payment information. What I want to first do is I want to lock this account here. This account is just our account information and our withdrawal amount. This is to see that we are getting the account and the withdrawal amount. So if we come to the application here, yes, let's send this. You see here we have invalid amount here, invalid amount. If we put let's say if we don't select a bank here, let's just put the right amount here and we send. We don't receive any message there, but let's see if we're going to receive you see we don't receive any message in this console in our we don't receive any message here where we are locking the account and the withdrawal amount here. So that means we are unable to submit this form. We are unable to submit this form. But if we provide all the necessary parameters here, let's select HANA Bank and we send here. If we come here, you see that we are going to have our amount here. We say we're going to have this is the account name and everything we need, and the withdrawal amount here is 20. So at this point we know that we are receiving the things we need to send to the back end. So now we can just call, let's just call create withdrawal, and this create withdrawal we need to pass the amount, and we need to pass the payment information, and the payment information here is going to just be our account here. So I'm just going to pass the account like this. So upon success, if this is successful, we need to give an object for success scenarios here. So on success, well, we want to just set the withdrawal amount to 0, and we want to close this this portal. I want to close the portal, withdraw ref current.close. And also we want to set the payment. No, it's okay. We cannot set the payment info here too. Empty object. It's okay. So now let's try to see if we're going to create a withdrawal request here. So let's send. Yes, withdrawal request created successfully. So we have a withdrawal request. If you come here, now we cannot see the withdrawal request here because this button, we need to make this button to be visible only to admin here. Yes, we need to make this button to be visible only to admin, the administrators of this website. So here, I'm just going to come here. I'll say if user.roles is equals to admin. This is the button here. Okay, yes. If user dot role is equals to admin, that is when we want to use this button. We can delete this one. Okay, you see the button is gone here because this user is not the administrator. So if you try to get the withdraw request, you'll see that we are going to get an error. We're going to get an error. So let's try to get the withdrawal request here. I'll say get withdrawals, get user withdrawals. Let's log this to the console. Let's log CLG. So get withdrawals. Okay, we are getting the withdrawals here. This definitely means that we are not setting we are not restricting this get withdrawals here to admin. So we are going to do that shortly. We are going to do that. So we need to restrict this get withdrawals here only to administrator. Only administrator need to see this here. But now if you put get user withdrawals here, you're going to see also get user withdrawals here. Yes, you see, we're going to see that there's one get user withdrawals here. So now let's work but with this get user withdrawals here, because this is going to be our history, the user's transaction history. So here, let's go to where we are having history. This is withdrawal history here. So here I'm going to pass our withdrawals here. Withdrawals. And I'll say get withdrawal. This is get user withdrawals, not get withdrawals. Get user withdrawals. Let's see. Get user withdrawals. Yes, let's get user withdrawals. So okay, let's go to the withdrawal history here. We need to say withdrawals, withdrawals. Here we are looping over the user withdrawals here. We are not going to be doing that anymore, so we can remove this here. So instead here, I'll just pass the user withdrawals here, so that it's the same name, user withdrawal. And here we are going to be passing but user withdrawals. Okay. Okay, if you see the withdrawal history, you see here is processing here, and this is the account number, but the bank name is not yet coming. That's probably because for the bank, I think we are calling it bank instead of bank name. Yes, this is supposed to be bank name. Okay, so this we have the withdrawal history here. You see, we have withdrawal history here. Now we just need to work on the case where user can validate where the admin can actually validate the withdrawal history, where the admin can validate the withdrawal history, or they can reject whatever amount the user is struggling to withdraw. So for that, I'm going to make this queendev login user here, this queendev store, to be an administrator. So I'll head over to my database. I think this is the user here. I'll change their role here to admin. Admin here. I'll now update. If you come now to the application, you see we have now this button here to validate. We have this validate withdrawal here. So if you click on it, you see the portal gets open. But all of this is static data. We need to bring in now our real data to validate this withdrawal request here. So let's continue. For that to happen, we need to, let's go to, let's come to payment management here. This is validate withdrawal here. We need to send withdrawals. Say withdrawals. I think we called it withdrawals. Let's check first because I want to use the same name. This is validate withdrawal. Okay, here we are passing these withdrawals. I'll copy the name here and I'll pass it down as props instead. I have to delete this and I'm going to pass the name down as prop here. And if you come to payment, we need to pass it here too. So here, withdrawal is get withdrawals. So if you come to the validate withdrawal method here, so if you come here, this is going to be, let's check if for improvements here. Okay, this is updating withdrawals. Okay, this is when you have to update the withdrawal here. Here we are calling withdrawal.user, but this user here is actually an object, so we need to pass the ID here. Then we'll pass the withdrawal ID, and I think we need to do the same thing up here. Yes, dot underscore. Okay, ID. So let's check. Validate withdrawal request. Okay, you see, this is the amounts the user wants, and we can approve or reject. We have actions here. Now, we want to give these approve buttons based on whether this amount here is correct or not. So let's go and invoke this approve and reject buttons. You see here that we are getting the withdrawal ID here and the user ID here. So let me confirm that to you by going to the withdrawal controller. You see, when we are updating a withdrawal, we need to pass in the status, the user ID here. We need to pass the status and the user ID. So this other ID we are sending here is the withdrawal ID. Is the withdrawal ID. We need this ID because here we are getting it from the request.parameter here. So if you come to withdraw here, you see that we need to pass where's the update function. If you come to the update function here, you see that we need to pass data.id here and data.data. So we just need to pass a full object here that contains data and ID property. So let's go to payment history here. If you scroll up here, we already have all of this here. So we just need to get the handle approve. We need to get here the user ID and the withdrawal ID. The same thing. We're going to do the same thing here. So now let's start with the approval. Here we're just going to say update withdrawal. Oh, is it use update withdrawal or is just update withdrawal? Okay, yes, it's just update withdrawal here. In update withdrawal, we need to pass data Remember, this is how the structure is. The data, the first thing is going to be the status, which we're going to set to completed. We don't need this extra parenthesis here. And the second thing you're going to pass here is the user ID. These are the two things we need here. We can just call it user ID here. And now the second thing here is going to be our ID, which is actually going to be the withdrawal ID, like this. So with this now, you can approve and reject a payment depending on whether the user is sending the right parameters to you. Because if the user is not sending the right parameters, our database is going to complain right away. So let's just copy this and paste it here. So with this now, let's try to see if this is going to work. So if you come here, let's approve here. Yes, withdrawals updated successfully. So you can close this. But if you check, you see our available balance here and our account balance here is still the same. But this isn't supposed to be the case. Maybe we are not invalidating this user correctly. Let's refresh and see. Because if you refresh, you're going to see the right amount there. Okay, it's still here. Now, if you're still seeing the available amount here, because we requested for $20, but here, if you look here, you see we still have 32.9 here. It's supposed to be 12 point something. So let's come to withdrawal history here. You see here, it shows that it's completed. Now, let's check if we want to check if this is a calculation problem or something happened in the back end. Let's see. Let's go to our email to see if we're going to see that email which we wrote. I'll first come here. Let's check this user. The user's email address here is this one. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll come to the email. So if you come to the email here, okay, voila, you see we have a message from Brokang here, payment approval. You say, thank you for using our platform to sell your goods and services. Your account number ending in, you see, has been debited with $20. Check your bank account for confirmation. So this is a calculation problem. You see, everything is fine. Our email is coming, and I think the problem here is a calculation problem in our update handler. So let's go and fix that. Let's go to the withdrawal controller and see something. This is where we are creating, because what happened is when we request for an amount to withdraw, we are subtracting that amount we requested from the available balance and the account balance. So I think the problem is coming from here. Either the amount we are sending here is not correct, or it's not getting deducted, or something. So what I'll do is, let's try to request for another amount to see if this is going to work. Let's try to request for another amount, and let's just lock this amount here to the console. To here, let's lock the amount. Say request dot body dot amount here, or you can just debug it. You can open your debugger and place a breakpoint somewhere around here. But I'm just going to lock it like that. Let's come here. Let's say request for before we request for an amount. So here I'll just select an account. Let's select this IBK here, and here I'll put like $2 because we just want to test here. Let's send. Withdrawal request updated. Yes, and you see the amount here, it changed. It actually changed here to 32 here. So it's working. Okay, you see, it actually changed because it was 32, now it's 30. 32.92, but now it's 30. So let's come to request withdraw to our history here. You see, this is it here. Okay, everything is actually working fine. It's working fine. Yeah. Okay. Now if we come and validate this, okay, the validation is not showing anything yet. So if you click, okay, it's coming now. It's coming. You see the amount here is 2. If we approved here, yes. So you can close this. Now, what I'm interested here in is, let's see the message. Let's go to our email and check the message. Yes, you see, another message have come. Yes, $2. This is it here. $2 have been debited to your bank account. You can check your account for confirmation. No. So now it's working. Everything is fine. Everything is okay. So I'm going to request for another and try the for rejection. If we reject, let's request for another. And there's something also I'm noticing here. When we request for an amount, it is not shown here on this request page automatically. That's because we are not in validating this get all withdrawals. We are not invalidating this get all withdrawals when we request for an amount to withdraw. So we need to go and change that. We need to change that before we do anything else. So let's go to withdrawals here. This is where we are updating, and this is where we are creating a withdrawal request. So here we are invalidating this get user withdrawal. We also need to invalidate. So now to check if all this process is working, I'm going to log into another window. I'll create a new incognito window here. I'll log into it as let's say localhost. Let's come to login, and here we want to log in as Hans. I think Hans was. Let me check the email. Okay, this is Hans' email. The password is pass1234. Okay, we are logging. Our banner picture is too heavy here. It's taking a long time, so that's not a problem. Now, let's go to my store here. Let's come to my store. No, yes, let's go to payment management. Yes, see, payment management, this is the available balance. This is the available amount for this user, and this is the account balance here. So you see, they have these two buttons here. They have only two buttons here at the moment because they don't have any withdrawal account. But we can add a withdrawal account for this user here. We can add a withdrawal account for them. So the starting point here is to add an account. I'm going to say Ori Bank, and this account name, I'll just say Hans, and here let's just give Hana Bank a Swift code here, like yes, it's the same Swift code, and the account number, let's just give some random account number here. Let's add. Yes, you see an account was added. You see this Hans account is now here. Now you see the button now to withdraw an amount is here. Let's say we want to withdraw 71. Let's choose Hana. Want to withdraw 71%. Withdraw request sent. Now if we come to the other user, which was the admin, because this user cannot validate their amount from here, but if you look at their history here, you see that they have requested for this amount here and it's still processing. So if you go to this other user here, which is actually the admin here, if you come to validate, you see you have an amount here from Hans to validate this, to approve this withdrawal here. This all withdrawal spending. So we can either accept it or withdraw it or reject it. If we reject it, you see this Hans, if we reject it, the amount on Hans page is going to go back to the original amount. So let me show you Hans page here. No, this is Hans page. Remember that when they made the withdrawal, the amount fell down to $105. So if the admin reject this transaction, probably because Hans didn't supply all the necessary information to withdraw their amount, so you can reject this amount here. See, withdrawal updated successfully. Now if you go to Hans page, you see the amount was rejected, but now Hans is supposed to see back his $171 on this page here. Okay, but that $171 is not showing, but the transaction was rejected. So at this point now, you see we have a problem here in this application, we have a problem. If you come to withdrawal history here, if you come to withdrawal history here, now it is showing that this here is completed. It is showing that this transaction is completed. Why it's supposed to be the status supposed to show rejected, but it shows that it's completed. That means we are doing something heavily wrong somewhere, and I think I know what we are doing wrong. Let's come to payment management here, where we are rejecting our account. Where we are rejecting the account. Where is it? Okay, this is approval and this is rejection. You see, instead of setting the status of rejected here, we are setting completed. This is where the problem is coming from. We are setting completed instead of rejected. That means here we just need to change this status here to rejected, just like this. Now, since we had this error, now our application is going to have a fault because this user, we need to increment back the users their the amounts which they had in the database. We need to set those amounts back manually in the database. So because this is a fault of building, we cannot let this kind of fault go into production. Yes, because it's going to really be a problem. That's why we are in development now. It's a good thing. We can go and adjust our database manually. So if you come here, if you come to hands here, if you refresh the database here, you see that hands here is 110, but this is not correct. This is going to, let's just manually, I'm going to pause the video and manually adjust this. And you should also do same if you were following. So I've gone ahead and changed my database to correspond to the rejected state. So let's go back to hands here. You see this hands amount is the same. Let's go to the withdraw history here. You see that this amount was rejected. Now let's do back this procedure. Let's follow back the procedure. Yes, I know this takes a lot of time, but we are in development, so let's just let's use the time there. So let's request for. In this case now, I'm still going to request for this HANA. I'll request for 70 this time around. 70 or sent. So withdraw request successful. You see the balance here is 101. So here, if we go to the other user's account, if you look the history now, you see this is processing, this was rejected, and this now is processing. If you go to the other user's account, they can validate now this transaction here. You see this is it, $70 from hands. If you reject it, so okay, withdraw account updated successfully. There's also one thing we are not doing here. So we want that when we click those buttons there, we want to close this pop-up here. We want to close this pop-up here. Or rather, we can just allow it like this because we can have like 5 or 10 requests at the same time, and we need to validate those requests. So yes, we can just, it's okay like this. We can leave it like this. This message, no withdrawals yet, is okay. So let's go back to the other user. Let's come here. You see, if you look, their withdrawals now is rejected. This $70 is rejected. But if you come to their balance now, you see their balance has come back to 171. So you see, this user have 2 rejections. Let's request for another. This time around, I'll request for 100. Let's send. This is the balance. So if you log into the other user here, they can validate this by just approving. Yes. So let's close. Let's go to the other user. If you check the withdrawal history now, you see this here is let's see, 100 is processing. This here is supposed to be completed. I don't know why it's still processing now. Let's refresh the page. Withdrawal history. Okay, now it shows that it's completed. It shows now that it's completed. Okay, so everything is working now. Let's check the email for Hans. Let's check Hans' email and see. I'm going to go to the email section here. So if you come to the email section for Hans here, you see this, we have 3 messages according to payments here. But there's one thing which we are not really setting well here. You see, even when a rejection occurred, we are still sending this message here. So you can send a different message for a rejection, and you can send another message for an approval. So I'll leave that as an assignment for you because we have a section for rejection. So in that section, you can create another message to send. Instead of sending this approval message, you can create another message to send. So with this, I think this section now is completed because the user is receiving their emails here. This section is completed. So what is left for us to do now is to work on our chat here. Okay, this is it. We need to work on this chat button here. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we are going to be building our chat section. Yes, we're going to be building the chat section of this application. Let me show you. If the user try to come here to this, if they try to click to this chat button here, you see you have, or they'll be presented with an error here saying that you have no conversations yet. Start a conversation with the seller. This is because this user the user don't have any conversation channel open yet, so they cannot view the conversation page. Now, how can the user open the conversation channel? By clicking on one of the products here, and if they can discuss with this the seller of this product, and the seller of this product here is Jane Store here. So if they click here on this chat here, you see they'll be redirected to this chat page here. Now, in this chat page, you see that here in the conversations tab, we have Jane Store, and there you have Jane Store here. The user can send this hands now can send a message to Jane Store. But before we do that, I want to also log in as Jane Store. I want to log in as Jane Store in this new incognito window like this. And here, I'll put the address of Jane. This is going to be this address. And the password here is going to be pass1234. Let's log in. Okay, let's go to okay, here you see this is Jane Store. They have hands here in their conversation tabs here. So see, these two users are now connected. Now I'll just minimize this I'll just minimize this like this so that we see we can view this side by side. Yes, like this. Let me just increase this a bit. We are going to work on the responsiveness very soon, but we're going to wait. We'll finish before we work on the responsiveness. Okay, let me just do something like this. Okay, fine. Now you see we have Jane here and we have Hans here, but this is Jane Store and this is Hans Store here. So this is our conversation. This is where we will be sending the messages here to these two users here. Let's say Hans, since we're looking at Hans here, we want to send a message now to Jane. If you try to send a message to Jane, let's say hello, and we send. Now this message is being received here. Hans sent the message, but the message is not yet sent to Hans here. This is because with traditional HTTP request, when the client send a request, like this, the server responds immediately. Responds to that request immediately, and the server closes the connection between the server and the client. So that is why here you see here, this user is not able to get this connection to get this message here, because by then this here the server is already closed. But here now this user here, they have to go periodically to the server to check for updates about this message here. So, and one of the way that can happen is by refreshing or changing the tabs browser. You see that now that we have changed the tabs, or a particular time interval has elapsed, the server, the client application is able now to go to the server and check if something have changed from the server. You see, now this user is able to get this hello here, but it's not instantaneously. It's not instantly, because the communication channel was closed. So it's the job of this client server now to check if a message was, or if something have changed from the server, so they can pull that data now from the server. So, but with WebSocket, it's a little bit different. It's different because we are going to be using socket.io. Socket.io, we use socket.io to open a communication between the server and the client. And socket.io, it uses WebSocket and also long pulling. It uses socket.io and long pulling. We're going to discuss about that shortly. So I'll leave that discussion when we begin to build this section. So I just wanted to show you more light on why we are using WebSocket in this application. Why not just rely on reactquery? If you're just relying on reactquery, it's going to be very difficult for us to achieve what we want. Now, this is just this here. I already built this section, so we are going to continue with this section here like this. Now, I did this because we have been calling endpoints since the beginning of this tutorial, and we have done a lot of repetitive work here, and this is the same thing we're doing here. It's the same thing. we are calling endpoints from the backend using the reactquery, and we are doing our queries and our mutations. So there is nothing new here so far. There is nothing new. So I'm going to walk you through what I did so you can get the code from the GitHub repository. You can get the code from the GitHub repository and you walk, yes, and you can follow along there. So let's go to the code. Let me show you. Now, if you come here, I created a new folder here and I call this chat. You can see the folder is even highlighted here. And here, let me start with the JXS here. I have this chat.jxs and I have this chat main and this chat site. This chat here .jxs, this is the entry point of that application. It has everything we are going to be doing here. So we are sending our messages using this message factory. You can upload images as well, and here we can handle the submit the messages here. Now this is not the main focus. What I want to show you, I want to show you that here we just have our header and we have this div here. This div here, it holds the chat sidebar and the chat main section. Hold the chat sidebar and the chat main section, and here we have our footer. If you come to the chat main section, let's start with the sidebar here. With the sidebar, it is just a simple div here. You see, we are just passing our conversations. We're just passing our list of conversations here. This is it. And we are looping over the conversations here. For each conversation, we are displaying now the image, and we are also displaying this class here to show if the user is online or they are offline. So right now, this implementation is static. That's why we're going to be saying this user here is offline for the moment. But if you change in our code here, if you come here and you change it to online, you'll see that this user is going to be online. Let's just say online. If you come here, you see now that this user is online. So that is how we are going to toggle between online, on and off, depending on when, if this user is online or they're offline. So, and here we have this. This is the last message. Here, this is the conversation last message. And here we are dynamically checking if this conversation does have a last message ID is equals to the currently logged in user ID. Then we want to give this message. We want to say you. That means the currently logged in user who sent this message. We say you. We say you, and we put the last message there. Else, if the currently logged in user is not the one who sent the last message, then we want to give the username who sent the last message. We want to give the username who sent the last message there. So this is how the section is been designed. Now let's come to the chat main here. If you come to chat main here, there's nothing fancy going on in chat main. We have the header. This header is simply display the image of the user and their name. Yes, the image of the user who the seller is chatting with, their name, and the number of products which they have in their database. You see, now we have the chat body here. Let me show you. This is the chat header I'm talking about. This header, this is it. And now this is the chat body. The chat body, we just have these bubbles. These are the bubbles here, and we are checking if we are sending the chat bubbles depending on the sender ID. If the sender ID is equals to the login user, then if the sender ID is equals to the log is different from the login user, then we want to send a different type of chat bubbles. We want to send a chat bubbles without the user's profile picture. This is it here. We are sending this chat bubbles here without the user profile picture here. Rather, sorry. Yes. If the sender ID is different from the user ID, we want to send the message here with the chat with the user's photo. We want to send the chat bubbles with the user photo here. If and we want to set the background color to our accent color. We are setting the background color to our accent color. Let me show you the class here. Yes, we are setting the background color to our accent color. You can see it here. Let's log into. Let me show you with the other user here. You see, here this user is the receiver of this message. Hans is the one receiving this message. You see, the background color is our accent color, but there this user is the one sending this message. The background color here is our neutral color. You see, Hans is the receiver here, so we are seeing their profile picture here. This is what we are doing here. This is what we are doing here. So with this, I think this is all. And if you come right down here, we are going to have our chat footer. This is our chat footer. Our chat footer, it just contains this input, this text input, and a button to either upload images or to send our messages. We are either uploading the images or to send our messages. So that is all. That is all we have to show you here. And also, the way we are sending our messages is quite simple. Let me show you here. Let's come to let's start with our agent. Let's go to agent here. Now in my agent here, I just created this chat here. Where is it? I came here and I created chat. Yes, this is it. We'll create a chat. This chat will create a chat, a create conversation, get user conversation, get single conversation, create message, get user messages. It's everything. We already designed these endpoints. So it's just left for you now to hook these endpoints up in our application. So if you scroll down now, if you come to chat API, we are calling the endpoints here. The same thing we've been doing. And here in this chat here now, we are using reactquery to write our queries and our mutations. So this is what we have been doing over and over again. I don't think that this is going to be a problem for you to follow. Besides, I have also this code here. I have this code on the GitHub repository, on a separate GitHub repository. I'm going to leave the link down in the description of this video so that you can just copy the codes and paste and you look at it. You can follow along with what we are doing. So far, I think I'm going to leave the explanation for now. Let's just dive into what socket.io is, because that is the package, that's the library we're going to be using in order to implement our WebSocket. So if we go to I'll come here, let's come to WebSocket here. You see, let me minimize this. Okay, this is the documentation of WebSockets here. If you come to get started here, see, welcome. This is a tutorial that you can follow to see the walkthrough of WebSocket, to see how WebSocket works. If you come back here and come to the documentation here, you see, here in the documentation tab, you can search for a lot of things. There are a lot of things here you can do. So basically, WebSocket is a library that enables low latency, bidirectional, and event-based communication between the client and the server. So this here, it says all of it about what socket.io is. Yes, it simply opens a bidirectional communication between the server and the client. As you can see here, the server just sends some events to the client, and the client responds to those events. That means the server can call functions on the client, and the clients can in turn call functions on the server. So that is just how this is going to work. But now there are other things here with WebSocket. WebSocket, well, with socket.io, socket.io, it starts off with WebSocket. If you cannot establish WebSocket, it's going to fall back to long pulling here. You see, these are the various channels which socket.io used in order to establish this bidirectional communication between the server and the client. We have HTTP long pulling, WebSocket, web transport. So HTTP long pulling here is just when HTTP requests are being sent, the server is kept open for a particular amount of time so that messages are being sent back and forth before the channel get closed. So that's just what HTTP long pulling is doing here. WebSockets, we've talked about WebSockets already, and you have web transport. Web transport is just a modern way of implementing WebSocket through HTTP 3. So if you come on the server here, you see this is the server. This is the installation process for the server. You can start by installing this package here, npm install socket.io. Now let's go and create our socket server so that we can begin working on this section. So if I come here, I'm going to create a new folder. This is our application. I'm going to create a new folder here, and I'll call it socket. This is going to be our socket server. And in this server, in this folder, we are going to create a new terminal here. I'll create a new PowerShell terminal because I'm using PowerShell here. I'll just cd into the socket folder. And in this socket folder, I'll just say npm init here, and I'll just say -y. This is going to create us a new nodejs server with some pre-defined options here. Okay, you see, we have created a new server here. If you look here, you see this packet.json file here. The entry point here is index. You see the name here is socket. The name there is socket. And now we can just change, let's just add some two scripts here. I'll just add here. This is going to be start. Start is going to, we'll just say node index.js, and I'll say def. I will say node moon index.js. So we use this dev to run our development server, and we use this start here to run the production server. So here we can now, let's just install some packages before we move forward. Here we are going to be installing course. The first is course. I will install .env. We are going to install node moon. Yes, node moon, and express itself. Express, and we are going to install socket.io, the package which we are just from looking at. We have socket.io. We use this to create our backend socket server like this. Yes. So let's just hit enter. I think these packages here are enough. Okay, we have an error here. It says course incorrect path. So we're sorely doing something wrong. So let me try again. npm install first is course .env express node moon socket.io. Okay, let's try. Okay, it's going. Okay, the packages have been installed. You see our node module here is here. Now I'm going to right click here and create some two new folders here. I'm going to create our .env file here. Say .env. And so here we are just going to put our host here. Let's say our port, sorry. This is going to be port. And this port, I'm going to name this port like port 5000 for our socket server. And we can close this. Let's create another file. Here I'll say get ignore dot get. Okay, dot get ignore. And here we just want to exclude our node modules from here. This is going to be node underscore modules. Node modules like this. Yes, I'm sure. And also we want to exclude our .env file from here too. So just say .env. So we can close that now. Let's come here. Let's create a new file here, and we'll call this file index.js, because index.js is our entry point. So here, this is where we are going to write everything concerning our socket. We're going to create our socket server here, and we'll do all our we'll write all our code here. So I'm going to start by bringing in I'll say const socket io here. This is going to require socket.io. So const http. Since we are using express, we're going to be using getting our http. The const express, we need to bring in the express here. Require express, and I'll say course, require course. I'll say const app. Let's just create our app here, and we call express. Now let's create our server. So http.create server, and we pass our app into the create server method. Now let's come and say io is equals to socket io, and we pass in our server. We just need to pass in our server. That's enough for us to create this socket instance. Now here we don't yet have a .env, but what I'll do is I'll just bring in the .env here as a const .env, and here we just want to configure the .env here. This is okay like this. Let's just call .env.config. So with this now, after this course, we need to also bring in let's say app.use express.json, so that our result is in JSON format. Now, just to prepare for deployment, I'm going to create an endpoint here. This is going to be the general endpoint for the application. I'll say response to send, socket server is running. I'll just say socket server is running. Okay, now here, the last thing we're going to do here is we can just, let's say const, we're going to create our port. The port is going to come from our environment variable like that. And now we can run our server. We can listen for incoming request from server.listen. We'll pass in our port here, and we can give this message to inform the user that the server is up and running. So server is running on port this. Okay, fine. Now we have our server. Now we just need to use now this socket instance there. So we're going to do that here. So here I'll just say io.on. Okay, that's not correct. As I told you before, if you look at this syntax here, we are calling we are calling the socket instance, and we are calling this on method on it. This on here, we can pass an event here, and we have a callback function as the second argument here. We have the callback function. Now, this callback function is receiving the current socket instance here. This socket here, it considers the socket ID and a bunch of other useful items, but we are not going to be using a lot of them. So we are just going to be using the socket ID. In this video, we're going to be using only the socket ID for the purposes of this tutorial. Now, as I told you before, socket.io use events. Here is an event. This connection here is an event here. But this is a built-in event in socket.io. So socket.io have some reserved keywords for events. We have something like this connect, something like disconnect, connected. Yes, so those are some of the reserved keywords for this socket.io. But you can create your own events also. You can create your own event also. We are going to see how to do that shortly. So what I want to just do here is I want to log to the console that a user is being connected if we are connected to a particular socket here. So I'll just say a new client connected. And this is the other event I was talking about. This is also a reserved event in socket.io. This disconnect here. You can call it socket.on disconnect. Say client disconnected. So now let's just run our backend server. Let's say npm run dev. Okay, here we say a new client is connected here. New client is connected, but our socket server is not yet connected. But here we're already getting a new client is connected. We have some socket here. We have some events here. I'm just going to remove this event here. We don't need this. We are going to build our events step by step. So you can remove that. So that we have only a new, we have this when a socket is connected and when it is disconnected. I can just give, I'll just give something like, let's say disconnect. Disconnect is fired when a client leaves the server. Okay, let's just give that comment there like that. Now let's go and set up our front end. Let's set up socket server on the front end. Okay, for us to do that, we need to come here. Let's kill this terminal, and we need to bring in another package here. And the package name is, let's say npm install socket.io-client. This is for the client application. So let me see if this name is correct. We need to come to, let's come to client installation here. So if you scroll down, you see this is the socket, this is the package name here. Let's just copy it. And here, I'm just going to paste. Okay. Okay. Okay, the package has been installed. Yes, it's installed. Now we have our socket here. Let's run our server back. npm run dev. Okay, our front-end application now is up and running. Now, what can we do here? In order to set up the this server here, I'm going to first come. Let's Control P. I will go to our app. This is where we are going to start here. The first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to get the socket here. Also import socket io from socket io client here. We don't need this like this. Okay, and here I'll say const endpoint. Let me just call it this endpoint. This is going to be our endpoint. You can need it in other locations. That's why I'm just giving the name there. So const socket ID. We just called our socket IO. We'll pass our endpoints. We can also pass some other options here. This is our transport. Our transport here is just going to be WebSocket. We can add another for a fallback for long pulling. I'll just say pollen like this. Okay. Now we have a socket ID here. Now I'll say const. I want to get our user, the currently logged in user. I'll say use user and use user here. Okay, suggestions are not coming, so we need to get it manually. And this is coming from load user. Load user. So we have the user here. Great. Now what I need to do here is, why am I getting our user here? I want that when a user log into the application for the first time, so we want to get that, we want to add the user to our socket server, that this user is logged into the application and this user is online. When the user log into our application, we want to say this user is online. So when they log out of the application, the user is offline. So we want to get all the online users here when our application just loads. So here, for us to do this, I'm going to use a use effect here. Say use effect. Okay, we're not going to be return this socket instance here. So what I'll do is I'll first check if we have a user. If we have a user here, I'll say socket id.emit here. This emit here, when we call emit, we want to emit an event listener. We want to emit something that the back end is going to listen for this event here. So we are emitting an event, and the event I want to emit here is add user. Here we are emitting this add user from the front end. On the back end now, the socket server can now listen for this event using the to method to listen for this event here. So make sure the name you are typing here is the same name which you are going to be passing in the back end, because it's this event name that is open between the server and the client. Here we are not going to be passing an object. I'll just pass in, because I just need the user ID here. So I'll just pass the user dot underscore ID. We don't need this. And here I can just send the user here. Now, if you come to a socket server here, nothing is happening. These users are still being connected, but nothing is happening. Now, if we want something to happen, we need to come to the back. Let's go back to our socket server here, this index here. Now, here, we need to now listen for that add event here. So I'm just going to say socket dot on here. When we are listening for event, when we are listening for events, you use on, but when you are emitting, you use the emit method here. So here, let me get rid of that so that you see what I'm doing here. We say add user is the same name which we called in the front end, and here we need to pass a callback function here. This callback function here is expecting what we wanted to send here, which is a user ID. Oh, I don't know why this is always obstructing my view here. So this is a callback function. Now in this callback function, we can receive this user ID we sent, and we can do whatever we want with this user ID. So what I'll do is I'll just lock this user ID to the console for us to say. Let's lock the user ID. Now we cannot do anything. We are not saying it here now because our server is not yet like really connected. We need to refresh here. Let's come here. I'll just try to refresh here. Okay, use effect is not defined. Oh, we didn't even bring in our use effect from up here. So I need to bring in the use effect here. Okay. I'll say import use effect from React, just like this. Now let's come back here. Okay. Now let's check the other one, the other user here. Let's refresh. Fantastic. Now if you come here, voila, you see new client connected, and this is the user ID. This user ID here. See this new user, this is the ID here. So you see we are getting the user ID here from the front end by just using this event listener here. You can also try to get the socket ID. As I told you, if you lock this socket's instance here, you're going to see a lot of options in this socket instance, but we are interested here in the socket.id. Let's lock the socket ID too. So other than the refresh, if you just yeah, let's come here, let's refresh. Okay, you see, this is the socket instance. You see the socket instance here. So we are getting here the user ID and the socket ID. We're getting the socket ID and the user ID here. Now with these two things here, now we can do a lot. We can do a lot of things with these two, the user ID here and the socket ID. The first thing we're going to do here is we're going to try to add a user to this socket. We're going to try to add a user. So to add a user, I'll first come up here. Let me see just below our socket here. I'll say let user, because we're going to be manipulating these users here. So let users is equal to an empty array, and I'll create a method here to add the user. I'll say const add user. This is going to be, we're going to take in our user ID and our socket ID. So let me do this to give more room here so that we see what is going on here. Now to add users into this users array here, we are using the sum method. We are checking if user ID is equals to, if the user ID here, if the user, because we are looping through these users here, we are checking if the user ID is equals to the user ID we are passing into this add method here. If they are equal, then if they're equal, we do not want to send the user back into this users array. So we want to send only users which are not already in this user array. In that way, we are going to know the number of, we're going to know the users who are online. Yes. So this is how we're going to use to add users into this socket instance. Now, while we are here, let's just create some more methods to remove a user and also to get a user. Here, I'll just give some detailed explanation here, just some comments here. Actually, is add user to socket server, and now I want to say remove user from socket server. As a const here, this is going to be remove user, and to remove user, all we need is the socket ID here, and this is going to be const. All we need is the socket ID, and we're going to loop enter into this user array, and we filter the users who are not equal to, well, the users with the socket ID are not equal to the pass in socket ID here, because this filter method, it returns whatever this function here returns, whether it's true or false. It's going to return all the values that match the Boolean expression here. That's what this filter method does here. So with this, we are going to remove all the users who matches it, where their socket ID is different from the pass in socket ID here. Now we also want to get we also want to get a user. Let's say this is going to be get a user from socket server, and to get a user, I'll just say go get user, and here instead of user ID, just to be explicit, that just to make things clear here, we're going to be passing the receiver, because the person who's going to be receiving this message, we need to pass their ID here. So pass the receiver ID. So instead of user ID here, we pass the receiver ID. The receiver is not correct. A receiver like this. Receiver like that. Okay. Now we're going to get the user, remove user, and add users. So let's come to our socket instance here. Instead of locking this, I don't want to lock this. I just want to call this add method, because when we get the user, we want to add the user. So let's say add user. To add the user, we just pass in the user ID. Remember, the add method expects the user ID and the socket ID. Now, after we add the user, we can emit now another event to the front end. We can emit an event now to our front end application. Say, okay, these are the users we have in the socket instance. These are the users we have in this who are currently online. So we do that by emitting this get users event. Remember, when you are giving your events name, make them very descriptive so that you can understand them as well. So here we say get users, and we pass the users here. We pass our user array here. We pass our user array down here. At this point, if there is a user in this that's currently logged in, we're going to pass this user to the front end application. Now, if we go to the front end application now, let's come to up here. We have to get this user from here. Now I can say socket ID dot on. I told you we use on. I'll say get users, and here I just pass the users like this. Let's remove one of this, and now you can lock the users here. Okay, I'm receiving an array here. You see, we have two users logged into this application. You see, this is an array. We have our user ID and the socket ID. So far so good. Everything is is coming together. The app is coming together. We're able to get our login user. This login user, I'm just going to call them online users. You see where we are going now with our online users. Now, I'll just say const online users, set online users. I'm going to get this from use state. Here, I'll say use state. And here, I'll just set online users to these users here. Okay, now we have our online users. Now, we are not going to be building our application here in this app, in our entry point here, in this app.js. We are not going to be building our application here. We are going to be building our application in our chat folder. I can say chat. Let's go to chat here. This is where we are going to be building our application. Now, how can we make the online users available here? And also our socket instance also have to be available here. There are several options we can do, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass in our socket ID down as props through the outlet context here. Remember, our outlets here has a context property. Here we can pass now online users, and we can pass our socket ID here. So right now, if you call use outlet context, we are going to have our online users and our socket ID. But we are not going to be having our online users and socket ID in protected routes, because remember, protected route is under this outlets context here. So if we go to, we are going to receive these two properties from protected route and pass it back to the protected route outlet context. So it is, we are sending this as props 2 levels down. Well, which is not actually bad. 2 levels deep is not a problem. And we are not doing this throughout our application. We just need it in a few places. So I think this approach is going to work for us. So what I'll do is I'll come to our protected route. Here in the protected route here, I'm going to get out those two options using our context. So this will be const. Here we say use outlet context. We need to get this from our React router DOM here. So use outlet context. Okay, we cannot get our socket ID from here. Socket ID and our can get our socket ID from here, and now our online users. Let's try to log them to the console if we're going to see them here. Say socket ID and online users. Okay, you see they're here. So here we just need to pass the socket ID here and the online users. We are passing them onto this context here. Now we can remove this and let's go to our application here, and we can get the online users from here. Let's say this is going to be socket ID and online users. Okay, I hope this is what we called it here. There's an online users and socket ID. Okay, that's fine. Now what I need to do is I want to create a method here that will check if a user is online. Let's check user, check online users, check online user. This is going to be a method, so this is a constant. Now it's going to take a conversation. I'll just call this conversation chat like this, and here we just want to return online users dot find here, or find for each online users here. I want to check if the online users dot the user ID is equal to, now here I want to call order chat, or the order user, sorry, not order chat. We want to call the order user, and we pass in the chat and the currently logged in user, and we call the ID on. Now this order user here is the order user, this the chat. When we are on a particular chat, I want to get the order user which the currently logged in user is chatting with. That's why we are doing it like this here. Now if this returns true, then that means we have this user is online. If it returns undefined, that means this user is not online. So that's why we are doing this check here. Now we need to pass this check online users down to our site, that the chat site here, say online users. Oh, this is check online users, not only online users. So this is going to be check online users, and we pass the check online users there. Let's come to the chat site here. We need to get check online users, check online users from here. And now if we come to where we are having that online and offline class, I think it's around here. Yes, I'll just remove this offline and I'll check here. I'll say check online users, and I'll pass our we need to pass our conversation here because we're expecting to pass a chat. Now if this here is true, then we just want to say here that this is online, else we want to say that this is offline. That's simple. Okay, if we now come to our application to check if this is working, you'll see that yes, Jane store here is online, the same as Hans here is going to be here is online. You see, these two users here are online. If you try to close this browser now, this is not going to work, because when we close the browser, we want to remove this user from our user array in the socket server. So let me show you what I mean by that. Currently, if you come here, when we disconnect here, we're just locking this message to the console. But what we actually want to do is want to remove this user from our socket, from our users array here, from this users array. And we already wrote a method to do that here, is to remove the user by just filtering for their socket ID. So what I'm going to do is we're going to come right down here. When we disconnect and we say client disconnected, we want to remove the user, and we pass in our socket ID. And also we want to emit back this get users, so that our backend is going to recall back this get users. When the backend recall back this get users, is going to get the updated users here. So we're going to emit get users like this. So right now, if you go now to the backend, if you try to remove another a user, you're going to see that this user here is going to be offline. So let's give that a try. So with this, we can go back to the back end. Let's check if this name here is actually correct. Get users. Here, add users. Okay, get users is correct. So let's go back here. Let's bring the two. Okay, I'll refresh this. Now also refresh this here. Okay, now these two users are online. Yes. Now I'll try to remove this this other user. I'll try to remove Hans to see if we're going to say this Hans to see if we'll still have this indicator, this online indicator here. So I'll just remove Hans there. Let's go back here. You see, the indicator here is gone, which shows that Hans here is not more online. Hans is not online. So if we lock back Hans here, let's come to localhost. Let's not just log in. Let's just come to okay, Hans is back here. Now if you go back here, you see that Hans is online again. So we are successfully getting the users who are online. So that's great. Now let's come back to chat here. So what we have to do now is we can look for a way to send our messages. So let's go and see how we can send our messages. So let's start from the socket server. So here, and now after we've added some users, this is when we've added users, we can now send some messages. So right here, I'm going to give another comment here. I say this is going to be send and get messages. Okay, yes, send and get messages. Now, as I told you before, we use on to get the messages which are sent from there. We use on to get messages which are sent, and we use emit to actually emit messages. So here I'm going to say socket.on, and here send message. I'm going to pass this event name here, send message. That means when we write a message and want to send, we're going to emit another event. When we write a message and want to send that message, we're going to emit this send message event. So here we are just passing this callback here with this fix here. But this is not all we're going to be sending. We're going to be sending the sender ID, the receiver ID, the text, and the image. We're going to send the ID of the conversation, the ID of the message. I'm going to send the conversation ID. I'm going to be sending the conversation ID and the sender name. We're going to be sending the sender name too. So this is what we are going to be sending. I don't think we need the sender name here. Okay, let's just pass in the sender name. Yes. Okay, now we need to just do something like this. We close it. Okay, here in this method now, the first thing we want to do here is we want to get our users, because we're going to be emitting these messages to particular user. When we get the messages which have been sent to us to the backend, we need to emit back these messages here like this. So we'll get our users and we'll pass the receiver ID. Who are we sending this message to? We are sending this message to the receiver. That's why we are passing the receiver ID. We are getting the user for this message. The user wants to send this message to, and here we'll call io.to. This to method here is specify the room which you want to send this message to, and here we are sending this message here to this particular receiver, to the receiver of this message here. So that's why we're calling user.socket ID, and we just want to emit back get messages. We are emitting this event, so in the front end we're going to receive this event called get messages here. So while we are also here, we can also take advantage to just send our notifications also. While we are here, we can take advantage to send the notifications. So here, I'm just going to say, I'll say send notifications. This is going to be send notifications. And notifications also is going to be the same thing. Since this, we're already having the users here, I'll just say io.to this user socket.id, and we want to pass get notification, this event here. We're going to receive this event from the front end, and we can pass everything which we are receiving from this method back to this notifications method like this. For notifications, the text, I'm going to set the text here dynamically depending on whether we have a text or an image. So if we have, I'm going to check here, if we have text, then we want to set text, else we just want to say send a message. Set the message like this. Okay, and we pass our conversation ID here. There's also one thing we can pass here, the date created at, also created at date.now. We can also set another property here. Let's just set syn here to true. Let's set syn to true. But let's set syn here to true. In that way, we're going to filter the syn and unsyn notifications here. With this now, I think with the socket server here, I think we are really done with the socket server here. There's not much we need to do here again. So let's go to our chat. Let's go to chat here. While in the chat here, there are a lot of things we need to do here still. The first, another thing I'm going to do here is, after this use effect, I want to write another use effect here. Like this. Here, okay. Here we are just passing our socket ID. Now what I want to do here is, the first thing is I'll check if actually we have a socket ID. I'll check if we have a socket ID like this. Now, if we have a socket ID, then we want to first get our messages. Let's say socket ID dot on. Remember, we use on to get our data. So I'll just say get message, and we'll pass the data here. Let's just start by locking this data to the console like this. Now, if we try to send a message now, we are not going to get this data because we need to, we are getting this event from the back end. If you come here, this get messages, this is the event which we are getting, but we also need to send. Remember, we are getting on the back end, we are using the on to get this send messages. So we need to emit this send messages from the front end. We need to emit this send messages from the front end. So if we come to chat here, let's go right to where we are sending our messages. Let's come to message factory here. We need to do that work in the message factory here. So we need to come right down here just to make sure that I'm going to type everything here. I'll come back to our socket here and I'll get everything which we are emitting here. Let's get all of this. But this is basically, now let's get everything we are receiving from here. Yes. And let's go back to our chat here. Let's come here. We need to receive our data from here because we're going to need some things with that data. I'll just paste this in an object like this. Okay, I'll just paste this for now so that I have a reference of what I'm doing. Let me just comment this even. Okay, now here I'll say socket ID dot emit socket ID dot, yes, this is emit, and what we have to emit here is the send message. Here, send message, and we're just going to filter out this everything we have here. We're going to filter everything we have here. Now let's start with the sender ID. The sender ID is going to be the currently logged in user. The receiver ID is going to be the other user. Let's cross check all of this. Say the text is going to come from data.text, yes, and images is going to come from data.images if actually we have data.image, the ID is the same data.id, conversation, data.conversation. The conversation ID is going to come from data.conversation ID, and the sender name is going to be our store name. So it's a user dot store name, the currently logged in user here. That'll be the sender name and the sender ID here. Okay, so we have all the information here. This is all the information we are sending to the back end. Now, what we need to do is, as we are already logging everything here, where is it? Let's come. Okay, this is it. This is where we are getting our message. We are locking everything here. So what I'll do now is, let's go to our browser and see if this is going to work. This implementation we've done so far here. So we come to the browser. Now I'll just I'm going to have to refresh this browser to put them in to sync them both. Okay, now let's open the other browser here. I'll just say let's say hello again or send. Okay, it's gone. Now let's go to console and look. Yes, you see our use effect here. If you look at use effect here, we have a data here, and this is the property of that data. We have the sender ID, the text hello, and the ID, the conversation, and the sender name. There's a conversation ID, the ID of the message, and we have this text here, and this is the sender ID. So we are sending this object back like this. We're sending this object back. Now what we need to do is we need to find a way to insert this object in the receiver's messages, and to do this, we're going to use another property, which another important function which reactquery gives us, which tanstack-query gives us. So we can try to manipulate the cache. We can manipulate the cache for this particular query and insert these messages into that cache. I'll start here by first of all bringing in our query. So const query client. So query client is going to come from used query client. We need to bring this from tanstack-query. Okay, it's a suggestion not coming, so we need to bring it manually from tanstack-query. I'll say import. This is coming from tanstack-query, not react-query. So this is going to be add tanstack-query. Okay, now we have that. Now what I'll do here is I'll just create a constant. So const new message. There are many ways you could do this, but I want to show you another thing which we can do, and I just want to show you a new method with react query. This set query data. We're going to use set query data. It's to insert a new object into a cache. That's perfect. It's perfectly fine to do it like that, if only you don't mutate that query data directly. Yes. So we need to write it. We need to write this in an immutable way, So this new message, we are just going to try to construct another message here. I'll pass the ID. The ID is going to be data.id, and the text is going to be data.text. The image, the same. The sender ID here. We don't actually, yes, we need to pass in the sender ID. Yes, we need to pass the sender ID, the conversation ID, and the sender name. We don't actually need the sender name for the front end. We're going to need the sender name but for our conversation. That's why we're just passing the sender name here. Now what we need is created at, which is going to be datetime.now. We'll just say date dot now. It's going to be date dot now. Okay, like this. And I think with this now we can construct a new message. Now what we are going to be doing is we're going to check if we have this new message. Let's say if we have new messages, and at the same time if conversation ID is equals to data.conversation ID. What we want to do is want to say query clients.set query data. This is the method I was talking about. We want to set the query data, and to set the query data we need to pass our query key. As I told you, the query key is very important in React query, so we need to pass the query key here, which is get messages and the conversation. Because to get the messages, we need to pass the messages and the conversation for that, but to get the message for that particular conversation, there's a query key here. And this function, it takes a callback here it accepts this callback at the second parameter here, and this callback, it takes the old data. This is the data which we have in our cache currently. We just want to add this new message to this data. Now, what this method does is, if you don't pass anything here, we are not going to that means the old data is going to be undefined, and here it's going to return undefined. And if it returns undefined, it doesn't mean that it's going to cancel everything it has in your cache. No, it will do nothing. So if undefined is returned from here, nothing will happen to your cache data. It's just going to fall back to its original state. So you see, we are still learning some new things with React query. So this is what the set query data this method does here. Now, as I told you, there are many ways we could do this. We could just refetch this particular query here, and it's going to work the same still. It's going to work the same. So I decided I'll do it like this, just to show you another cool thing we can do with React query. Now, after we have set the query data like this, let's go and try to see if this is going to work. I think by now it should already be working. But first, before we do that, remember our socket ID here. We are emitting an event inside a use effect here. And with React, if you emit an event, like if you call an event listener inside a use effect, it's going to create a leakage in this component here. That is, it will cause our components to re-render multiple times. So what we need to do is we need to clean this use effect. We need to clean this use effect when we leave this method here. So here, I'll just say a return here, and here we'll just say socket.id, and we'll call this off method. This off method is going to cancel this particular socket here, this get message, and we'll pass in the event name which we want to cancel. We'll just pass in the event name we want to cancel, and we're canceling this get message. So by now, I think this should already be working. Now, let's go and try. Let's bring in the other user. So here, okay, this user sent this message 10 minutes ago. Now let's try to send another message. Say, I want to buy your product. Let's send. Yes, you see, this message is being received by this user. But now look at something. This we have this message is coming twice. It's coming twice here. Say, let's try again. Let's see, the messages are coming twice. So it's actually working, but we are receiving these messages twice. So we need to fix this also. So let's go back here. What I'll do is, if you look at this use effect, we're passing the socket ID here. We also need to pass in as dependencies. We need to pass the query client here. Let's pass the query client, okay, and a conversation ID. Conversation ID, okay, like this. Okay, let's go and try again now. Let's see. Okay, this. Okay, let's try to send another message here. Let's say good. Let's just send some random text here, like this. Send. Okay, you see, it's working now. We have only one message. This was sent 5 minutes ago. You see, now it's sending it's sending only one message here. Let's give another message like this. You send. You see, this is it. So it's working. If you send from here to, let's go here. You see, this is it here. Just now. Now we are sending our messages back and forth. Now there's only one thing which there's only one problem now with this implementation, because if you send this message like this, let's send another message from here. You see, this is it. This is the message which is sent now. This Kiki. If you come here, you see the last message here is still the one which this user sent. It's not the one which this user sent. So we need to update our last messages here. And this is very simple, because I still want to show you something which we can do with also with React query. So there's still something which we can do with React query here. Now, here, instead of doing all of this like this, instead of setting the query client and all of what we did here, instead of manipulating the query like we did here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to refetch our conversation, because if we send a message here in this event, and if we receive the message, we can just refetch our conversations. And we're going to get the updated values for that for the last message. Yes, so that's what I'm going to be doing here. Here we'll just say query client dot refetch queries, and here we just passed our conversations like this, and this we are done. So let's come back. Let's try to type a message. My interest is here. Let's type another message. Let's just give something random and send. Now, if you check, you see this is the message here. This is it. This is the last message here. And if you check to this users also, their last message is going to be the same. Good. So this is now working. Now, what is left for us to do is to just work on this notification. There are many things you can improve in this chat app here, but actually, this is not actually a chat application which we are building. We just want to create an interface where users can chat with buyers. They can even buy products just by chatting with the buyers without even using the chat portal of the application. Yes, just by chatting with the users here, they can negotiate the prices and all of that. So here we are not building a full-fledged chat application. So do not expect many features here. So I'm just going to implement the basic features. And I think this here is enough because we can send images as well. Let's try the image. Let's try to send the image to see because we didn't check that. Let's try to send an image as well. I'll send from here. Let me get some images. Okay, we are here. We can get some images. Let me just send this one here. Just open it. Okay, you see, this is sent here. This is the image just now. So our image sending also is working. Okay, this is fantastic. We can send images, we can send text. And if you look at the last message for this image here is going to be image. See, here we just have image. Just as we programmed it today, we have image. So this is great. Now let's go and work on the notifications. Let's go and work on notifications. We are already sending the notifications. So let's just see if we can get it in our application. So let's go back here. Now for notifications, I'm going to create another use effect because hey, it's good that you separate your work when you're working with use effect, because if you try to put everything in one use effect, it's going to cause your components to re-render again. It's going to cause you a lot of problems. So it's perfectly fine to have more than 2 use effect in a single component. Yes, so that's what we're going to be doing here. I'm going to remove this lock here. We're going to create another use effect for our conversations, for our notifications actually. So here I'll say use effect here like this, and here we're just going to pass a socket ID, and here I'll say if socket ID. Now what are we getting here? Because we're going to be getting our notifications, I'll just say get notifications. Make sure this is the same name you're sending from our socket here. This is get notifications. I'll put an S here. I think get notifications makes more sense. So let's come back here, get notifications, and here we're just going to say this is data. Let's just call it data, and let's lock this data here. Now if we lock this data, we are going to receive the data quite all right. We're going to receive this data, so I have confidence I'm going to receive the data, so I'm not going to check for that. What I want to do is we just want to return socket.off get notification. Now when we have our notifications, what are we going to be doing here? First I want to get the seller, the sender here. So const sender. Okay, the sender is going to come from conversation. We're going to get this part, the content log into this current conversation here dot member. Remember our conversation have this members property. We need to call the find method on it. For each member, I'll just call it m. I want to check if the member ID is equals to data dot sender ID here. We are not going to be calling member.id because member is actually an ID it's already an ID already. So let's just remove it like this. Yes, member is already an ID. Am I sure? Let's see. Let's just log this conversation. I've forgotten the structure of a conversation here. Are we getting? Let's log conversation. Let's see. Member is an object. Yeah. Yes, member is an object where we have the ID and the name. Yeah. Yes. So we need to change this back. This is member dot underscore ID here. Okay, we are getting the sender now. So what we need to do is if there is no sender, that is when we are going to be sending our messages or our notifications. So we need to check here if we do not have a sender, if we do not have a sender, and at the same time there is data, then I'll just say also dot log. Let's log the data. Let's log the data now. So let's try and see. Now let's try to send a message here. Okay, this message, let's refresh because our okay, let's send again. So I just have to save this file here and we receive the data here. You see, we have the data here. There's a sender ID and the sender name. Let's look at the data here. You see, seen here is true. Yes, that means this message here is seen now. What we want to do here is I'm going to first of all I want to, like in this array, we need to pass in the conversation here like this because this it have to be a dependency of this because we are using the conversation in here. Now let's go back to our application here. Let's try to send. Let's send another message here. Okay, this is it. Now, if you check here, we are not receiving anything. That is because here, this condition here is not being met, and we want to send a notification only when this condition here is met. Like if the sender ID is not equals to the sender who sent this message, then we want to send a notification to the user that somebody have sent you a message, this sender have sent you a message, but you are not online to receive this message, or you are not currently chatting with this particular user, so you need to receive this message. So that's what we just that's what this check here is doing. We are getting the sender here. I think if you understand this here, then I think you understand what we are doing here. Down here now we can create our message. We can send our messages here. We can send our notifications here, not messages. We can send our notifications down here. Now, with these notifications, I've been trying to avoid using like a global state management here, something like Zustan. I wanted to use Zustan, but again, I thought, why install another package for something that we're going to need to use? I think it's only in this component that we're going to need to use a centralized state management. So, and React already has its own state management, like the context API. We can use, why not just use the context API? And in another video, I'm going to show you, if you're curious about knowing Justin, we're going to show you how you can use Justin. So here, I'm just going to proceed and use the context API in order to spread our notifications around our application. Now, this is message notification is different from our application notifications. So here, and I think you know where this users notifications are coming from. These are the notifications here, and we're going to place the notifications here also. So let's come and for that we're going to create a new file in our app directory here, a new folder, and I'll call this context like this. This is going to be a folder. So context. Okay, context folder already exists. Oh, okay. I already created this folder. I already created a context folder. Since I already created this context folder, what we need to just do is we need to just create another file. We need to create a file in it, and I'll call this notification context. Notification context like this .jxs. Since this is a React component, what I need to do is it's a notification context. Yes, notification context. Now, when working with the context API, it has a method called create. We have this create context, which React provides for us. We use it to create the context like this. You can pass anything here. This actually, what goes here is the initial state. So I'm going to just pass an empty. You can pass an empty object, or you leave it like that. And here, also const. I'm just going to export this because we're going to be needing this in other parts of our application. Let's just const notification context like this. Yes, and now we need to bring in that notification context. Let's import it. Import create context from React. Okay. Now let me give more space here. Okay. Now with this notification context, we need to also export something at the notification provider, and it accepts children. That's the children. It accepts some. We're passing the children down here as props. That's what we're doing. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return here the notification context. If you call notification context, there's something called a provider. You need to pass a notification context dot provider, and then you wrap this provider with the children. The children is going to be whatever we're going to be passing into this children, like our component, our notification layers, all of this is going to come for this children, and it's going to contain this value. Now, when we call this component, we'll be able to access the values we're going to pass here. So here, I'm going to just give a state here. I'll say const. This is notifications, and we'll set our notification state like this. I also need to bring use in state from React here. Say use state. Now here, what I'll do is, the first thing I'll do here is I want to first get add notifications. I want to add notifications, add notification like this. And to add the notification, we're going to get a notification. And how is that going to work? Here we just need to set notification like this, and here we'll take the previous state. I'll just say prev stands for previous state here, and we just spread this prev. Now here we are doing this so that we do not mutate this array directly. Yes, when you are working with your state, we don't want to mutate the state directly, so that's why we are spreading the previous elements in this notification state, and we want to just modify the current notification we are receiving. We want to modify the current notification we are receiving. So here I'm just going to spread this also, set notification, and we want to set the sync property here to false. Let's set the sync property here to false. Okay, now this is how we're going to be adding notifications. We're also going to be removing notifications, so we can create a method for that too. Remove notification. Remove notifications. Here we just need the notification ID, so I'm just going to pass in notification ID here, and here we'll just say set notifications, and we'll get the previous notifications as usual. And now what I'm going to do here is we're just going to say the previous notifications, we want to filter them. Filter, not filter. And for each notification, just say for each notification like this, notify. We want to say notify, dot conversation ID. Conversation ID is not equal to the notification ID here. Remember, we are passing our notification, we're passing our conversation ID to this notification. Rather than calling this notification ID, because our notification doesn't really have IDs here, it have the message IDs. So what I can do, I'll just pass here, but conversation ID. Okay, like this, we're able to remove our notifications. Now we can pass add notification here and remove notification from here, and also we can pass in our notifications. We can also pass set notifications here. So we're going to be passing these 4 things into this notification context provider. Now this is not all here. What we need to do something also in our main. Let's go to main .jxs. We need to wrap our application. We need to wrap our entire application with that context provider, with this notification, with this where is it? Where are we returning? Yes, with this notification provider, we are exporting it. So we need to wrap our all of our application with this notification provider, or the portion of our application which we need this notification in it. We're going to wrap it with the notification provider. So I'll just do that in the main file here. Here, I'll just say notification provider is coming from here. Yes, so we just wrap everything like this. Okay, this is now fine. Now what we need to do is, if we go back to our chat here, we need to bring in this notification context which we created here. if you go to chat, the first thing I'll do is we'll say const, let's give an object. We need to call another function, another hook. This is actually a hook. We need to call it from React. This is used context. So use context here. Okay, it's not coming, so we need to bring in use context here. Let's import, comma. I think we already have React here, so you can just say use context, and we remove this. Now with this use context, we need to pass in the context which we want, and here we're going to pass our notification context. So no notification context here. Okay, that is it. And now here we can get our add notification like this, and we can get notifications, notifications. Yes. Now, so here, instead of locking this to the console, we just have to call add notifications, and we pass in the notification. We just pass in our data like this. So this is it. So this is it. This is how we are adding notifications. Now, when we add notifications, we want to send our notifications down to this chat site. So here I'm just going to say notifications, and here we'll pass in notifications. So before we receive those notifications, let me just lock the notifications here to the console. Let's say notifications like this. I think this is going to give an error to us because I think in the notification context here we need to bring in, okay, we have a use state here. Let's check if we're doing something wrong here. Okay, this is good. Now let's go. Okay, if you see here, our notification is giving us an empty array here. That's fine. So let's go and try to add a message to see if we're going to get a notification. Now let's try. Let's send a random text. Okay, now we'll not get a notification because this message here is being received by this current login user. If they open another channel, if this user open another channel and is another chat and they're chatting with a different user other than Gen store here, that is when we're going to receive that notification. That's when we're going to be receiving the notifications. So if you come here, you see that notifications here is still an empty array because the message here was sent to the receiver. The message was intended to go to. So the message was actually sent to the intended person. That's why we are getting notification is still empty here. Now, for us to get a notification, what I'll do is this user, I'm going to create another conversation with this user. So let's come. Let's find a different user. Let's check for this. This is Gen Store still. Let's check for think. Yes, this is Quinton Store. Now let's go to chat. We're going to create a notification of Quinton Store. You see, whenever you create a notification, the notification becomes the first notification. We did this in our backend. We just we sorted this using the created at property. So now you see that this is the notification we are currently chatting with. If you go now to this user, let's go to here, and now this user is trying to chat with Hans. So with Jane Store, Hans is trying to chat with Jane Store, but Jane Store is not currently active with Hans, but Jane Store is active with Quentin Store. So when Hans has now sent a message to Jane here, a notification is going to be received. The notification is going to be received. So let me show you. If you come here, we're going to get our notification array. Yes, you see, we have our notifications array here. Now, if you see, all of this is because when we are typing, this component is being rendered because we are just logging it here. That's why you see 33 here. Okay, you see this is our notification component, and look at the scene property. The scene here is false. We've changed the scene property here to false. This is the date in which the notification was created. Now, you see, you can just pass this notification here. It's this only one. We can pass now this notification down to this chat site. We already did that. Yes, notification. Now, if you come to chat site now, let's go to chat site. Okay, in chat site, we need to get this from notifications. Notifications. Yes, notifications. Now, what are we going to do with these notifications? Now, this is where we need these notifications. Here, we are just going to just give the length of these notifications. And we want to also show this notification on particular instances. So what I'll do here is I'll just check here if notifications here notifications.filter. Remember, this is an array, so we need to filter them. And for each notification, I'll just call it notify as we did before here, and I'll check if notify the conversation ID, if it's equal to the current conversation dot ID, if it's equal to the current conversation dot ID, and if notify, we also want to just give another property here, if, just to make sure, but it's not necessary. Yes, if notify, let's just say notify dot syn here is equals to false. Yes, that is when we want to show if all of this, if this returns true, then we want to show this component here. Now we can just say notification dot length. We just want to get the length of the notifications. So notifications dot length. Okay. So make sure you check if only there's a notification before you filter, because if you filter where there's no notifications, you're going to receive an error. Okay, now with this, now let's say if we're going to receive something. Okay, here we have one, and we have also one here for printing store, but this is not correct. Here, printing store does not have notification, but this one here have a notification. So that means our logic here is not working as intended here. Okay, let's. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Instead of using filters here, I think we need to use the sum here. This is sum here, because this sum here is going to return true or false. Why the filter is going to return something like an array or whatever matches this condition here. So let's just put sum here, because we're checking only for 2 instances. So with this, I think this is going to work now. Yes, you see here, Quentin store don't have a notification, but Jane store have one notifications. If you send another message, you're going to see the notification count is going to increase. Let's see here. Let's send another message. Yes, you see the notification count is getting increased here. If you send another, yes, 3 messages here. Now what we want is when we click on this, here, we want this notification count to, we want to remove all the messages that matches this notification count. We want to remove them because the messages, by now the messages must have been sent. Another thing you can do is, but you can store this notification in the database, but we are not going to be doing that. It's not necessary here. Yeah. But if you're building a very big chat application, you can store the notifications in the database, and you can remove them, the notifications, when the send property is set to true. You can remove the notifications from the database. Okay. Now, what we're going to be doing, we just want to, when we click on this button here, we want to set our notifications to, we want to remove these notifications from here. So let's go and work on that. We already have this function. When we click on this button here, let's go to our chat main. I think that is in. I'm gonna remove this. Let's come to here where we have that function somewhere down here. This handle upload image, handle submit. Okay, this handle conversation click. Now, when we click on the conversation, we are navigating to this chat, and we are setting the search query param. Now, after we do all of this, what we want to do is we want to also remove notifications. We want to remove notifications by just passing the notification ID. And to remove notification, we need to bring it from our context here. Remove notification. Say remove notification. And here, let's come right down here, and we'll just say remove notification. And here we'll pass our notification like this, our notification ID. Remember, it's expecting notification ID. So I'll just pass the ID here, because remember this ID is the notification ID we are clicking on. So with this, if you come here, if you click now here, see, it's gone. Notifications here are gone. Now, so here we are done. But there is one more thing we need to do. We need to do here. When the user sends a notification, let's say the user is not on this chat page. They're somewhere like in their store, or they're on the home page, and a user sends a notification. We want to also receive the notification here. We want to also receive the notification here. So we're going to do that one. So for that, we need to go to our header. Let's go to our header. Let's come to header here. Okay, in the header now, we need to get our notifications context here. So const use context use context use context like this, and we need to get this from React. Use context, and here we need to get our notifications and remove notification. This is use context, not user context. Use context, and we need to pass the notification context in here. Notification context. Okay, here we are going to have our notifications. Now what we need to do is let's come to where we are having our notification. This is our novu notifications. Don't confuse this notification with our novu notifications here. So now if you look here, I have this here commented out. This dot here is commented out. The reason that I comment this dot out is because we have this is the same chat dot like this here, the same chat dot, but this here is the one that contains our notification. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to check if notifications dot length notification dot length here is greater than 0. Is greater than 0. Okay, what is this? 0 is refusing to come. We do this, else we do this. Now what if we have a notification, we want to give this component here, this one we are commenting out, else we want to send me this other component here. So I'll copy this here, and I just have to remove this comment from here. Let's remove this comment from down here, and I'll copy all of this, and I'll just paste it here. So we are just rendering this dynamically. Now we are just looping over the notifications. So for this other chat dots here, we don't need this one click here. We don't need this because when we click this, we're going to open this drop down here. So what we need to do is we need to loop over these allies here, or just like this. I'll say notification dot map notify or issue notify. I'm just calling them notify here. Or let's just call them notifications because I don't think we have any notifications here. No. Notification. For each notifications, we want to just return this a single ally here, and we can delete all of these other allies. So here, instead of profile here, we're going to go to chat. I'll just make this like this. We're going to go to chat. Let's put a slash first here, and remember we have to pass our query string like this, and this is going to be ID. Now we can pass the ID. ID is going to be notification dot conversation ID. Conversation ID. Okay, and we can have a P here, and in this P we're going to say conversation this notification, sorry, notification dot user store. This notification, we call this store name or not store. I think this was store name. We just say send you a message. We can go give another P here. For this P here is going to be mainly for our this is going to be for our timestamp. So notification dot created at here. I'll give a class here. This text is going to be gray. I think gray 400. And since this is a timestamp, we need to convert it using our package. So let's import our temp package here. So import from time ago. So time ago .js. What are we importing here? This is format, like this. This is from, not from. Okay, and now let's just come down here. We need to wrap all of this in format. This is format. Okay, notification that created at, yes, like this. Now, since this link, we need to make it a flex. Items center, justified between, yes. Great. Now let's see. If we try to send a message now, we're not going to receive the message here. Well, we'll receive the notifications there. Let's try and see. Let's say this user is currently chatting with this one, but there happens to be on the home page here, and the message is sent by this user. Let's send, because it shows this Hans is online here, because this is Hans is online. Let's send the message. Them, yes, the message was sent. Let's come here, but we are not receiving the message here. It's not here. We are not seeing the message here. But if you go to chat here, if this user sent the message back, we're going to be sending a lot of messages here. You see, they're receiving the message here for John, but if they come here, send, they'll receive the notification. Okay, notification is not coming. Yes, I think that was just network issues. You see, we are receiving the notifications here. And let's check here. What I want to do is I want to check up here. You see, we have notifications here. These are message notifications. We have 5 of them here. If you click here, you see these are the messages. And here, there's one thing here. This container, I want to make it to be a little bit larger. So these are notifications. We have 5 of them because I sent 5 messages. My network was kind of disturbing, but the notifications went, and that's why we have 5 here. So what I'll do is we need to increase the width of this container. Let's go back to our header. If you come to our header here, let's see, what do we need to adjust here? This width here, I'll just set this width here to 90. Let's set it to 8. Let's set it to 80. Let's see. Let's click it. Okay, the username here is not coming. We just say sent you a message. We need to bring in the username, and also this here, it's not right. Let's increase this to 96. This is going to be 96. Yes. And the store name, the notification, I'll just notification.store name. Let me see how we are sending our notifications from the index here. Sender name is sender name, not store name. Sender name. So let's come back to the header. Instead of store name here, we're going to put sender name. Here is sender name. Okay, you see, GenStore sends you a message 2 minutes ago. If you click on this, we're going to go to GenStore here. Voila. See, on GenStore here, but this notification still remains. We want that when we click on the notifications, we want to remove all the notifications from here. We are still having, okay, I thought this 5 here was coming from a result of my, the multiple messages which are sent, but actually, it's still our static notifications. It's still our static notifications. So, because if you come here, let's go to application here. We have a fixed amount of 5 notifications we are sending. This is it here, 5. But here, we just want to put the notifications.length. If you go now here, it's going to change. Yes, it's 1. Okay, now, when we click on each of these notifications, then we want to remove the notification here. So let's come up here and get our remove notifications. Let's come to where? Okay, here we are having this link. Instead of just navigating like this, using this link, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to cut all of this. Control X. Instead of even having the link here, I'm just going to have let's give a P. I'll just give another P tag here. I think we can nest the P tag inside another P tag. And here I'll just give a spans. This is going to be span. Instead of a p, I'll just give span. Okay, like this. Now here we're just going to set up an on click on this. On click here. I want to call handle. I'll just say handle chat notification, handle chat notification, and we'll pass the notification here. Okay, but actually what we're going to need is just the notification ID, because we need the notification ID in order to delay. So I'll just pass that ID. So handle chat notification. If we come up here, we're going to create that method. So handle chat here, and here we just want to remove, and we navigate to this URL here. Let's go to chat ID. Yes, like this. I want to navigate before I removed. Control X. Okay, this is fine. So now if you come here, if you click here, it's invalid ID here. Okay, we are receiving an error because this ID here now is undefined. This notification ID here, we are sending but undefined. So how come? Let me see. Okay, here is not ID, it's conversation ID. Okay, I keep on making this mistake here. This is conversation ID here, not underscore ID, it's conversation ID. Now if you go, we're still going to be receiving that error, but let's just try to click here. Okay, I think that error will be gone now, and our notifications are gone. Yes, so we are redirected here to this chat here. Okay, now let's come to the situation where we are browsing somewhere in the application and a notification is being sent to us. We want to receive the notification, because right now as it stands, we are only receiving a notification when we are in this chat page here. But when we leave this chat page, we are not going to be receiving a notification. So we need to bring in our socket ID to the header. Let's bring in our socket ID to the header in order to make this functionality we're just talking about work. So we're going to get the socket ID from here. Now, a very important note here, since we are sending the socket ID both in our protected route and in our general application, we can just get the socket ID from the header here. That's a const. It's going to be const. We'll say use outlet context like this, and we need to get this outlet context from React router DOM, not protected routes. Let's get it from React router DOM, and now here we can get our socket ID. Now, just to confirm if we're going to see the socket ID, let's try to lock it here. After this, let's lock socket ID. Yes, guys, we are getting the socket ID. This is the socket ID here. Everything is here. Fantastic. Now, what I'll do here is I'll just write a use effect here. So use effect. Let's just give a use effect snippet, and can bring in use effect here. Let's import it from React up here. Say use effect. We are not using this notification icon here, so we can remove it. Let's come down to our use effect. Here I'm just going to return socket.off get notifications. I'll say socket.off. This is going to be get notifications. Notifications. Not get notifications with an S. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Now here, I'm going to pass socket ID, and we'll check if we have our socket ID. If socket ID. Now, what we'll do is we say socket.on. Since we are receiving, we need to pass on, so get notifications, and we pass our data in here like this. Okay, we are missing one. I think we're missing something here like this. Okay. If you go now to our application, if you go anywhere in our application, we can send a message. Even if the user is not in the chat tab, we can send a message, and the user is going to receive the notification for that message. So let's come and check here. Let's just get this user to the home page here. Let's go to the home page. Okay, this user is in the home page now. And let's bring this user also. You see that this user, Hans, is online. Now, Jane wants to send a message to Hans. Let's Jane just type some random message here and hit send. If you come to Hans now, Hans will receive this as a notification here. Even though they are not on this chat page here, they'll receive it as a notification here. Let's just type another one for completion. Send user is here. So anywhere the user is in the application now, they'll receive a message, a notification message here, telling them that somebody sent a message. They should check their inbox. If we go here now, let's just come here. If you click on this, you're going to see Jenstore sent you a message 58 seconds ago. If you click here now, you see the message is gone and we are directed to Jane inbox here. Okay, this is fantastic. The message is gone. Now our chat application is well integrated. Now, this application now is done. Every section here is done and it's working. Now, what I want us to do is we are going to look for areas in this application which we can improve. And we're going to look for errors, fix some errors, and prepare our application for deployment. Because right now, I believe there are a lot of issues with this application. So we are going to be fixing those issues here. So I'm going to begin by making this chat here responsive. We'll first of all finish with the responsive sections of this application. Because right now, if you go, it's really looking very ugly here. We are having this sidebar here up and our main section is down here. This is not a good experience. It's not looking nice at all. So what we need to do is we need to make this responsive. So let's get to work here. Let's begin. So if you come to, I'm just going to remove all of this. They'll get rid of all this, even the agent. We don't need the agent for now. What we need here is also chat site. Okay. Now in the chat here, we also need chat main. So when we are refactoring our code, if you see any console.log that we don't need, you remove it because we don't want to be sending all of this unnecessary log to our servers. So you remove any unnecessary log which you do not need. So what am I going to do here? The first thing here is I'm going to give a button here. This is going to be a button, and this button I'm just going to call it is going to be a label. I'll just give it as a label here, and the HTML I'll give an HTML4. This is going to be chat. I'll just say chat label like this. Yes, and this label first I want to give a class. Give a class name of btn dash neutral. This is going to be neutral, and btn dash sm going to be a small button, and here and this button I'm just going to say users, just like this, users. Okay, now let's check. Yes, you see it here, but we need to position this users button right to the left here. We need to position it right to the left. So for us to position it to the left, then we need to give a class here. Let's say flex1 like this, and you'll see it will move right to the left here because this div here is going to occupy all the remaining spaces, and this text is going to be pushed to the right side. Okay, now we need to work on what we'll do when you click on these buttons here. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to I'll come to our Daisy UI here. We're going to need a drawer. This is a drawer I'm going to be using, this open drawer, so that when we click like this, our sidebar is going to pop from the left right into the middle of our page like this, and this is going to happen only on small devices. Yes, so this is how the code looks like. I've already set this one, this open. I've already set the button here. So what we need is we need to wrap our application with this class, the drawer class, and we need an input here too, and we need a drawer site here with a label here for the sidebar. So here what I'll do is I'll just first copy this. I'll copy this and we'll come here. So let's go to all of these things. Most of these things is going to happen in the main section here. It's going to happen in the main section here. So what I'll first of all do is I'll wrap this application here in we'll wrap this in a drawer. Let's say drawer like this, and here I'll just have a div like this, and in this div I'm just going to wrap the sidebar like this, And also, yes, I'll have another div. Another div is going to be here. I'll give another div like this. And this div now, we're going to wrap both the sidebar and the main chat with this div like this. Okay, now inside this div, this is where we are going to place our input drawer like this. Okay, so this here is going to be the drawer content. This is the drawer content, and after the drawer content, we need to create another div here, and this is going to be our drawer site. Okay, like this. In this drawer site now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the site bar here. Just copy this, and I'll bring it here. Okay, like this. Don't worry, we are going to put the class names here. Now, what I want to is, on smaller devices, we don't want to see this other site bar here. So I'll just say site, or just say hidden. While on bigger devices, we want to say block. No, this is block like this. Okay, and if you come to this other one here, on bigger devices, we want to set it to hidden. Okay, like this. Okay, fine. Now, this ID, we need to change it to match our drawer ID, and we call this drawer. This was drawer-chat. Like this. Let's come to the main section here and check. If we come to the main section, where's that label? We call this, oh, okay, we call this chat label. So I'll just copy it, I'll come back here, I'll name it to chat label. So let's see how it's looking before we can continue. Let's not just be building and going. Okay, it's looking like this now. It's occupying only half of our screen, but if you click here, you see this bar is coming up like this, but we need to make it to be the same height like this here. So if you click, you see it's not going to go back inside. Now we need to adjust that. So let's come here, let's come back to chat main here. There are a few things which we can do here. We need to copy all of this because this is a flex container, our flex container. So I'll copy this, control, just cut it actually, and we come to this drawer content here. This is where we're going to paste this. Okay, like this. And here, if you look at this chat site here, the position is set to fixed. We are just going to change the position here and set it to absolute. Let's say absolute, like this. If you come down to this drawer site here, we can there's one more thing we can paste here. We can put another label here where we set this to be chat label like this, and the area here is going to be close sidebar, and we just give a class name of drawer overlay. This is going to give an overlay to this drawer. Also, we can set this here as section because we are setting section up here. Where is it? Section, yes, so that they can align to each other. That's why I'm putting section here. And one more thing is we can give a width. I'll give a width here of 80% here, 80%. This is percentage, okay, 80%. And here in this, since we have changed the way we are working with this sidebar here, I'm also going to give a width of remember our width here is going to be 2/6. Let's check this other width here before we give this width. The width of this chat main here is let me see, is 4/6. That means that width here is going to be 2/6. That means the width of this chat site here is going to be 2/6. Let's come to chat here. Where is it? Okay, this is the width I'm talking about. The width here is going to be 2/6, like this. Okay, now if you come to this chat site, here, we don't need this width here anymore. Like this width here, we just set this width here to I'm just going to set width of full, width dash full. So let's check this now and see if we have some improvements. Okay, you see this is the overlay I was talking about. If you click here, you see it goes, and if you click on this user here, it comes. You can click anywhere actually. But what I want is our width was not set successfully. I want this to be 80% of this, of the total width here. So I don't know why the width was not set. Let's see. Let's come back here. Let's go to chart. This drawer, and the width of the drawer is set to 100. Okay. So what I can do is I'll set this width here to full, like this, and this is where we are putting this chart side. So here we can just set that the width here to let's set it to 80%. 80%. Like this now. Let's check. Yes, I can see it's already working. Yes. See, if the user clicks here, yes, it goes. Yes, we have enough space here to look for the user. As you see, this user is here. Okay, fantastic. If you come here, yes, everything is okay. But we are seeing this button here. We don't want to see this button when we are on bigger screens. So we can go back. Let's go to chat main here, where we have this label. We just need to say on bigger devices, we want this to be hidden. Okay, now if you come, yes, it's gone. It's gone. If you try to, let's check the order here. Let's come here. Let's, okay, yes, this is it. Okay, it's working as intended. Now this section is done. What the next thing I want us to do is to go to our header. I want us to go to our header, because right now, if you minimize the page like this for a mobile view, you'll see that we have these 3 icons here, but we don't have our search icon, and we don't have the icon to sell a product. So that's what we're going to be including in the header. So let's go to the header. So Control P here, I'll say header. On the header now, what I'm going to do is to speed things up. I'm going to copy this notification, this drop down here, or copy and end where we have this UL. I'll just copy it, and now after this notification here, I'm going to paste it here. Here, I'll just give a comment here as a search. This is going to be for mobile search. I'll even say mobile search, search mobile, just like this, and I'll paste the code which we copied here. And now we just need to say this is going to be, let's set the tab index also to 0, and here say UL, and we need to close, we need to also, we are closing this label, we need to close this div, div like this. Okay, this is now fine. Now in here we are going to have our search box. We're going to have our search box here. Say I can give a class name here, and before doing anything we need to make this hidden on bigger devices. So on bigger devices this is going to be hidden like this. And now since we already have our search box, let's come to down, I think it's below bar. We already have this form here to search for products. What I will do is I'll just copy it. I'll just copy this form here, and I'll come here. Where do we have the label here? What about the UL element? Okay, this is it, and I'll paste it here. Control V, and here instead of a form, I'm just going to give a div like this, and everything remains the same here. Now, one more thing is that we can remove the username. We can remove the username from this chat. Let's say this is notification, this is chat here. Let's go to user. Okay, this is user here. This is where we are putting the store name. On smaller devices, we can just say hidden. This is hidden. While on bigger devices, we can set this to block. Okay, now if you come up here, what we need to change here is we need to remove these notifications here. We don't need this, and also this here, we don't need the indicator. We don't need the indicator. Okay, so we need to change this icon here to a search icon. This has to be a search icon. So let's go to let's come, I think it's here. You see we're having the search here, but look at how it's coming but down here, but we want it to be up here. So what I'll do is I'll come to React here. I'm going to type search. We already have it we already have it. So I'll just say bs search or bi search. I'll just use this one. Okay, like this. We can also give a class name here of drop down content. Let's say drop down content. Okay. Let's also give a width, because I think we need to define a width here. I'll just give a width here of like 200 pixels, like this. 200 pixels. I'll also change this drop down here to let me see, to the right. I'll change this to drop down right. And what else? I'll give a background color of white. And also we can set the z index here to 50. Now let's go and check. Let's come to v here. Okay, you see it's already here. It's like this. So if we let's come here actually. Yes, if you click here, you see we have our search box here. We can just search for something. Let's search for Nike. If you click here, yes, we have Nike products here. So this section here is good. We don't have a problem with this. So nice, this section is done. Now another thing I notice is if you come here, let's come to my store here. You see that these cards here are glued to the end of the pages here. We need to set a pattern to them. So let's go to my store and do that. Control P, my store. Let's enter store wrapper, and inside store wrapper, let's go to sales products. Now this is where we are going to be setting all of that. The first is here. I'm going to set a pattern px of 2, and let's come to where we are sending our product, and I think it's this div here. Oh no, is this div? Yes. I'll give a px of 2 also. Okay, with this now let's see. Okay, this is our this is the way our full application is looking at on desktop devices. Let's check here. Okay, here it's good. It's fine now. Now we only want to give this pattern here on smaller devices. So what I'll do is on big devices, I'll say px of 0. I'll also do the same thing up here. Px of 0. Oh, this is going to be on smaller, on bigger devices. Okay, like this. Now let's check the other one. Okay, it's much better now. So another thing is if you click here, okay, we have that message there. Let's select. You see that this boxes here are showing on top of this fixed bar here. We need to give a z index of this bar. We need to give a z index to this bar here. So what I'll do is I'll just give a z index to those bars. Let's go to, I think this is batch editing here. Yes, this is, let's say p 12 off batch editing. Here I just need to give a z index. I think we're going to give the z index here. Say z of 50. Let's check. Okay, you see it's much better now. It's not showing on top of this one again, so this is good. Let me see. Now what we're going to do now is we are going to we already solved this other problem here. We solved this problem of our search input. Now what I want us to do is I want that we want to put a button here to sell the item, and this button is going to be all over the application here. If you look also our home page, these cards are also glued to the container here. We need to also give a pattern here. Yes, we'll take care of that. So we need to give a button to sell the item, and this button is going to be a fixed button. It's going to be on the middle of the page around the right corner here. And we also need to give another button. This button is just to make sure that if the user scroll right down to the end of the page, if we have like 1,000 products here, the user have scrolled right to the end of the page here. We don't want the user to be scrolling again up before they can view their products. We just want to automatically give a button here for the user to click. It will just navigate them to the top of the page. So those are the 2 buttons we're going to be adding here. So let's come to let's first go to our home page. I'll clear all of this. KW. I'll first go to the home page. The first thing I'll do here is I need to let's come to feature product. Inside feature product here, this is where we are going to be putting that padding. I'll put the padding here. I'll just say px of 2, and on bigger devices it's going to be px of 0, like this. Let's check. Okay, it's good. Now we need to put the button I was talking about. So for that, I'll go to our app.jx here. Now in here, I need to create here a button, and this button I'll just say I'll say add. I'll give a span here, and this one I'll say add items, add products. I'll just say yes, add products, like this. And here this text seems to be too big, so I'll just say add, and I'll give a class name of button. btn neutral is going to be a neutral button, and it's going to be rounded or full. Okay, like this. So this is actually going to be a link. I'll make it a link, and this link we're going to be taking it from React router DOM here, and we are just going to set it to property here to slash cell, like this. And now we need to add an icon here. We need to add an icon, so I'll come to React here. I'll say plus. So we need to add a plus icon here. I'll go with this one. I'll just copy this import statement. Oh, let me just copy this. I'm going to import it manually, like this. And here we can now give a size of 25. Okay, so I'll set this to fix. This is going to be fixed, and from the top I'll set it to this is going to be 1/2, while from the right I'll just set it to like 4. So right now immediately you can see this button here. Let's come here, let's come back to Vite here. If you scroll, you see, you can see this button now here. This is the add button, we have it here. Now what I'm going to do is, you see, when we scroll down to a container, it's hidden, so we need to give a higher z index which is greater than this here. Here I'll just say z of 50. I don't think 50 is going to work. Let's just try. Okay, it's working. The z index of 50 is working. You can click here to add a new product. You see, this is it. You can add a new product here. So the button is going to be available on every page. You can create it in a different location and add it to the pages you want this button to appear on. But for us to save time, I just want to include it on all pages. Now let's go and implement the other button I talked about. When we're on the home page and we've scrolled down to the end of the page, we want to have a button down here that can take the user back up to the top of this page. So I'm going to just copy this other button here because it's going to be the similar thing. Let's come to the home page here, and I'm going to put this button under the footer here, just before the footer, sorry. And this is going to actually be a button. So I'm going to remove this to property here, instead of fixing it in this exact location, and instead of add here, I'll say to top, and this here is going to be I'll just say arrow. Okay, it's not going to come, so we need to import it manually from here. Okay, I have connection problems here. Here we'll just say arrow up. We need this. I'll copy this. Let's come back here. I'll paste this here, and we need to import this. Let's give a size of 25. So on clicking this button, on click here, what I want to do is I want to say Windows dot screw the top position is going to be 0 and the behavior is going to be smooth. So let's try. Now first, before we try, we need to change the position. Here on the bottom here, I'm just going to give from top here, I'll just give 90. This is going to be 90% like this, and this is going to be left. From left here, I'm going to give 50, 1/2 like this, and I'll say translate 1/2 like this for it to sit in the middle. Okay, now let's see. Okay, we are setting the button to fix. Let's check. Okay, you see, this is the button down here. This is the button down here. This is it. To go to the top of the page. If you click now on this button, let's scroll right down. If you click here, yes, it takes us to the top of the page here. Okay, now this section, we are done with this one here. Another thing we have to do here is, let me see, let me check. I think about responsiveness, I think everything is okay about the responsiveness now. Let's go to profile here. Yeah, I think we have no issues with responsiveness now. Now, what my concern now is about how our application is working, the workings of our application. Now, what I'm going to do is let's just kill this other incognito window here. Let's close it so that we work only with this one here. Now, if you log out of this application, let me show you. Let's come here. If you log out of this application now, let's log out. You will see that this here, we are going to have this loading spinner here. It's going to be spinning forever. It's never going to stop, and we cannot display our product. That means if a user is not logged in, they will not be able to see their product. Okay, there is one thing also. You see, we're having this add button here. We don't want to show this add button here on big devices, but we want to show this button here on big devices too. We don't want to show this button here on big devices. So what we're going to do is, let's just fix that before we continue. Let's come to app here. Here, I'm just going to say, this is going to be hidden on bigger devices. So say hidden. That's sell button there. If you come now, okay, it's gone. We only have this button here. Okay, fantastic. Now, as I was saying, this here is going to be loading forever. Why is this? I think I talked about this during some past lectures. It's loading forever because if you check our code, we are setting that we only if we have a user, that is when we want to get this product here. Only when we have a user, that's why we want to. That's why I want to get our product. Let me show you. So if you come to where are we getting? Let's come to the home page here. Let's go to use all products of 12. Here you see this is it here. We're setting enabled if only we have filter data to users here. So what I'll do is I'm going to remove this here. Let's remove this. If you go now, it's still not going to solve our problem here. It's still not going to solve our problem because one other thing is being needed to make this to finally work. Since if you check in our backend, we are surely setting is authenticated here. See, we just have feature products, no feature products. This is because this user, the person who is viewing this app now, is not authenticated, and we are passing authentication route. We are passing our authentication route to this get all products. So we need to come here. Let's go to our backend. Let's go to product. This is going to be product route. Yes, you see, where are we getting our product? This is it. This is get all products. We need to remove this is authenticated middleware here. And what other thing do we need to remove? Yes, I think this is the only thing we need. So let's come back. If we come back now, we'll be able to get our product here. You see, we are getting the product here. Now we are able to get our product. Now, if you click here, we are surely going to get an error. Let's see. Yes, we are getting an error here. They say discount price cannot read property from defined discount price, because it actually makes a lot of sense, because here we are getting the user's property and we are checking if we have discount price here, but the user is not being available on this component. The user is not available on this component. So it's the same thing we had down here. So what we need to do is we need to come back to, let's come to use product here, where we have our, okay, we don't have use product details here, but in the product routes here, we need to, where's product details? This is update product. Where's get single product? Okay, this get single product. We need to remove this is authenticated too, because we want that if the user is not yet authenticated, they can still see the product details, but they cannot do a lot of things on the product. They can only view, but without manipulating the product or performing some actions on that particular page. So we can remove that is authenticated from here. Let's go to product details. Product details. Okay. So in product details, let's see the error message. Okay, this is where we are receiving that error here. We say product or discount price is not set. So we need to just give an optional chaining here. Let's give optional chaining. And here also optional chaining. Here. Okay. Now with this, let's go and see. Let's refresh the page here. Yes, so we have our charts here. We have our product here. Now, we don't have recommended products here and others. This is simply because our recommended product is also dependent on the user, the currently logged user. So you can write some logic to remove these titles here, but I didn't do that. So we have a lot of work to do here, a lot of adjustment. So something like this, you can just remove it to make your application clean. But I'm going to continue working on what we have to do today. Now, as it stands now, if you click here, you see that we are going to increment this, but it's not going to be incremented in the backend, even though there's no user. But we are still incrementing this like array here. But if you refresh the page, it's not going to be persisted because this will not go to the backend. So let me show you. Yes, it's still 3. This like was not implemented. Now, if you try to go to the chat to the chat here, we cannot go to the chat here. See, because we don't have a user. Even to on paysafe here, if you try to go here, it will redirect you back to the login page. Yes, you see, we are redirected back to the login page. It's because this user is not logged in and it's our protected route, which is at work. So let's go back. Okay, let's come back here. No, okay, chat is not working. Now, what I need to work on now is this button here. I want that when the user try to click on this button, we redirect them to the login page also. So let's do that. So for that, I'll come here. Where are we having our like and unlike functionalities? This is the right side. Okay. This is to edit the product. Okay, this is it here. This is to unlike, and this here is to like. So what I'm going to do is, rather than doing all of this, I'm just going to copy this, or rather cut this. This here is to, I think yes, this is to like, and I'll just call this, I'll say handle like this, handle like, and here I'll just come up here and create a method for that handle like, sorry, as a const handle handle like, and here I'll just paste the code which I copied, and I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. I'll say handle unlike. Now let's go copy the respective code for unlike. Let's come down here, this edit. Okay, this is unlike here. So I'll copy this, I'll cut it, and I'll just say handle unlike. Okay, let's come here and paste all of this here for handle unlike. Okay, good. What I want to do here is I want to first check if there is no user. If there is no user, want to navigate to the login like this, and I'll copy this too, and I'll bring it here. So let's try and see. If you click here, voila, we'll get to the login page. So the user cannot like and unlike now. So that section is done. Now another thing is if you come to the home page, we have that like buttons here. We have that like buttons. The same thing happens. You see, the user is able to like and unlike, but it's not being persisted. It's not being persisted. So what we have to do is we have to do the same thing which we did here. So what I'll do is I'll go to our cart. Let's go to cart. I think this functionality is in the cart. Let's go to our cart here. if you check on our cart here, we are not having our users here. So I'm just going to bring in the users here rather than passing them on every page. I'll just say const here user. It's going to come from used user. We don't have it, so I'm going to bring it. Yes, from hooks. Now we have the user here. So I'll just say like, or say handle like, const handle like, oh, just see, handle like, and here the const handle on like. So here I'll just paste if we don't have a user want to return to the login page. Let's come right down here. This is where we here we are on liking here. We are on liking here. Why here? We are liking. So I'm going to copy this. I'll just copy this. This is handle like, and I'll paste it here. Okay, this is okay. Now, in the case of unlike, let's come to unlike here. I'm going to copy this. Be careful not to make a mistake here, guys, because this is the last thing we're going to be doing. Handle unlike. So make sure you look at the methods very well before you change their names. So here we'll put like this, and I'm going to copy this. Control C, and I'll paste it here like this. Okay. Now I think with these changes now, if you try to like this product here, okay, we are still having it. It's still coming here because we are clicking on the product directly. So let's click here. Now it's getting weird. So we are getting to this login page here. We are getting to this product details page here because if you come to our application, let's come to application here. You see that we are using E here. We are using the event object here, but here we are not passing the event object here. So we just need to pass E here, and we also pass E here. Now, one thing also is that we are using navigate here, but we don't yet have navigate here. So we need to bring in our use navigate hook. So here I'm just saying const navigate use navigate. We need to bring this use navigate from let's get it from react router DOM. Okay, so now I think if you go now, as let's try and see, if you click here, you see nothing happens. Okay, I think we can have our navigation here is having a problem. Yes, that's because we are wrapping this navigation here as an object. So this navigate here, we just have to leave it open. Now if you come and try, yes, we are being directed to the login page here. Okay, so we are done with that one. Another thing we can do is, another thing I noticed was, let's go back here. If we go to a single product here, it's the same thing. If user click here, user are not even able to pay and save, but they're able to like here, the same thing. So we are going to do the same thing here. So if we go down, if we go back to products details, if we go back to product details here, we are going to be sending we are going to send, let's see what we'll be sending here. We're going to send some few things down to our app bar there. We're going to send handle like, handle on like, and we are going to be sending handle chat to. Another thing we'll be sending also is handle status, and what again? Let's see where our users, where we are directing our user to pay for their product. Let's see here. Okay, this is it. So instead, this is it down here. So let's go down here. Let's go right down to our product bar here. We need to send handle like and unlike here. Let's say handle like and handle unlike. We are sending a lot of properties down as prop here. The other one is going to be handle chat. Handle chat. If you go now into this product bar here, let's go to F12. we now need to bring our this is handle like and handle. This is handle on like, and we have handle chat like this. Okay, so interestingly, see guys, interestingly, we are having handle like here. We are already handled our like here in just one function here. We're handling our like here in just one function. So what we can do is we can remove this handle like and handle on like here. We can remove it from there. We're not going to send it again here because we're already doing it in we're already doing it on the go here. So in this handle like, so the only thing I'll do here is I'll check if there is no user. If we don't have a user, we want to navigate to the login page. So I hope we have navigate here. Let's see. So we don't have, so we need to bring, okay, this is it here. Use navigate. I'll bring it up here. I need to bring this navigate like up here. This is handle like, okay. So like this. We need to check here if we do not have users, if we do not have the user, not user.id like this, and we just want to return, and we navigate to the login page here. So let's try that now. See, we are here. If we try to click here, yes, we'll go to the login page. Okay, now for this chat here and this pay safe, what I'm going to do is let's come to where we have the chat and the pay safe button. This is chat. No, this is edit. This is to edit the product. And this here, this is for our like. Okay, this is our chat now. So if we say on click here, on click, I'll just say handle chat like this, because we already have the handle chat here. So let's try, because this is a protected route, we are going to be redirected to the login page. Let's see. If you try to click here, you see it's going to do nothing except your login here. Now about the pay safe, we just want to redirect the user to our checkout page. So let's go here. So here, let's come to pay safe here. Okay, when we click on this button, what we want to do is we just want to redirect the user to this is it here. On click, once we just navigate to checkout and we pass the product ID here as a query parameter. So remember, we are bringing in the product from here, from props here. We can also do something with these props. We can cut all of this. Let's cut all of these props here. Control X, and here I'll just say props like this, and here we'll say const, and here we can paste Control V. This now is going to come from props up here. So everything remains the same. Now, if you come here, let's try to refresh. Okay, we are here. If you click on pay safe, we're going to try to load. We're not going to have this checkout, so it's going to redirect us back to the login page here. So good and fine. That section is also done. Let's come back here. So with this, I think these are the major changes when the users log out. Let's check. Let's also go to this section here, because this is another section here. If we click on Gen Store here, you see that we are having followers and followees here. We don't want to see these two here. We want to see but the buttons either to follow and to click a notification bell here. So, and also our pagination on this page, we don't yet have pagination on this page. So we want to implement all of that now. So I'll come back here. Let's go to my store. I'm going to clean all of this. KW. Let's go to my store. Control P. I'll go to my this is not my store. This is seller. Let's start with the sell. This is seller. Here, let's start with seller products. Or let's just start with the seller here. And inside the seller, we need to go to this is seller product, first of 12. You enter the seller product. Let's just delete this product we are locking here. No, let's leave this because we're going to need this for pagination. So my interest is this. So what I'm interested in here is the profile sidebar, but I'm not seeing the profile sidebar here. That means we need to get it from the seller here. Okay, this is it here. Now, the reason why we are saying this here, let me show you. The reason why we are seeing these followers here is because we are passing the ID. We are passing but the seller ID here. But the seller ID is not, but we don't have a user here. I mean the user, we don't have the user here. So I'll just give a string here. Instead of this, I'll just give a string here and I'll say this is seller ID. Now, if you go and check, you'll see those buttons there. Okay, as you can see, we have the follow button here and the button here to chat. If you try to click on this follow here, it will not take you to anywhere here. Nothing is going to work because you are not logged in. So this chat here is not working at the moment. So what I'll do is I'm going to just copy the chat we have from product details. P product details. Let's copy the handle chat we had here. Let's go right to the top. We'll see handle chat. Where is it? Okay, this is it. I'll just copy everything from here and we'll come to our seller here. Now in this seller, yes, this is where we are going to have that. I'll just paste here handle chat. Here we are getting our conversation, so we need to get the conversation. That's a const use conversation, use create conversation, and here we'll pass the conversation. And yes, this is a conversation. Now our seller ID, where is our seller ID going to come from? Our seller ID is going to come from the currently logged in user here, this user.id. No, our user ID is going to be user.id. Why the seller ID is going to come from, let me see, from here, this use get seller. So we're going to just get the seller ID from this use get seller. So let's see, we're going to, let's log this use get seller to there. Let's log this seller to the console and see what's going to give us, because I've forgotten the structure, whether we have, okay, we are not going to, let's just log it because we're going to receive it. Yes, we have success, and inside success we have users and we have the ID here. So this is going to be seller seller dot user that's ID. Yes, and on success we want to navigate to the chat page here. Okay, now we just need to send this handle chat down. Can delete this. We just need to send this handle chat to our profile sidebar. Let's say handle chat. It's going to be handle chat. If you come to profile sidebar, we need to receive that handle chat. Let's say handle chat, and here I can delete these ratings too. We don't need that. Let's come to where we are chatting. This is chat. Okay, this is it here. We'll say on click here. We just say handle chat. Now if we click on this button, nothing is going to happen because we are not logged in. Here you see nothing. We are not logged in. Here nothing happens. We can come here because you know our mutate function, where we are writing a mutation. Let's go back to seller here. When we are writing a mutation, we have on success here. We also have on error here. On error here. Now if we have an error here, what I want to do is I want to navigate. We don't yet have navigate here. We'll just say navigate to slash chat, not slash chat. We want to navigate to login. Login. We want to navigate to the login page. If we have an error like this, we don't need this error here. So with this, if you come and click here, if you come and click here, you see, okay, it's not yet working. It's not working because we don't have navigate here. we're just calling this navigate. We don't yet have it in this folder here, in this page here. So I'll just say const navigate from use navigate. So we can get use navigate from React router DOM. I'll say use. I don't know why my IntelliSense is not coming. Use navigate. Okay. So if you come back here, you see, when we click now, it will take us to the login page. Okay, that is fine. Also with this follow, we don't just want to leave it empty like this. We just want to send the user to the login page also. So if you come to follow, so you can come to product details and do the same thing with this handle chart here in the product details. Put on error and you navigate to login page. So I just added that. Now come to profile sidebar here. We come to profile sidebar. We need to get our navigate also here. Let's say const. This is going to be navigate. Use navigate, and we can bring it from here. And now, when we are following, we want to handle follow. Here we just say on error. We navigate to login. I'm going to copy this because we're going to need something similar like this. And here we'll just paste it here. And when we are handling and unhandling our subscriptions, we're going to do the same things here and here too. Okay, so now if you go and try to follow, you see we are navigated to the login page. So you can do that for every section that is authenticated that we have. The user have to authenticate it here, but I think this is all we have to do here. So this, so I'm going to come here. We need that navigation in, I think, let me see, we're going to need to put that navigation in this seller products here. So what I'll do is I need to give a state here for our page number. So I'll say const, this is page number, it's a set page number. I'll set it to 1, and where we are getting our product, instead of passing page number to 1 here, I'll just pass it to page number like this. And now let's come here and send. We need to send. Let's come right down here. Yes, we need to send our page number here. Send page number and set page number and set page number. We're going to be set page number. So let's come here and get this too. Let's get it from props here. Here we have page number and set page number. Okay, I'm just going to write a function here. I'll say const handle next page. Here I'll just say set page number to this method is going to have is going to take, I'll just say next page. I'll say next page. Here we're just going to pass in our next page here. Yes, like this. Now we can bring in our navigation. We're going to bring in our navigation, and we're going to paste this navigation just after this grid here. Our pagination, sorry, not navigation, pagination. Be careful not to take it from material UI. So I'm going to import pagination here. Say import pagination from our components / we have paginations here. Now if you come in these paginations, we need to pass in some props here. We have the current page is going to be our page number, and we also have to pass in on page change, which is going to be this function we just create here, handle next page. So it's going to be handle next page, and here the total pages here is going to be, we're going to get the total pages from product here, products dot total pages here. So we'll get it from product dot total pages. So I'll say product dot total pages like this. Now let's see if this is going to work. Yes, we have our pagination here. We have only 2 pages. We're on the first page. So if you click here, this is the other page. But look, our product is not being displayed here. Why is that? Let's refresh. First page, second page. Okay, now it's being displayed. We just had to refresh. A network problem, surely. So this is the second page, and this is the first page here. We have the products here. Okay, fantastic. We have the pagination here. What other thing are we missing? We need to scan this application and look for the things we are not doing correctly. Now, okay, this is a cell. This to cell is going to redirect us back to our login page. Yes. Okay, fine. Everything is working back. So let's try to log in. Log in here as I think this user pass 1 2 3 4. Okay, we are logging now as this user. So if we check let's try to check our dev tools here. You see we have some errors here, but these errors are coming as a result of when we are logged out. If you look at them, there are these 401 errors here. Yes. So let's try to refresh. Okay, when we have the user, yes, you see we have hands here. If you come now here, you see we do not have any errors here at the moment, but there is something here. We have this if you look at these warnings here, you can ignore all of these warnings here. The only one you can take seriously is this Google Map JavaScript API has been loaded directly without a callback here. So let's go back to our index. Let's go to index.js here, index.html. This is where we are loading our Google API. So here, what they're telling us here, we need to pass a callback here. I'll just say and pass the call back like this. And this callback, I'm just going to say function dot prototype. Oh, what is happening? Function dot prototype. Like this. This is just to prevent us from seeing that error there. So if you come back here to our console here, you see, yes, we don't have that error anymore. But if you look at this one here, we have this one for Stripe. This is just to tell us that Stripe work over HTTPS. Yes, so in production, we are going to have HTTPS, so there's no problem here. Stripe is just giving us this information to tell us that actually Stripe is more secure to work over HTTPS. If you look at this other one here, the DOM exception play, this is coming from Google. This is just about media devices from Google. So this here have no problem. Yes, you can ignore this. There's no problem. Our application is going to build just fine if you don't include this. Okay, now one thing I want to show you is, and I forgot to tell you this when we were building this section, because now if you click here, you see we're going to look for our notification. We don't have any notification here, and some people, the reason is because here I have this extension here called course, and it set my course headers for me automatically. It set my course headers for me. So if you don't have this extension, you're going to run into an error. You're going to run into a course error here. So I'll show you how to fix that course error. So let me kill this extension here. Let me turn it off and show you what I mean. So now if you come here, I'll refresh this page. My connection is really slow today. So if you come here now, you see this is going to be loading like forever. It's never going to stop. And if you come here, you see all these warnings here, these course error problems here. They say HTTP API.novu. This means this error is coming from novu, and it's telling us that if you see novu is actually blocking this is your local storage here. So if you encounter this problem here, what you can do is you're going to come to, let's come to our agent here, because the reason that error is coming is because of this line of code here. Here we are intercepting our errors, and we are setting the default for every request here to be true. And when you set with credentials here to be true, you are going to have our headers is going to be populated with an asterisk, but novu doesn't allow that to in our or novu doesn't allow that on the request headers. So what we'll do is we're going to remove this or remove this. If you just remove this, our application is going to lock down completely because a user is not going to be able to sign into the application. So let me show you. This user is going to lock out. Here, if you refresh, we're not going to have this user here. You see, the user is locked out automatically, but we can still view other parts of the application. Now, to get back our logged in user, what we'll do is we need to come here. Let's go to where we are. What is it? Let's come to, okay, let's come here. Here now, we can pass in our other options here. In this get parameters, in this get function here, we can pass with credentials here to be true. And the same thing here, we can pass an object here, we say with credentials, or we set it to true. And here, the same thing for update, say with credentials, and we set this to true. And here, lastly, this is just going to be an object like this for data, and another object for options, we say with credentials to true. Okay, with this now, our problem is going to be solved. It's a yes, it's a little bit of repetitive work here, but it's okay. It's actually okay. So let's go back and check here. If we go back and refresh, we're going to have our login user back, and everything is going to be fine. You see, we have hands back. If you come here, yes, we see we are having our notifications without any problem. So if you're having this error because you don't have this extension here, you can either install this extension and configure it to work according to your need, or you just do as I did here. Okay, another thing is, let's check here. Yes, you see here, we don't have the cause error anymore. Another thing which we can do in this, let me show you. Another thing we can do here is, if we try to go to a path that doesn't exist in this application, let's just go to some dummy paths like this. You see, we're going to run into this 404, this not found page here. We are eventually going to run into this not found page here, but this page here is kind of it's not looking good. We're going to put our own page here. So what I'll do is I'll come to our application here. Let's go to route. I'll go to router. Oh, this is not the router I'm talking about. First of all, let's first go to our component first. The first place is our component. Let's add the not found page here. I'll click new. I'll say not found .jxs here. I'll say r. I'll say e like this. Now I already have something prepared for this not found page. I'm just going to copy it and bring it here. So here we just have a div here with this section and some to h1 with the link here to go back to your application. So a link that says go back to shopping. Yes. Now what we're going to do is let's go to our router. Control P. I'll say router here. Now I'm going to check here. Let's go to, this is not going to be a protected path here. What I'll do is I'll just say the element here is going to be a not found here, and the path here is just going to be asterisk. That means if we don't get to any path, we want to go to this not found page here. Now let's come and try. So okay, if you come back, let's come back to the application here. Let's try to go to some page which we don't have, like this. Okay, link is not defined. Where are we using link? Okay, we are using link here. Let's go to not found here. We need to bring in this link. We need to get the link from React router done. And let's check again. What else are we not bringing here? Let's refresh. Yes, you see, oops, we cannot find what you're looking for. Sorry, we'll just give some cry emoji here. And if the user clicks back here, go back to shop. Yes, we want to take the user back to the shop. Okay, the not found page, the design was not that great, but you can customize it. You can do whatever you like on that page. Now, what about errors that are coming from our backend? 404 errors that are coming from our backend. You know, 404 means not found. So let's go to agent and try to simulate a situation where we are going to have a not found error. Let's come, for example, where we want to like a product. Let's come to product here where we have like. Okay, this is like. I just want to create an error here by just saying likes, because this here is not going to be found. Let's just say likes like this. Now, if we come back to the application and let's say a user try to like product here, you see, we are having an error here. The route you are trying to access is not defined. But if you look here, our button here got clicked. So our button here got clicked. So to do that work, we need to come to our agent here. First, we need to export this router. We need to export all of this. So export router here, and we'll come to agent here. In the agent file here, we need to go down to where we have yes, this is 400 errors. We need to also get 404 errors. We need to get this is case of that's a case of 404, which stands for not found here. In the case of 404 errors, what we want to do is we just want to say router dot here we say navigate to slash not found. I just said not found. Now, when we navigate to this section, it's not going to be found, so it's just going to direct the user to our it's going to direct the user to our page, our not found page. So here we can just break from here. Okay, now if we try what we did before, if we click here, okay, we are still getting this. That means the error we are sending here is not a 404 error. It's surely probably a 400 error. So let's check on our console and see of 12. Yes, you see, it's a bad request. So, but if you send a 404 error, it's going to redirect us to our 404 page with this implementation now. So let's go and change back. Let's go and change. Let's change back that that like we changed here. Instead of likes, we'll have our normal like. Okay. So now let's see if you refresh. It's not like if you like now. I think this is going to be persistent now. So let's refresh. Yes, you see, it's been persistent. Okay, now I think this is the last thing I had to show you here. We have done most of the things. Now we just need to prepare now this application for a deployment. So for us to do that, we need to come and create another. Let's close all of this. Control KW. We just need to deploy this application now. So for that, we have to. This is our back end, this is our front end, and this is our socket. Our socket does not yet have a GitHub repository. So what I'll do is with this git.ignore, just have to remove this like this. Yes, we have this, and let me see what again. I think that is all. But what I'll do now is I'll bring in our let's bring this section like this, and I want to kill this terminal and push this this source code to our GitHub repository. So I'll just kill this terminal, and here I'll say cd. Yes. So we're in the socket server now. What I'll do is I'll just say git init like this. Yes, an empty repository is being initialized here. Okay, with this empty repository initialized, you see these two folders here are being ignored. We don't want to send these two folders to our GitHub repository. So what I'll do is I'll just come here. You'll see that we'll have additional we're going to have one because we have three these things here. We have three source controls here. We have this first one. Let me show them to you. This is our socket on, this is our backend on, and this is our front end on here. Yes, so this socket on is what we are just from creating now. So what I'll do is I'll just push all these changes. I'll stage the changes, sorry, and I'll just write a message. I'll say initial socket, initial socket, and here I can commit. Now they're asking for us a branch, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say push to a branch, and this is going to be a public branch here. Like this, it's going to create us a public branch which we're going to push this code to our GitHub repository. Yes, successfully push this code to this repository here. So you say now if you open this on GitHub, you're going to see. So this is it here. This is everything. This is our index, and this is the socket server we have here. So you see, we have this code pushed to the GitHub repository because we are going to do in continuous integration here. That means we're going to deploy this application from our GitHub repository. So I can close this for now. Now there is still something we have to do before we update these codes in our GitHub repositories. Another important thing we try and do here is to remove the console logs, our logs which we put in this application, the ones which we don't need. Yes, because we don't need to populate our servers with console.log with some data which we are logging. Yes, first, it's not secure, and we can leak information to potential hackers. So here I'm going to search for let's say console.log here. Okay, let's start with the server here. Okay, everything in this server we need it. Yes, we need to log all of this. Let's come to our authentication route. Let's click on request body here. We don't need this one, we can remove it. And let's come here. We can allow this here because this is for our novu. We can allow it. Let's come to error controller. We can allow this one. In product controller here, we're going to remove this one. We don't need this one here, so we're going to remove this one. And in our withdraw controller, we're going to remove this one here, and this one will allow this one because this one is for our novu too. Yes, if you come to address, okay, this is okay, this is also okay. Now let's come to chat. We need to get rid of this, and let's see, let's come to address API here. Okay, that's okay, this is okay. Let's come to chat API. This is okay, this is okay. I think all of these ones, these errors here are okay. Let's come to checkout. We need to get rid of this, and this one here is okay. We need to, in other details, we need to get rid of this, and also this. In payment, we need to get rid of the secret. In product API here, we need to remove this. In reset password, we need to remove this. In our search here, we need to remove this tag. In the seller here, okay, this is seller. We need to remove this product. Okay, here in reset password API, okay, this error is okay. In index here, all okay, we need all of this here. So with this now, we have successfully removed all the unnecessary logs we have. So I'll just say Ctrl KW to clean up everything we have there. So now let's begin to prepare for deployment. So let's start with the backend here. In the backend, we're going to create a file in this backend in the root folder, and we call it vercel.js. Oh no, vercel.json, not JS. Yes, vercel.json. So here I'll just give, oh no, so the first thing here I'll do is I'll give an object here, and I'll start by, I'll say version. These are some configurations which you can pass on to vercel here. The version here, I'll just give it to version 1, and the name here is going to be I'll say YouTube Dutch brokang and here say build. Please, you just copy the same thing I'm doing here. We'll pass the source here. The source is going to be server.js, server.js, and we'll say use. Here, instead of using node server here, we're going to use at vercel /node, like this. And after this, we need to say rewrite. It's going to be an array. Here we just pass the source. The source here is going to be slash parenthesis open and star dot star. That's for the source, and the destination is going to be server.js. Now if you type all of this, you can close this file now. Here you have a vercel. Okay, what just happens here? Okay, so we have everything like this. You just copy everything you see here. If you were following along with me, our entry point is this server, is server.js. So you can copy everything from there. And okay, we are done with that one. Let's come to the front end. There's something we need to do in the front end also. So here we need to create another file. This is also going to be vercel.json here, and here we're just going to pass here rewrite. We'll just say rewrite. Okay, we are spelling rewrite wrong. Rewrite, and here pass our source, and our destination. Here our source is just going to be this, and our destination is going to be I'll just give slash here, like this. Okay, with this we can commit this code now to the respective source controls here. So this is for front end, this is for back end. Now I'll start with the back end. Here I'll just stitch all the changes here, and I'll write the message here, say before deployment, and I'll sync the changes. Okay, I can close that. Let's come to the back end, to the front end. I'll stitch all the changes here too. Yes, and always write another message. I just said before deployment. Let's sync the changes. Okay, fantastic. This is now looking good. So we need to go to, let's open a new browser tab here, and you can type vercel. I'll just go to my dashboard here. If you don't have an account, you can go and create a vercel account. Yes, so what we'll do is, so just come here, you click on add a new project here. Yes, you'll be presented with something like this. So you can clone a template, you can browse from the template and you clone a template now, or you can choose from your GitHub repositories here, like this. Now I'm going to use our GitHub repositories. So I'll start with the back end here. I'll first import this. Yes, we'll start with the back end. I'll just leave the name like this. Yes, or I can just say yes, let's just leave the name like this. Framework preset, we're going to, if you click here, you see the various frameworks which you can choose from. We have Create, React App, and all of this Amber. We have a lot of frameworks here. We have Remix, Sanity, all the frameworks you're using, you can choose them here. But if you look here, we'll just leave it to others here. So if you come to this here, we have this root directory. We can leave the root directory here. If you specify a root directory for your project, you're going to come up you're going to specify the root directory here as well. We have build and output setting. If you click here, these are just some commands which you can set, but here you don't need to worry about this because vercel is going to build our project for us. So we can skip this section. Let's come to environment variables. Here, this is where we are going to put all our code environment variables. We're going to put all our code environment variables here. So let me show you. We're going to come to application. Let's go to close all of this. Let's start with, since we are in the backend, I need to come to our .env here in the backend. We need to copy all these environment variables which we have here in the backend. So I'll start here with the port here. So you see, you copy. I'll go to vercel here. I'll just paste it here, and the port, our port here is port 4000, right? Yes. So we'll just type here 4000, and you click add. You can go and do. You are going to repeat this for all of this here. So I know it's kind of painful to do all of this, but you have to do it if you have to make your application to be online. You need to do all of this because these are our environment secrets. So I'll copy this, you come here, and I'll paste it. Since these here are my strings here, what I'll do is I'm just going to copy all of this too. I'll copy this. And I'll come back here. I'll come back and I'll paste it here. Okay, and you click add. So we have our mongodb connection string. Now I'm going to pause this video and do it for the rest of the environment variables. As you can see here, I have all of them here. I've input all my environment variables here. So what we could do is let's just hit deploy now. Let's deploy. Okay, it's deploying. Now, if you receive an error here that says the version number is less than 2, you can go back to the backend and change the version to version 2. You go to the backend and change the version to version 2 in the vercel.json file, or you can just copy the vercel.json file which is attached to this video. So you see, congratulations, here you just deployed a new project to vercel, and you can see the status here. The status here is failed, and this message is because we are seeing the status failed and this route here because by default, when we deploy it like this section here is going to give us a snapshot of our application by navigating to the root of our application. So when it navigates to the root of our application, we do not have a route that matches the root of our application, but we have something like, we have a test route which we can go to. So what I'm going to do is, if you just click here, it will take you to the root of the application. You see this message, the route you're trying to access is not defined. So what I'll do is, we just say slash, let's go to test, because we have a test route like this. Yes, you see this message, welcome to brokang market. So, okay, this here is now working, guys. So we have our backend now nicely set up. Our backend now is nicely set up. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to copy. Let's go for let me continue to the dashboard first, because there's something I need to copy. Yes, we need to copy this domain here, because this is what we're going to be using. We need to copy this domain. It's the same domain here. So, and I'll copy this domain. You can copy it from there, or you can also come and copy it from here. But I've already copied it there. We need to come back to application. Let's go to our front end. If we come to front end here, let's go to source, and in app here we have our agent here. We now need to change this base URL here. I'll just remove this and I paste our backend URL there. Okay, like this. Now this is going to be our backend URL. So with this, you can push this code now. Let's push this to let's push this change. Here I'll say change base URL for deployment, for deploy. If you commit, let's sync the changes. Okay, everything is up to date now. So we need to go and deploy our front end now. Let's go and deploy our front end. So we need to come, let's come back here. Okay, let's come to the dashboard. If you come to my dashboard now, you see that I have 3 projects here. This is the original application. These are the 2 projects. This is the one we are just from building now. So now I'm going to add another project here, and we'll also get it from our GitHub repository. And this is going to be this brokang YouTube front end. So I'm going to import that here. Okay, you see the framework preset here is set to vite, and the public directory here is just this slash homepage. No, we need to come to environment variable here. We need to put some environment variables here because vite is expecting some environment variables. So we are passing some environment variables to vite. If you come to our front end, come to env.local here, we have this environment variables here. So I'm going to copy them. The first is this Google Places API. I'll copy. I'll come to our application here. I'll paste it here. So you've done this procedure, so I'm just going to pause it again. So I've added the 3 environment variables which we have here. Now we can I'll just hit deploy. Now hit deploy here. This is going to deploy our front end for us. Okay, it's deploying. I'm going to pause. Okay, deployment is done. Congratulations. You just deployed a new project to vercel. So we deployed this project. You see, we have our homepage here. So if you go here now, we are not going to be able to get our product because of course our product is not configured to work with this project. Our backend is not configured to work with this project at the moment. So if you click here, this is a front end URL. We will load the application correctly here like this, but our products will not be able to see our products because of course issues. So what I'll do is I'll go back here. I'll just close this. I'll go back and copy. I'll go to my dashboard. Let's go to your dashboard. Yes, you need to copy this here. You need to copy this. You need to copy this endpoint here. You copy it, and you come to. Let's go back to our dashboard. Okay, this is our front end. This is our back end. We need to change. We need to replace. Let's click on settings here. Okay, I'll come to settings. Let's go to environment variables. These are environment variables. You need to come to environment variables here. Let's go to where we have our front end URL here. I need to edit this environment variable. Instead of this, I'll set this to http brokang YouTube front end.vercel like this. So now you can just hit save. You can save. So now we can go back to our dashboard. Let's come back to projects. This is deployment. If you check here, you're going to see your current deployment, your last deployment here. So let's go to our dashboard now. Yes, we have the backend here. Now what I'll try to do now is let's refresh back this page. Let's refresh this page if we're going to get our correct data. You see, we don't still get our product here. Okay, this is weird, but let's check our console. Okay, we're still having course errors here. We have unauthorized, and we have this cannot access backend brokang YouTube vercel from origin http brokang YouTube front end vercel. Okay, since this course problem keep on persisting here, what I'll do is I'll come here, I'll copy this. This is our front end up here. I'll go to the back end. Let's go to where we have our agent. No, this is okay. This is agent here. Let's go to our app in the backend. We need to, like here, where we have in this course here, instead of this, I'm just going to paste like this. I'll just remove, okay, like this. Let's push this to the to source control. I'll just write a message here. I'll say course origin change. Let's commit. Let's sync the changes. Okay, the changes have been synced. If we go back to our dashboard, we need to come back to here. Let's go to dashboard. Okay, we see course origin change here. That means this was deployed. Let's see if it was deployed successfully. Okay, just now, domain was deployed successfully. If we go now to our React application here, let's scroll down. Okay, voila, guys. You see, we have our products now. You see, everything is now here. We have the products here. And you see, our infinite scrolling, my network is kind of slow. Yes, that's why you see we're waiting a long time to get this remaining product. So the network here is not great, but it's fine. See, we've gotten this. These are the last products now which we have here. So you can go to the top of the page. Okay, this button is not working. Let's click. Okay, it's working, but you just need to focus it a bit on the button. So with this, let's try to log in now. Let's log in. I'm going to log in as this user. We'll say at pass 1 2 3 4. No, this is just going to be password. Pass. Okay, we are logged in as Hans here. See, I don't want to save the password. You are logged in as Hans, and you can come here. This is Hans store. Yes, everything is here. Everything's here. Good. Now we need to deploy now our socket server. We cannot deploy for now. We're not going to be deploying our socket server on vercel here. We're going to deploy it on render. We're going to deploy our socket server on render. So if you come here, if you type render, let's say render. Okay, this is it. Cloud application hosting for developers. If you come right if you don't have an account, you can create an account. I'll go to my dashboard here. I already have an account. You ask me for a login here. I'll log in with my GitHub. Okay, so these are my past application which I've deployed here on render. So what I'm going to do is we're going to create a new application here, and the type here is going to be a web service. So, and they're asking us, do you want to deploy from GitHub repository? Yes, we're going to check this option, and it's going to present us with our list of a repository. So my repository is this one here, is this socket here. This is our repository here, so I'm going to connect it, and we need to give a unique name to this socket. So I'll just say YouTube YT socket brokang, like this. Okay, and the branch here, okay, we can leave all of that. The runtime is node. Yes, this is the start command. So when you can come here, you choose this free, you choose a free service here. When you choose a free service, you're going to see this message. It says free instance spin down after periods of inactive. So do not support SSH access scaling one-off job. So what this simply means is that this application is going to get into an idle mode for a period of time. So when you are not using it, it's just going to be silent for a short period of time until you reconnect the application or you refresh your page. So we'll just come, we'll just create a new web service here. Let's create, and you see it's building. Let's wait for it to build. Okay, see, it's done here. Mine is done here. If you see here, you see build successful. Build done in 7 seconds, and it's uploading our build, and our build is done here. Now our application here is live. We need to come to this URL here. If you click here, you see socket server running. That means our socket server is now up and running, guys. Oh, so we need to come and copy. Let's copy this. Let's copy this, and we need to go back to our front end. Let's go back to our front end. Let's go to I think this was, let's go to app. Let's go to app here. This is it. This is where we have our socket endpoint. So I'm just going to replace it with this, like this. Okay, now you know what to do. We are going to push our changes again. So I'll just stitch the changes here, and I'll write a message, say socket endpoint changed, commit. I'll sync the changes. Okay, it's pushed and the changes have been submitted. So we're going to wait for it to deploy, but let's go to our dashboard first. Let's come to our dashboard here. If you come here, you'll see that we had a change in the front end. So just now, socket endpoint change. This is it. If you click here now, and let's refresh. Remember, we're seeing this error here. Let's go to we're seeing all of these connection errors here. It's trying to connect to localhost, but it couldn't connect. Now, if we go and refresh our page, you see that we are not going to be seeing this error again. So let's come to React plus Vite plus React here. Let's refresh. Okay, what's happening? Network. Okay, it's refreshed now. Let's go back. Yes, you see, those errors are gone. So our socket server is well deployed. We have now completely deployed our application live. So this is our deployed front-end application here. We have brokang.youtube-frontend.vercel.app. If you go to this URL, you'll be able to see our front-end application. Okay, now what I want to do here is I just want to test some few functionality of this application. I want to test some few functionality of this application to see if they are working. The first is I'm going to try to log out because we are live now. Yes, this is how every user is going to feel the experience of this application like this. If you go to logout, yes, we are logged out into the application now. See, we still have our products here. The user can see their products after the logged out like this. We can log in. We can log in back, or we can register for a new user. I'm going to register for a new user here. I'll just call this Lisa. I'll just say Lisa Aquila, and this is going to be Lisa Store here. And the email here is going to be, I'm going to give another email here. This is q@gmail.com. And the password here is just going to be pass1234. And I hit submit. Yes, we see the message here. Please go to your email dumblekill@yahoo.com to activate your account. Because we see this message here, that means our novu is actually working. Yes, so our novu is working. So if you go to that email address, this is the email address here. We don't yet see the message here. Let's just refresh the page. Yes, guys, you see, we have the message here. It is coming from Brokang here. You see, account, activate your account. You see the message here. Welcome to Brokang. We are happy that you're here. To get started, please verify your email or copy this link and paste in your browser. So I'll just confirm here. You see it's loading. We didn't put a loading spinner there. We just put that text there. So your account has been created successfully. Close this browser and return to the login screen. So our account was created. So we can close this browser. Let's return back to the login screen here. Let's come to login, and here we can log in with this. This is the email here, and the password pass1234, and we submit. Okay, so nice. We are logged in here as Lisa Store. This is it. Great. This is great, guys. And one thing I'll do is since we are logging in, I'll try to check our chat functionality, because we haven't checked our chat functionality if it is actually working or not. We need to check our chat functionality, and for us to do that, I'll just minimize this section here. I'm logged in here as because here we are already logged in here as Lisa Store. We are going to log in also at I'll log into another application here. Here we are logged in as Hans. So I'll put these two applications side by side here, like this, okay, so that we are able to see what is going on between these two sections. Okay, now if you come here, this is Lisa store here. If they click here, they'll see this message. You have no conversations yet. Start a conversation with a seller. So they're receiving this message here because they don't have a conversation yet. So they need to start a conversation with a seller. So we're going to look at a product that belongs to Hans. I'll check a product that belongs to Hans here. Let's say this gown here surely belongs to Hans. Yes, it belongs to Hans. They can now chat. They can chat here. They can chat by clicking on this chat button. Yes, this is going to create a new conversation with Hans. If you check here, Hans is going to be online. Let me see. Okay, yes, if you click, you see Hans is here now. So, but it is showing here that Hans is not online, but here we are here with Hans. So what I'll do, if I click here, let's come to Hans. It's loading. It's probably, this is just a result of my network. My network is surely it's really disturbing. If you click here, you see when we click on this button, we automatically take us to Mia store here, because Mia is the last person they chatted with. But if you check at users here, you see this is Lisa store here. This is Lisa store here. If you click on Lisa store, you will open a conversation with Lisa. Lisa has 0 items also. So if you come here, you see Hans here is still not online with Lisa here. So what I'll do is let's just refresh. Okay, Hans is not online here. That means our socket server is surely down here. But if you look here, Lisa is online here. Let's refresh with Hans. You're not going to be doing this. You're not going to be refreshing the page when you start the application. So if you check here, Lisa is online now and Hans here is online. So when you log in at first, you're going to be online. So Hans is online and Lisa is online now. So what we can do is, let's get this. Let's try to give a message. Let's try to write a message here to Hans. Let's just give a random message here. Okay, you see, we are receiving the message here. Let's give another, send. Okay, you are receiving the message. Let's type another, send. Yes, the messages are coming instantly. Let's send. You'll say, let's send. Yes, if you even try to send an image here, let's send this image. It's sending. You see, this user even received this image before, this user here. So we are sending images also. And you see, the process is just like that. Yes, it's working. Now, let me go back here. What we can do is, let's check our notifications. Let's check our notifications. Our message notifications. Let's say this user is at the root of the application here, and Hans wants to send a message to this user. Let's say Hans wants to send a message to this user. Let me see. Let's come back here. Let's go to, yes. And Hans wants to send a message to this user. Let's say they send a message, and this user is at the root of the application. They sent. You see, voila, we receive a notification here. You see this, there's a notification here to tell this user that, okay, somebody have sent you a message. If you send another, the count is going to increase. Yes, we have 2. If you send another, 3. So it's working. If you click here, you see Hans sent you a message like 19 seconds ago. If you click now on this, we're going to take you to Hans page and we're going to view this message like that. Okay, this section now is complete. It is complete. It's working in our live application. Okay, that is okay. Now what I'll do is I want Lisa store here to subscribe to let's say Lisa store to subscribe to Hans store. I want Lisa store to subscribe to Hans store. What I'll do is, let's look for that product. Okay, this is the product, and we want to follow Hans. Lisa wants to follow Hans here. Let's first click follow. Yes, you see, you successfully follow this user. You can unfollow back the user here, but what we want to do is we want to come to the user store here, because we want to turn on our notification bird here. If we turn the notification bird here, say yes, successfully subscribe to this user. Now, when this user, if Hans now posts a new product, Lisa is going to be notified that Hans has posted a new product. So Lisa is going to be notified that Hans have posted a new product. So let's try that. Let's log in back as Hans. Okay, this is Hans here. Let's try to send a new product from Hans shop here. I'll go to sell your items here. I'll just choose some random products here. We already have this. We have this product here. What I'll choose this. This is going to be our main product. I'll also choose this. I'll choose this. And yes, I think these ones are okay. Open. I'll change this to be our main image here, and the title here is just going to be Nike sneakers. Let's say Nike. This is not Nike Vapor. I just want to say Nike sneakers. Okay, like this, and the brand here is going to be Nike. Let's choose a brand. I'll just say Nike. Okay, and the category here is going to be shoes. The size here is 44, and this is going to be, I'll say used. The price, I'll just give a price tag of let's say 44 also, and I'll just give, so this is going to be Nike. The tag is going to be Nike, and I'll just say black. We add, and if you come to the description here, I'm just going to copy the description and paste. I'll just paste the description here. Yes, and the shipping fee here, I'll just give $5 here, and we register. Okay, product created successfully. Now, if you go now to Lisa Store, because they're subscribed to this user, they are going to have a notification. That notification is going to be instant. They're going to have an instant notification. If you go to Lisa Store now, let's go to Lisa here. If you check, yes, you see there's a notification icon here to show that we have a notification. If you click now here, yes, we have one notification here, and this is it. Hans added a new product, Nike sneakers, to their store. So you can mark all this as red, or you can click here, you mark this as red, or you remove the message. But we're just going to click here. You see, the notification now is red, it's gone. If you come, you see, we are redirected to the product here. We are redirected to the product details page here. We can do a lot of things here. We can chat with the user like we've done. Then we can now pay for the product. If you come to pay here, we can, if you see here, this user don't have an address. They can click here to add an address. No saved address. Click to add address. If they click here, it will take them to the address page. They can add an address here. You add address by just typing here. Let's just give something like let's say roadside restaurant model here in Netherlands. Let's just give the address type here to be office, and we'll say confirm. Yes, address added successfully. This is the address here. Now, if we go back here, we have an option for office address. We can click, and we have it here. Let's continue. If you see, the total price here is 99 because we're adding the shipping fee here, $5. Now we can put the expiry date here. I'll just say 12/25, and the card number is going to be 4242424242 like this. Okay, the CSV, I'll just say 422. Let's click payment. Yes, your order is successful. If you come to Lisa here, let's go to the orders. You see, voila, they have this order here, $95. If you click here, yes, you see, they can now also write a review here. But for them to write a review, Hans have to validate this product that is being delivered. But in the real world situation, the person who's supposed to validate this product here is the delivering agent. Supposed to say, okay, I deliver this product to this address. So, but here, we don't have a delivery agent here. So we are going to validate the product ourselves. So, okay, we need to come to Hans. This is Hans section here. Let's go to Hans and go to Hans store. The product which we are just from creating, this is it. It's under reservation. If you click on it, we can change the state here to sold out. If the state is changed to sold out, and if you go back to this Hans, if you go back to Lisa store here, they're going to see this a message, a button here to write a review. Let's see this. It seems as if, let's go back to address. Let's go to orders here. Just click order. Okay, we have the button here to write a review now. You can write a review. Let's just give let's give a 5-star here. I will say wow. I just say wow, great. Customer service. And let's just give some emojis here. This, I'll just give like this. Let's write a review. Okay, review updated successfully. See, the button is gone. So everything, we are just testing the functionality and everything. If we have an error, we'll just go and fix the error. So let's see. Let's click back to this user. If you come here now, you're going to see these are the 7 products here. All is sold out now. So this user can, if you check here, if you see reviews, yes, they have 4 reviews here. If you look at the review star here is 4.5 here. You see, they have all their 4 reviews here. This is the review Lisa just gave. Wow, great customer service. Okay, now let's go to Hans here. Let's go to Hans orders here. Okay, this Hans have not ordered anything, but if you look at the sold items, these are all the items Hans have sold here. You see, these are Hans sold items. They can validate them from here to check out these items. Let's come to our payment management for Hans. Okay, this is something we didn't take a look at here. You're going to fix this. If you look at this, the account balance. The account balance here is 1966, and this long string here. So we need to fix this to 2 decimal places. So we're going to arrange this. You can just go now and arrange this. So here, Hans can request a withdrawal amount. And this is the withdrawal amount they can request, the highest. So what I want to do is I want to validate Hans orders here. I want to validate the orders here. So to do that, I'll come to orders here. Let's come to sold items. We can validate. Yes, order successfully. Order updated successfully. But if you look here, we need to kind of refresh this page before we see this. We know that this order here is been validated. That was a problem. I don't know. Yes, it's been validated. So we're going to try to fix it. Another thing is, if we go back to our payment management here, you will see that this available balance now has changed to 199. So I'm going to fix this very soon, guys. So what we can do is we can request for withdrawal amount. Let's just select a bank, HANA here. Let's request an amount that is, let's just request for $10 here. Let's send. Yes, your withdrawal request sent successfully. You see, the available amount here is decreased, and also the account balance here is decreased. Account balance there is decreased. So if you're logged in as the admin can now validate this order here. The admin validate this order. This user is going to receive a message that the admin has validated this order. So I think everything here is working. Apart from this here, apart from this, we're going to just fix this to 2 decimal places and we adjust our code. So now I think we've come to the end of this section.